Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived. He suppressed Heavenly Court, Southern Border, and the Two Heavens. News of this battle soon spread in the entire Gu immortal world. Everyone in the world was shocked. To think that Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived. The world is really going into chaos. I wonder how many great experts will revive next. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was able to revive. There's no reason the Venerables cannot, right? Oh heavens. No wonder they said Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be the strongest Venerable in history. Being able to emerge as a Venerable in this terrifying era means they have to be incredibly strong. While countless Gu immortals made their guesses, the three parties involved were actively recuperating. Dragon Palace. Sigh. I thought that I would be able to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance. To think that it was a trap. Now that Demon Immortal Qi Ju has revived, and we actually offended him, what do we do now? It is all Xiao Hejian's fault. He caused our Two Heavens alliance to fall into this awkward position. Most of the variant human Gu immortals looked towards Xiao Hejian with animosity. Xiao Hejian smiled coldly. He knew that this was the act of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, attempting to suppress him. He had just joined the Two Heavens alliance, but because of his great strength and reputation, he was already threatening Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status. This was the cause of the animosity from the opposing faction. Have you all said enough? At the main seat, Wu Shuai snorted coldly in displeasure. Instantly, Dragon Palace became silent. All the immortals shut up. At this point, Xiao Hejian showed a shameful expression. He bowed to Wu Shuai, saying in a tone of sincerity, Lord Alliance Leader, I am at fault. But before he continued, Wu Shuai interrupted. Enough, keep quiet. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju comes, we have the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace. What is there to fear? The most urgent matter now is the Qi harvest fruits in your Grotto-heavens. Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived using a Qi harvest fruit. This thing clearly contains secrets and profundities. We have not explored it sufficiently. How are we going to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits in your Grotto-heavens? If we do not act quickly, your Grotto-heavens will be in danger. Indeed, indeed. Lord Alliance Leader is right. My Grotto-heaven has already started producing a Qi harvest fruit. This fruit is absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of my Grotto-heaven. It cannot be removed by force. The same situation is happening in my Grotto-heaven. Right now is not the time to take revenge on Heavenly Court or defend against Demon Immortal Qi Ju. The most important thing is to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits in our Grotto-heavens. At once, all the immortals in the palace changed expressions as the topic was shifted to the Qi harvest fruit. However, this talk bore no fruit. The palace soon became shrouded in an atmosphere of panic and fear. Even Xiao Hejian was the same. Even though his Grotto-heaven had not produced any Qi harvest fruits yet, at this rate of development, it was only a matter of time. Even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not have the mood to compete with Xiao Hejian. His Ice Crystal Grotto-heaven's Qi harvest fruit was the largest. He was in the greatest danger. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also showed a bitter expression. His Grotto-heaven was not spared either. A Qi harvest fruit was growing in it. Even though it was still small now, it was growing at a terrifying speed. But Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less anxious than the rest. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve it, I can get help from Heavenly Court. At this crucial juncture, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to join Heavenly Court was extremely wise. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had a lot of expectations towards Heavenly Court. After all, the first-generation Heavenly Court Immortal King was primordial origin Immortal Venerable. He was a Qi path cultivator. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed Heavenly Court about this as he sought help from them. Heavenly Court had sent Fang Zheng and the rest to Qi Ju Grotto-heaven, but Demon Judgment Board did not enter it at all. He did not know what happened inside. After getting Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, Heavenly Court learned the truth. Qin Dingling placed huge emphasis on Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival using the Qi harvest fruit, as well as the disaster occurring in the Two Heavens Grotto-heavens. This was because Heavenly Court was not exempted. A Qi harvest fruit was also growing in it. She immediately summoned the immortals to research and think of countermeasures. Heavenly Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, it was still the #1 superforce in the world. Especially when they had Primordial Origin's Qi Path True Inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Qi Path. They were at the peak compared to all others. And most importantly, Heavenly Court's research in a Heaven Path was quite extensive. They had great results. Back then, even Limitless Demon Venerable was after their Heaven Path findings. He made the bet with Star Constellation. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins. Humans have human veins. The Earth has Earth veins, and Heaven has Heaven veins. The Two Heavens Grotto-heavens are all situated on the Heaven veins. Thus they benefit greatly, and the Grotto-heavens are nourished by the Heaven veins, producing even more resources. However, the world is changing now as Qi tides are produced. Qi tides appeared because of the unification of the 5 regions. The earth veins are becoming one. But the truth is, heaven veins are also merging into one, although the change is not very apparent now. Heavenly Court's immortals found that the whole of heaven and earth was fusing into one. The 5 regions were just the start. The 2 immemorial heavens would start fusing together later as well. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were all separated originally. Their heaven and earth qi were not the same. But with the fusing of the heaven and earth qi across all regions, qi tides would emerge as the places where they merge. Wherever the qi tides go, abundant qi path immortal materials would be produced. Qi harvest fruits were the quintessence of them. The reason why the 2 heavens Grotto-heavens produced qi harvest fruits was because they were situated on the heaven veins. They were facing the brunt of the initial impact. That is to say, as long as these Grotto-heavens relocate away from the heaven veins, they will resolve the problem of the qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling asked. Theoretically, yes, or at least, once they move away from the heaven veins, the growth of the qi harvest fruits in the Grotto-heavens will stop. Heavenly Court's immortals answered. Qin Dingling frowned. Once Grotto-heavens are placed, they are hard to relocate, unless one has some special method to move them around. Our Heavenly Court is too big. It has the foundation of primordial origin immortal venerables immortal aperture along with the future generations of venerables and countless immortal apertures of Heavenly Court members. How can we relocate Heavenly Court? Heavenly Court became silent. They fell into deathly silence. Maybe. Demon Immortal Qi Ju has a method. Breaking the silence, Fang Zheng spoke. Qin Dingling's eyes shined with bright light. That was true. The possibility of this was high. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju was able to revive using a qi harvest fruit, his understanding regarding qi harvest fruits should surpass everyone else. But to get him to cooperate with Heavenly Court, how hard would it be? According to historical records, Demon Immortal Qi Ju will definitely not cooperate with Heavenly Court. Rather than him, we have a higher chance of getting Qi Sea Ancestor's cooperation. Indeed, we cannot resolve Heavenly Court's crisis alone. To get rid of this qi harvest fruit calamity, we need a qi path grade expert. Duke Long had once given Qi Sea Ancestor half a portion of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi Sea Ancestor did not show up. He kept his promise. There is still hope of our cooperation now. But Qi Sea Ancestor has some relationship with Fang Yuan. In my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Qi Sea Ancestor appeared, all his actions state one motive. He wants to be the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Be it the Qi Sea Banquet or the resistance of the 2 Heavens Alliance, they show it clearly. His actions do not align with Fang Yuan's interests. Even if they cooperated before, it is not our problem. Can't our Heavenly Court settle this ourselves? It will be too difficult. Ever since the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed, Star Constellations has not shown up once. If we can cooperate with Qi Sea Ancestor, we might even be able to get him to join Heavenly Court. We really lack someone with pseudo-venerable battle strength now. Qin Dingling sighed as she made her decision. Let's try it then. Immemorial, White Heaven. Aurora lights moved in the air dazzlingly. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qin Huizi flew around in the sky of Aurora lights, unleashing immortal killer moves to continuously retrieve these Aurora lights. After gathering the rainbow lights in his hands, he turned them into balls. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in cloud soil. After some time, these Aurora light balls would grow and sprout, becoming seedlings. By using lightning water and magnetic sound to water them, flowing light fruits would grow on them. Flowing light fruits were a rank 6 immortal material, formed from extremely dense lights, having all kinds of color like red, brown, yellow, green, black, blue, purple. Qing Huizi did not only pluck the flowing light fruits, he had his unique plantation methods. Precisely so, he was one of the 3 main sellers of flowing light fruits in Treasure Yellow Heaven. With the qi tides weakening the heavenly wind qi wall, I can also get past them and explore immemorial White Heaven for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the 2 heavens. They were produced abundantly. Qing Huizi collected these Aurora lights personally. It caused the cost of producing flowing light fruits to fall greatly. He could earn a huge profit. As Qing Huizi collected the Aurora lights, he paid attention to the heavenly wind qi wall below him. He did not have the strength to survive long in immemorial White Heaven. He could not even break the heavenly wind qi wall. Thus, he needed to pay attention to it constantly. Once the hole created by the qi tides start to close up, he would need to return to Eastern Sea. It was no joke. If Qing Huizi got distracted and got trapped in immemorial White Heaven, with his strength, he would not last until the next qi tide. He would die in this dangerous immemorial White Heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to get these Aurora lights. But Gu Immortal cultivation was not easy. Even as a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Qing Huizi needed to take risks to support his livelihood. She. Right at this time, Qing Huizi heard a voice. Next, winds blew and clouds shook. Qing Huizi was shocked to find out that the heavenly wind Qi wall below him was being pulled away by a terrifying formless force. In a few breaths of time, the surrounding tens of li of heavenly wind Qi wall got sucked into the whirlpool at the center. What is going on? Qing Huizi was overwhelmed by fear and shock. Is that an immemorial desolate beast? But I've never heard of any immemorial desolate beast with such strength. The heavenly wind Qi wall vanished entirely. A secluded domain of heaven and earth that had a concave appearance could be seen. Next, this silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth went into the nose of a Gu Immortal who resembled a boy. Qing Huizi saw this boyish Gu Immortal. His entire body and mind shook. He felt like cold water was poured on him, into the depths of his despairing heart. Ah, demon Immortal Qi Ju. Qing Huizi fell into deep despair. Why am I so unlucky? I only wanted to collect Aurora lights, but I ended up encountering demon Immortal Qi Ju. The Battle of Qi Ju Grotto-heaven had happened recently, but it could not be hidden. The world knew about it already. Even though the killer move everybody's vision wasn't around for all the Gu Immortals to witness the battle themselves, demon Immortal Qi Ju's appearance and methods were widely spread already. In the Gu Immortal world, there were a few people publicly recognized as terrifying beings that had to be avoided at all costs. The number one person was Fang Yuan. This demon had countless methods and outstanding strength. He did things without any regard or concern. He was ruthless and cruel. Even Heavenly Court had no choice against him. Wu Shui was also on the list. He was the leader of the Dragon Men, owner of Dragon Palace which enslaved Dizong. Shang. He bore deep grudges towards humanity. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was a newly added person. As for Heavenly Court and Qi Sea Ancestor, because of their factions, they would not bully the weak. Thus they were not on this list. After Qing Huizi saw demon Immortal Qi Ju, he recognized the demon. He stared in shock, frozen on the spot like a statue. Demon Immortal Qi Ju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was tiny and smooth. His body was still small like a boy. Thinking about his revival, demon Immortal Qi Ju felt angry and annoyed. If he had some more time, he would revive perfectly and have the body of an adult. But the evil dragon caused great destruction in its movement. He had to revive in advance. It caused his body's growth to be halted. His potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind Qi wall, he finally recovered some losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was going to set off again. Junior, come here. Demon Immortal Qi Ju looked towards Qing Huizi and called out. Qing Huizi shivered. He went towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju with a bitter expression, fearing for his life. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly. He stretched out his finger as an eerie Qi current flew out. The Qi current quickly surrounded Qing Huizi's body. He wanted to resist subconsciously, but Demon Immortal Qi Ju shouted, "Don't move." Qing Huizi gritted his teeth, not daring to move at all. He gave up on struggling. He let the Qi currents enter his body and move around his soul. After some time, Demon Immortal Qi Ju absorbed all of the Qi currents that entered Qing Huizi back into his own body. Instantly, he received a vast amount of information. He gained a much deeper understanding of the current era. This is truly a wonderful era filled with great excitement. Interesting. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyes shined as he spoke in amazement. Next, he instructed Qing Huizi, "Hand over your Gu worms." Qing Huizi's lips twitched. For an instant, he wanted to resist, but soon, logic took over his mind. He obediently handed over all of his Gu worms to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This action made Demon Immortal Qi Ju reassess him. After taking away these Gu worms, Demon Immortal Qi Ju inspected all of them. He only took a few glances at Qing Huizi's light path Immortal Gu before he placed his focus on those exceptional Mortal Gu. Especially Gu worms like Soul Search Gu, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was very interested in them. At the end, he even returned the light path Immortal Gu to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled. "Junior, you are not stupid enough to resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I be greedy and take your trifling Immortal Gu? Scram now." Qing Huizi was in disbelief before it turned into deep joy. Junior will never forget Senior Qi Ju's magnanimity. "Ha ha ha. I searched your soul. Why is there a need to thank me?" Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed. "Go ahead and hate me. I don't care. Even though this era is great, in the entire world, in the absence of the venerables, there are few people who I can take interest in. Even though I lack Immortal Gu, I have not sunk down to the level of snatching light path Immortal Gu. I want to take some Qi path Immortal Gu." Qing Huizi instantly had a thought. "Senior, you want to go to Qi Sea?" But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was surrounded by qi currents and could not move. He was sent flying by the movement of the qi currents. Demon Immortal Qi Ju snorted. He did not look at Qing Huizi. He flew towards the direction of Qi Sea instead. I wonder how powerful this Qi Sea ancestor is. Hee. I hope his Qi path Immortal Gu will not disappoint me. Demon Immortal Qi Ju carried great confidence as he went towards Qi Sea. He flew in the sky of Eastern Sea. He was surrounded by qi currents as he moved rapidly across various sea areas. He did not conceal his traces, causing huge waves along the way. The commotion shook the surroundings. His demonic might was exposed in full view. Along the way, he met several Eastern Sea Gu immortals. These people scrambled in panic as they escaped. Oh, halfway through his journey, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression turned to shock as he stopped his movement. He felt a movement in his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Don't tell me. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was slightly stunned. He thought of something as joy appeared on his face. He temporarily put aside the plan to head to Qi Sea. He changed directions and went southwest instead. After some time, he arrived at a sea area. The sky here had many white clouds, shrouding his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was blazing, the sunlight could not penetrate the cloud layers. It only made the place brighter. The surface of the sea was calm, but inside it were countless currents. These currents were of all types and forms. They interlinked with one another. They moved in this sea area with absolutely no rhythm or pattern. Without the defensive methods of a Gu immortal, mortal corpses would be torn to shreds in the currents instantly. It was the turbulent flow sea area. After inspecting it closely, Demon Immortal Qi Ju became quite happy. Wonderful, wonderful. This sea area must have a fragment of Xi. That is the reason why it can create such turbulent currents. To think that my luck would be strong after reviving. I'll retrieve this fragment first and absorb it before going to find that Qi Sea ancestor. Thinking of this, Demon Immortal Qi Ju plunged into the sea, vanishing from plain sight. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the disasters were still ongoing. The situation was slowly moving towards the abyss of doom. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. In order to save his resource points, he had already deployed the variant human and human Gu immortals in his immortal aperture to different areas. They were tasked to take care of the resources, and they were even given mortal Gu that could be used to detect heaven's will. Along with Fang Yuan's time path clone and main body working together to get rid of the newly created heaven's will, he managed to save all the large resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. However, as long as the heaven path Dao marks were not refined by Fang Yuan, they would continue to produce endless heaven's will in increasing quantity. Even though Fang Yuan was using his full strength, he could not stop the situation from aggravating further. He could only barely protect his resource points now, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Resource points were only a small part of it. In most areas, heaven's will was produced, moving towards the respective resource points like a huge army. Fang Yuan knew that this situation was at its most crucial point now. He could no longer cleanse all the heaven's will. In order to prevent the Grotto-heaven's heaven's will from linking with the 5 regions, he had to create an isolated secret space in Qi Sea to prevent heaven's will from detecting him. As for the external situation, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Qi Ju said that he would go and meet Qi Sea ancestor. He was not joking. There were both internal and external problems. Now, it will depend on the effectiveness of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan's concentration was invested into this rule path formation. This formation was situated in mini blue heaven. It floated on its own. It was a modified version of the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment. He knew long ago that the situation would progress like this. He made preparations in advance and tried to come up with countermeasures early. Not long ago, he gained some inspiration and decided to mimic the Qi tides to deal with the heaven's will in his immortal aperture. And this rule path formation was the fruit of his research. Rank 8 immortal essence was already piled up at the side, stored into the immortal formation. With Fang Yuan's thought, this huge formation that covered the range of more than 10 li started to activate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The formation created huge winds. As the sounds of the wind resounded in heaven and earth, countless qi currents appeared from the formation. As if the entire sky was covered in steam, it was completely white. One could not see anything. The formation suddenly emitted profound light. The profound light landed on the white qi and pushed it like a giant hand. At the next moment, 30% of the white steam qi moved forward like a gushing fountain. The profound light entered the white qi and modified it, causing the scattered white qi to become more concentrated. Finally, the white qi that was pushed out turned into a qi tide as it swept towards the southeast direction firmly. Along the way, The Qi tide was like a brush that cleaned up the surrounding heaven and earth Qi in its path. In terms of strength, the Qi tide that Fang Yuan created could not compare to a true one. But its strength was quite amazing already. It could easily take the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fang Yuan set up the formation in mini blue heaven. It was to prevent an accident from slaughtering countless life forms. It would cause him a huge loss. After moving for an hour, this Qi tide almost reached the aperture wall boundary of mini blue heaven. Fang Yuan inspected the results. He found that the heaven's will that he had specially arranged here was all cleanly removed. Not a trace was left. Furthermore, along the path that the Qi tide moved, heaven and earth Qi were well blended. It was peaceful and calm. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. This was good news. With this formation, he could finally get rid of the huge problem of heaven's will. This carried huge significance to him. If he could not get rid of heaven's will, he would be trapped inside Qi Sea's formation to prevent his location and identity from being exposed to heaven's will. The pressure that was weighing down on Fang Yuan dissipated to some extent. Now that he looked at the Qi tide again, he felt that he had a deeper understanding of it. Qi tides are created because of the differences in heaven and earth Qi. It is like how water flows down a cliff to create a waterfall. The Qi tides are similar. Because of the disappearance of the regional walls, with the unification of earth veins, the different heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions merge and cause Qi tides to appear. In the future, when heaven and earth Qi becomes the same in all 5 regions, there will no longer be any Qi tides. As for the 5 regional walls, the truth is, they are all Qi tides in essence. The heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions were different. Thus, at the intersection points of these regions, there would be disparity in the heaven and earth Qi. But because the earth veins were different back then, the heaven and earth Qi could not fuse together like now. They eventually gathered and formed into dense regional walls. Gu immortals suffer backlash when using killer moves in the 5 regional walls. It was similar to being in the Qi tides. The reason was that their own heaven and earth Qi differed from those in the regional walls. As for the 5 regional walls that Tao Zhu researched on for his entire life, they were simply just Qi tides. However, his research was focused on the aspect of rule path. His main result was 5 restriction profound light Qi. From this name alone, it showed a connection to Qi path. Fang Yuan had Tao Zhu's true inheritance. He had half a portion of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, along with Qi Xiang's foundation and his own Qi path attainment level. He had immense foundation. Fang Yuan quickly made some progress and obtained gains. Next, I will need to modify this formation slightly and scatter the subformations all over the aperture. I will send out Qi tides to eliminate heaven's will. The problem of heaven's will has been settled, but the refinement of heaven path Dao marks is still a huge problem. But Fang Yuan had to put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon Immortal Qi Ju, who was coming for him. The identity of Qi Sea Ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan tried his best to conceal it. He did not expose any clues that they were the same person. In order to preserve his Qi Sea Ancestor identity, Fang Yuan's main obstacle now was demon Immortal Qi Ju. On one hand, Fang Yuan used the formation to settle his internal threat. On the other hand, he waited patiently for demon Immortal Qi Ju to arrive. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, demon Immortal Qi Ju was going to come here for a fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, one day, a change occurred above Qi Sea. White Qi waves surged in the sky. They were grand and unceasing, pressing down on Qi Sea with immense force. Within the Qi waves, demon Immortal Qi Ju's boyish figure could be vaguely seen, filled with demonic aura. Soon, his young but confident voice resounded. Junior Qi Sea, I, demon Immortal Qi Ju, have come here for you. Qi Ju, what is the matter? Fang Yuan appeared, activating Qi Sea's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up and speaking. Demon Immortal Qi Ju chuckled. I have just revived. I do not have my Immortal Gu now. I heard that you are the sole Qi Path great expert at the peak of rank 8. I have come here to borrow some Gu. Ha ha ha, borrow Gu indeed. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He could feel the arrogance in demon Immortal Qi Ju's words. The Immortal Gu are with me. Whether you can get them will depend on your abilities. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed as his young face showed deep battle intent. Good. Junior, I like your personality. Face this move of mine. Immortal Killer Move, Great Qi Grasp. Instantly, a milky white Qi current hand flew out like a small mountain, pressing down on Fang Yuan. This was the move that made Di Zongsheng cry out in pain. It was incredibly profound, able to scatter or take form. Gu immortals could not deal with it easily. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He had a calm expression that showed no anxiety. He extended his hand, and he pushed forward. Rumble. A Qi wall that was 100 li long soared up into the sky. It was grand and magnificent. The Qi wall collided into the hand. The hand was forced to retreat. It could not stop the Qi wall from flying up. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly. He pointed his finger as the Qi current hand scattered, attempting to infiltrate the Qi wall in the form of countless currents. But the attempt failed to do anything. Fang Yuan's Qi wall was not only huge, it was densely packed. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had no way to penetrate it. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed at this moment. This is a powerful Qi wall. What is the name of your move? Fang Yuan said frankly. I created this move specially for you. Qi Ju, I have not named it yet. Do you have any good suggestions? Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted uncontrollably as bright light shined in his eyes. The fact that Qi Sea Ancestor had just created this move was scarier than him having this move for a long time. This meant that Qi Sea Ancestor had very high Qi path attainment level. He could observe the battle situation and modify his own Qi path killer move successfully to deal with his enemies. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not know that Fang Yuan was focused on modifying the 5 regional limit formation. This Qi wall killer move was merely a small part of his effort. Even though Fang Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had abundant wisdom path methods. As the Qi wall continued to rise into the sky, the milky white Qi currents that filled the sky had to retreat further upwards. By the time it reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the Qi wall suddenly transformed. It turned into 2 hands, one black and one white, clapping together from the right and left directions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge. He allowed the black and white hands to grab him. As the hands started to exert pressure, at the next moment, there was a loud voice coming from within the hands. Xi. Both hands were instantly absorbed into the silhouette of a concave, secluded domain. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be shocked. He keenly sensed that the secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head was more complete than the last time he saw it. Demon Immortal Qi Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Qi Sea Ancestor. He directly used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, Xi. Fang Yuan tried to use his methods. All sorts of Qi path killer moves attacked Demon Immortal Qi Ju, but Xi Land would absorb them all. It was like a bottomless hole. Fang Yuan could not fill it up no matter what. With Xi Land above his head, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the advantage. He could not lose. He even started to critique Fang Yuan's Qi path killer moves casually. This pair of black and white hands is a nice concept. By including yin and yang Qi, you can use the attraction force of the two to amplify the power of this move. Your Qi path defenses are also quite impressive. Every single thread of your clothes is made of wind Qi. Are you trying to mimic the heavenly wind Qi wall? It is a true pity. If it were before, you would still be a threat to me. But regrettably, I have recently dismantled the turbulent flow sea area and also completely fixed Xi Land. With this, I can counter all Qi path methods in the world. Junior Qi Sea, you are no exception. How is it? May I borrow your Immortal Gu now? The reason why Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained his reputation was because of this. It countered all Qi path methods in the world. All Qi path killer moves would be absorbed by Xi Land, unless the killer move could surpass the limits of Xi Land. But the problem was that Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already fully repaired Xi Land. It experienced a qualitative change in battle strength. In a way, it was easier for him to deal with Qi Sea Ancestor than Wu Shuai, who controlled Dragon Palace. Turbulent white Qi covered the sky above Qi Sea in a chaotic fashion. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared down at Qi Sea Ancestor while emitting a grand demonic aura. The phantom image of Xi Land appeared in its full glory above his head, placing him in a highly advantageous position. Junior Qi Sea, is my cultivation enough to borrow Gu from you? Demon Immortal Qi Ju said again. Fang Yuan felt heaviness. The previous exchange of moves had already allowed him to understand many details about Demon Immortal Qi Ju. There was no need to mention the various killer moves possessed by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. His trump card was clearly the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Xi Land. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Qi path Gu immortals in the world. If it were other paths, Demon Immortal Qi Ju would not have such huge dominance. But Qi Sea Ancestor's main cultivation happened to be Qi path, and was thus suppressed heavily. This showed Demon Immortal Qi Ju's nature. He might be domineering in his actions, but he was not stupid. He knew how to play to his advantage. Thus, after he revived, he did not continue fighting with the 3 sides and chose to retreat wisely. He then completed his Xi Land along the way and increased his battle strength. Now, he appeared in front of Qi Sea Ancestor and demanded to borrow Immortal Gu. The moment he gains rank 8 Qi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would definitely soar and firmly hold its position at the peak of the present age. With just Qi Sea Ancestor's methods, Fang Yuan was indeed not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match, but he was not panicked. Fang Yuan always took action after planning first. He had already known of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's threat and modified Qi Sea's formation. As long as he retreated into the formation, he would be able to resist for some time. If Demon Immortal Qi Ju charged into the formation, Fang Yuan could detonate this large formation and create an opportunity to retreat. Speaking of it, Fang Yuan had obtained this detonation method from Fang Dichong. Back then, Fang Dichong set a trap for Fang Yuan in Divine Being Palace. He wanted to sacrifice Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bu Jin by detonating the Immortal Gu house inside Divine Being Palace, and thus break through the impasse and refine Divine Being Palace in one move. Fang Yuan saw through the scheme and captured Fang Dichong. After soul-searching, he obtained the method of Immortal Gu house self-detonation. He then modified the method and arranged it in Qi Sea's formation. The self-detonation would be extremely powerful. Even if it did not threaten Demon Immortal Qi Ju's life, it could obstruct him for a period of time. Fang Yuan was very confident about this. But if Fang Yuan used the formation's self-detonation to retreat, the value of this Qi Sea ancestor identity would fall sharply. To preserve this identity, Fang Yuan intentionally restrained himself from using many Qi path methods during the Fate War. Even unlimited Qi Sea was used just once. Were Fang Yuan to retreat, it would mean Qi Sea ancestor was defeated by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. From then on, Qi Sea ancestor's reputation would fall greatly, and his appeal to Eastern Sea would lower sharply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju frowned slightly. He had spoken twice, but Qi Sea ancestor did not respond. His patience reached the limits. He snorted and was about to continue attacking when a blood-red ray of light suddenly pierced through the skies and shot right towards his face. Demon Immortal Qi Ju dodged quickly and turned around to see Demon Judgment Board appear in the horizon. Heavenly Court, you again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju sneered. I am not looking for trouble with you, but you are instead trying to provoke me. After such a heavy defeat in the Fate War, what confidence do you have to act like this? Heavenly Court defends humanity's righteous path. Our actions are not because of confidence, but because of our beliefs. A reply came from inside Demon Judgment Board. This was not Gu. Yu Fangzheng's voice, it was a female voice. Fang Yuan's heart shook slightly when he heard the voice. Qin Dingling came personally? So the reinforcement shown by my luck actually refers to her. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed his finger towards Demon Judgment Board. Qi currents surged and transformed, rapidly gathering into a lump. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Qi spheres shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, creating a series of explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped and shook violently from the explosions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was about to say something when his expression changed suddenly. He quickly withdrew and moved away from his spot like lightning. The previous blood-red ray of light shot by Demon Judgment Board actually turned around to attack him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju evaded the blood-red light, but he did not expect golden light to shoot out from this blood-red light. The golden light condensed rapidly into a huge golden scissors above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head. Crack, crack. The golden scissors cut Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head repeatedly, but the attacks seemed to be in vain. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, however, paled suddenly. This is a luck path method. He quickly activated investigative killer moves and immediately felt a loss. Damn it. These golden scissors are cutting my luck. Demon Immortal Qi Ju put great emphasis on maintaining his luck. After his revival and later dismantling turbulent flow sea area to replenish Xi land, he had already consumed a lot of his luck. The attacks of the giant scissors were making things worse. Qi Sea, Heavenly Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle it with both of you properly. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's voice resonated throughout the area. After this sentence, he immediately entered milky white Qi currents that filled the sky and left the battlefield rapidly. Retreating again, Gu Yufangzheng, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, was somewhat stunned. On the contrary, other Heavenly Court members looked solemn. Qin Dingling sighed and explained to Fangzheng, this is the terrifying thing about Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He always maintains his calm and has a clear judgment of the situation. We can only give him some trouble, but in the current situation, Qi Sea Ancestor would not just stay on the sidelines. With Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength, it won't be difficult for him to oppose our joint attacks. But the battle will be intense, and his plan to borrow Qi Path Immortal Gu has no chance to succeed. So he directly chose to retreat to preserve his strength. Fangzheng immediately realized, I understand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all. He has just revived and doesn't have much contact with new paths. Against Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attack and your Luck Path Golden Scissors, he prioritized on dodging them. When he gets familiar with these paths and modifies his killer moves, it will be much more difficult for us to confront him. That is correct. Qin Dingling nodded. Let's get out and have a talk with Qi Sea Ancestor. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals filed out with Qin Ding Ling taking the lead and Gu Yufang Zheng following closely behind. They put away Demon Judgment Board of their own initiative, demonstrating Heavenly Court's sincerity. Thank you for helping this old man get through this danger. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Qin Ding Ling was wearing a golden armor and a cape, and in combination with her tall body, wide shoulders, and long legs, she emitted heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Jin Huang's. It had a natural nobleness to it that felt like it was innately above others. But right now, Qin Ding Ling had a smile on her face as she showed the initiative to get close to Fang Yuan. She spoke. Ancestor, if not for your injuries, how could demon Immortal Qi Ju be so rampant? Moreover, I saw that you were calm throughout the battle. You definitely have some trump cards up your sleeves. We might even have to ask for your understanding and to not blame us for interfering. These words were so polite that Fang Yuan felt like it was similar to a warm spring breeze. Heavenly Court's attitude was different compared to his previous life. At that time, Heavenly Court was oppressive and gave no way out for others. But in this life, Heavenly Court's leader took the initiative to treat others warmly. After the Fate War, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals' attitude was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Heavenly Court had Fate Gu and possessed huge advantages. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Heavenly Court's strength had diminished sharply. On one hand, they were actively recuperating, while on the other hand, they took the initiative to make alliances. Qi Sea Ancestor became a goal in Heavenly Court's eyes and was the best ally for them. Demon Immortal Qi Ju wanted to find an expert to spar with. Naturally, he would first look for Qi Sea Ancestor. After all, be they Fang Yuan or Feng Jiu, their traces were vague and hard to find. However, Qi Sea Ancestor stayed in Qi Sea and could be found easily. Since Heavenly Court wanted to ally with Qi Sea Ancestor, they naturally wanted to use Demon Immortal Qi Ju. After all, adding icing on the cake cannot compare to offering help in times of need. Heavenly Court helped Qi Sea Ancestor ward off Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It was not a casual action, but was planned for a long time. It was not only Fang Yuan who had been waiting patiently for Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Heavenly Court was also the same. Friends, please come in. Let this old man prepare a simple feast to express some gratitude. Fang Yuan led the Heavenly Court Immortals into Qi Sea's formation. He prepared a feast and hosted the Heavenly Court Immortals. During the banquet, the Xia Clan Immortals who were staying as guests were also invited to join. The Xia Clan Immortals were grateful towards the Heavenly Court Immortals. They had a very enthusiastic attitude. They had seen Demon Immortal Qi Ju's fight with Qi Sea Ancestor. They felt very worried. Their territory was already seized by Wu Shui, so they could only put the hope of regaining their territory in Qi Sea Ancestor. If Qi Sea Ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a cruel blow to all the Xia Clan members. Thus, Heavenly Court helping Qi Sea Ancestor was like helping them. When Qin Ding Ling saw the Xia Clan Immortals, she immediately expressed her sympathy and condemned the Two Heavens Alliance. She even promised she would certainly fight against this large variant human alliance. This attitude made Xia Clan have an even better impression of them. The face of Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder even reddened with joy. This was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea super forces. Heavenly Court had truly taken actions. Previously, Demon Judgment Board carried 3 immortals and attacked the 2 heavens Grotto-heavens. Every Gu immortal in the world knew of this. Qin Ding Ling inquired about Xia Clan's recent situation. All the Xia Clan Gu immortals replied. They were hosted well by Qi Sea Ancestor and would always be grateful. It was just that they had a worry about when they could return to their home. Qin Ding Ling realized Qi Sea Ancestor's intention. He is raising his reputation. His ambition is truly big. Qin Ding Ling was happy to see this. As long as Qi Sea Ancestor had greed and ambition, they would have the foundation to cooperate. Fang Yuan naturally did not invite the Xia Clan Gu immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Ding Ling's attitude towards the Xia Clan Gu immortals, Fang Yuan was even more certain of Heavenly Court's purpose in coming here. At the same time, he was also making this native force, Xia Clan, serve as a witness. After all, as an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, having close ties with Heavenly Court would lower Qi Sea Ancestor's authority in Eastern Sea. After a few rounds of wine, Fang Yuan took the initiative to speak. Friends from Heavenly Court, you helped me today. This old man shall remember this favor. If Heavenly Court has any trouble in the future, I am willing to contribute my strength to Heavenly Court. This was a clear gesture. Heavenly Court's immortals were spirited when they heard it. Qin Ding Ling put down her cup slowly and looked at Qi Sea Ancestor with a smile as she finally got to the main topic. To tell the truth, Heavenly Court is indeed facing some issues currently. We came to ask for Ancestor's help. Oh, please explain. Fang Yuan asked straightforwardly. Qin Ding Ling did not mention the matter of the Qi harvest fruit emerging in Heavenly Court. Instead, she handed over an information path Immortal Gu to Qi Sea Ancestor. Fang Yuan probed with his consciousness and was immediately moved. The content of this information path Immortal Gu was the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. The moment Fang Yuan saw this remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he had a thought. It was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to capture these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals in one fell swoop? This thought was very attractive. Ning was currently the temporary leader of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court would definitely receive a huge blow if they lost her. Gu Yufang Zheng was arranged by Heaven's will and was a crucial character to restrain the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed him, he would be free from this shackle. The accompanying Prince Feng Xian, Bai Tsang Shui, and the rest were also pillars of Heavenly Court currently. If they were gone, it would be a great disaster to Heavenly Court and the whole of Central Continent's righteous path. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. His current strength was not complete, and he could not maintain his battle strength because of the Heaven Path Dao marks. On the surface, the Heavenly Court Immortals were conversing happily and looked relaxed, but how could they not be on guard in Qi Sea Ancestor's domain? It was just that they pretended to be relaxed to show their sincerity and friendliness. Even if Fang Yuan activated Qi Sea's formation, the Heavenly Court Immortals would definitely take out Immortal Gu houses immediately and defend. Were he to attack the Heavenly Court Immortals right now, whether it resulted in victory or defeat, Fang Yuan's Qi Sea Ancestor identity would be met with heavy scrutiny. In truth, Fang Yuan was willing to cooperate with Heavenly Court. Even though Heavenly Court tried all methods to create difficulties for Fang Yuan and attempted to kill him, even forcing him into near-death situations, as long as there were enough benefits that were useful for him in pursuing eternal life, Fang Yuan was not conflicted over cooperating with Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court wanted to cooperate with Qi Sea Ancestor for their own benefits. Fang Yuan would also similarly receive huge gains from cooperating with Heavenly Court. There was no need to mention the long-term benefits. Merely Fang Yuan forcing back demon Immortal Qi Ju with the help of Heavenly Court was enough to guarantee the value of this Qi Sea Ancestor identity. At the same time, Heavenly Court also took the initiative to give the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to him. Fang Yuan was rather moved as he held the information path Immortal Gu. Back then, he had spent much thought and effort to scheme for this Qi path true inheritance. Duke Long was shrewd. Thieving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he pretended it did not work and used half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to successfully stabilize Qi Sea Ancestor. The remaining half was held firmly by Duke Long, and Fang Yuan was unable to get it. Fang Yuan did not hold any hope, but who could have thought that after the Fate War, he would actually obtain the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance through Ning. In the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction Fang Yuan coveted was recorded. Ning cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan sighed in his head. Without even mentioning any requests, Ning directly handed the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Qi Sea Ancestor. The courage needed for this move was truly immense. Dingling's and Heavenly Court's sincerity was shown fully. If Dingling knew I was Fang Yuan, I wonder what expression she would show. Duke Long helped the enemy previously, and now Dingling continued this trend. Were Dingling to know the person in front of her was the greatest culprit of the Fate War, and she had personally handed the true inheritance to him, she might cough blood from anger. I genuinely feel your sincerity. What troubles do you have? I will use all my strength to help Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan stored the information path Immortal Gu in his aperture. He already guessed Heavenly Court's troubles. Dingling let out a sigh of relief as she saw Qi Sea Ancestor putting away the information path Immortal Gu. What she had been worried about was that possibility of Qi Sea Ancestor not agreeing to help. After all, Qi Sea Ancestor had been a secluded cultivator who did not care about things that did not concern him. Maybe the information given by the reborn Fang Yuan made Qi Sea Ancestor realize that if he were to continue his secluded cultivation, Heavenly Court would look for trouble with him. So he changed his way of doing things. Dingling did not know how Heavenly Court became enemies with Qi Sea Ancestor. But since Qi Sea Ancestor believed Fang Yuan's words, it was clear Fang Yuan had provided enough evidence. This was a mess that they were not responsible for. With the destruction of Fate Gu, the future had changed. Heavenly Court was unable to find out anything about it. Dingling could only rely on the current situation to infer and deduce. It was normal for Dingling to have some worries. After all, Qi Sea Ancestor had a hostile relationship with Heavenly Court before and had only turned neutral because of Duke Long's mediation. Right now, to recruit Qi Sea Ancestor, Dingling had to take out something that Qi Sea Ancestor would not be able to refuse. Qi Sea Ancestor accepted Primordial Origin's true inheritance and immediately showed a firm attitude of helping Heavenly Court. Ning was very relieved. Her scheme did not end here. Primordial Origin's true inheritance was only bait. Qi Sea Ancestor would require suitable Qi Path Immortal Gu to activate the killer moves recorded in it. And these Qi Path Immortal Gu were all in Heavenly Court's treasuries. These were the chips to tempt Qi Sea Ancestor later on. Perhaps we can still use Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pressure to push Qi Sea Ancestor to join Heavenly Court. This inspiration emerged in Ling's mind, but was temporarily suppressed. She began to explain the issues Heavenly Court was facing. Fang Yuan stroked his beard as he ascertained his guesses. Just like he predicted, the Qi Harvest Fruit appeared in Heavenly Court as well. With Duke Long's sacrifice and the Immortal Graveyard's destruction, Heavenly Court no longer had a Qi Path expert to stabilize the situation, thus it was very difficult for them to resolve the issue of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Ling handed Primordial Origin's true inheritance straightforwardly, and also hoped this true inheritance could help Qi Sea Ancestor in dealing with the issue of the Qi Harvest Fruit much more quickly. Fang Yuan thought for a bit and nodded. I will handle this matter of the Qi Harvest Fruit. But I have no methods to deal with it now and need to be in closed cultivation for some time to research Primordial Origin's true inheritance. At this moment, Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder suddenly said, Lord Ancestor, you are injured and have to recuperate first. Your safety not only concerns Eastern Sea, but is also related to maintaining the overall situation of humanity and the variant humans. He was worried and afraid that if Qi Sea Ancestor were to collaborate with Heavenly Court, Xia Clan's matters would be pushed aside. Ling smiled. You don't have to worry, I am going to talk about the Two Heavens Alliance now. Wu Shuai is currently a huge demon and also a sinner who invaded Heavenly Court. We absolutely won't let him develop. We came here to ask for Ancestor's help as well as to deal with this variant human force. After a slight pause, she continued, Heavenly Court is willing to take out immortal materials to finance Ancestor and Xia Clan, to help you reclaim your lost land. In the future battles, if necessary, Heavenly Court will send reinforcements to lend a hand in fighting against the variant human races. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder exclaimed in shock and bowed. Heavenly Court is righteous and worthy of being the #1 force of humanity. I am extremely grateful. The whole of Xia Clan is immeasurably grateful. Ling chatted with Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder for a while, deepening their relationship quickly. Heavenly Court lost the Fate War, but it did not lack resources, it only lacked manpower. In this trip to Eastern Sea, Heavenly Court wanted to entice Qi Sea Ancestor while also targeting Xia Clan's Gu Immortals. Roping in a native force of Eastern Sea would establish their foundation in the future 5 regions chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. The unfortunate thing was that Heavenly Court and Xia Clan's Immortals did not know Wu Shuai and Qi Sea Ancestor were the same person in essence. This was truly a huge secret that would shock the world. Fang Yuan nodded without hesitating. I will never let the Two Heavens Alliance exist in Eastern Sea. I will certainly drive them out and exterminate them thoroughly. Ling raised her hand. In my view, the Two Heavens Alliance has human forces as well. It is just that the Two Heavens Alliance is being firmly controlled by variant humans currently. These human forces are not different from us. We are all humans. We should stick together and unite. So, there is no harm in splitting them first before we take action. Fang Yuan immediately understood the meaning. Could it be that some human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance have already surrendered to you? Ling shook her head. It is not like that. We were able to capture a rank 8 Gu Immortal. She is called Granny Skeleton, the current owner of Shattered Bone Grotto-heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Enchang's words and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance. But halfway in her journey, she was ambushed and captured by Heavenly Court. Naturally, it was Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord who provided this information. Lady Cold Ash wanted to unite the human forces in the Two Heavens and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already made Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord one of her helpers, but she could have never expected Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord to have already sided with Heavenly Court. Granny Skeleton? Fang Yuan paused a bit before asking, is this person here right now? Ling shook her head. My Heavenly Court uses virtuous means. We let her go after persuading her for some time. The eyes of Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder opened wide at these words. He felt some worries regarding Heavenly Court's naivety, but did not speak up. Fang Yuan, however, looked at Ling with deep meaning and smiled. Looks like Granny Skeleton is a crucial character, and the key to tempt her to join us should lie on the Qi Harvest Fruits matter. Ling laughed and raised her cup in praise. Ancestor, you have discerning vision. The issue of the Qi Harvest Fruit appeared in Shattered Bone Grotto-heaven as well. If we can solve this issue, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces. Good plan. If we can rope in these human forces, it would be their loss and our gain. This will be a great blow to the Two Heavens alliance, and there is even a chance they will disintegrate. Those of other races have different motives. The human Gu immortals in the Two Heavens are of the same race as us. As long as we show enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to recruit them. Xia clan's immortals smiled and conversed. Some clapped and laughed. The atmosphere of the banquet became increasingly lively. Fang Yuan had a smile as he observed the Gu immortals' expressions from his seat. If they knew their enemy had already known of their plan before they even implemented it, how would they feel? Fang Yuan's gaze moved around before finally stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although she only cultivates luck path, her leadership is up to standard. At her level, she should have reached the level of being proficient in mimicking other paths too. Ordinary wisdom path rank 8s are also not superior to this. Of course, there is still a large gap between her and Fairy Ziwei. Central Continent. This Qi harvest fruit is mine. Get lost. You wish. The Qi tide had just passed. A group of Central Continent lone immortals was fighting fiercely for around 10 Qi harvest fruits. To Grotto-heavens, the Qi harvest fruits that emerged inside them were a huge calamity. But the Qi harvest fruits that were left behind after the Qi tides were precious treasures coveted by every Gu immortal. It had already been a while since Qi tides appeared. The 5 regions Gu immortals were fully aware of the excellent effect of the Qi harvest fruit. Gu immortals did not need any Qi path attainment. As long as they obtained Qi harvest fruits and crushed them in their aperture, they could greatly improve the harmonization of heaven and earth Qi, thereby gaining freedom of action earlier than other Gu immortals. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snowy ray of light pierced through the skies, shooting towards them. The ray of light was sharp and fierce, shooting right towards a Gu immortal. This Central Continent Gu immortal was only rank 6. He sneered when he saw that the ray of light looked fierce, but only had rank 6 aura. He activated his defensive killer moves. Bam! The ray of light struck the Gu immortal and pierced through him. How? The struck Gu immortal's eyes were wide open, his expression filled with disbelief. Both sides were rank 6, so why was there such a huge gap? Who is it? Could it be Snow Demon? The remaining 2 Central Continent Gu immortals were also rank 6. They were pale with fright when they saw the Gu immortal whom they had been fighting at a deadlock with die immediately. The 2 immediately thought of a mysterious demonic immortal who had emerged recently. This person appeared often to fight for Qi harvest fruits and was very vicious. The 2 retreated quickly, not daring to fight. That snow ray of light ignored them and moved straight towards its goal, looting the Qi harvest fruits. After the snow ray obtained them, it left immediately with extreme vigilance. After moving for a few minutes and using various concealment methods, this snow ray of light stopped in a nameless valley. The snow dissipated and the Gu immortal's appearance was revealed. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? After the Fate War, Bai Ningbing was left outside and was not recalled by Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing temporarily obtained freedom and did not want to return to Fang Yuan's side, choosing to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she was extremely active and had seized many Qi harvest fruits, using them in her immortal aperture. These Qi harvest fruits she obtained would have negligible effects on Fang Yuan's rank 8 Grotto-heaven. But to Bai Ningbing's rank 6 blessed land, the effects were conspicuous. Bai Ningbing originally possessed future self and could achieve peak rank 7 battle strength. But after the Fate War, the lower streams of the River of Time became violent. Future self thus lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's battle strength returned to its original rank 6 level. After I get a few hundred more Qi harvest fruits, I can battle with all my strength for 2 hours. Bai Ningbing used the seized Qi harvest fruits while estimating inwardly. Suddenly, her heart jolted as she sensed something wrong. She immediately shot out of the valley. But it was already late. A purple light barrier trapped her rapidly, directly creating an independent space that was isolated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out. Clap, clap, clap. Following resounding claps, Fairy Ziwei revealed herself. She looked at Bai Ningbing with a smile. You actually sensed me activating this battlefield killer move. Worthy of a genius chosen by Fang Yuan. It's you. Bai Ningbing immediately recognized Fairy Ziwei and her heart sank. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while her strength was only at rank 6. She might still have some hope to resist if she had future self, but the current difference in strength was too big. It made her helpless. Fairy Ziwei fixed her eyes on Bai Ningbing, asking with interest, how did you sense it? I did not see you using any special investigative methods. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice as she replied. It was only an instinct. You already put an ambush beforehand and waited for me to take the bait. Fairy Ziwei chuckled. You took action too many times recently. The clues are all with me, so it is not a difficult thing to deduce when you will make a move and where you will retreat to. Did you actually discover the danger with only your intuition? My Immortal Battlefield Killer move did not leak any aura when it was activated. At this time, another figure appeared not far behind by Ning Bing. It was Old Man Zheng Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan coughed. Lady Ziwei, this is caused by human qi. Although Bai Ning Bing did not use any special investigative method, she has robust human qi. We must have agitated her human qi when we tried to trap her, which made her sense it intuitively. Bai Ning Bing snorted and took on a combat stance. You talk too much. Let's fight, Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's smile became even brighter. You are wrong, Bai Ning Bing. We are not representing Heavenly Court, but Shadow Sect. We did not come to kill you. What? Bai Ning Bing was astonished. You sided with Fang Yuan. Old Man Zheng Yuan chuckled. This junior Fang Yuan stole the position of Shadow Sect's leader. We are representing the true Shadow Sect. Bai Ning Bing's mind shook as she guessed the truth. Spectral Soul has revived? You want to find trouble with Fang Yuan through me? What do you think? Join us. Don't you want to get rid of Fang Yuan and free yourself from all the shackles? Fairy Ziwei enticed. Bai Ning Bing sneered and stared deeply at Fairy Ziwei. Of course I want freedom. But what is the difference between joining you and siding with Fang Yuan? I will be even more restricted with you people than with Fang Yuan. She noticed what was wrong with Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan. They were clearly enslaved by Spectral Soul. Standing with Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing had the feeling of being an ally at least. But if she joined the Shadow Sect in front of her, then she would only be Spectral Soul's slave. Fairy Ziwei nodded. But you don't have a choice, do you? Old Man Zheng Yuan added. Surrender or die. Choose. Bai Ning Bing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded. I will join you. Old Man Zheng Yuan approached and patted Bai Ning Bing's shoulder. This is a wise choice. Relax, we will deal with your information path alliance agreements. But your Dragon Man status is somewhat troublesome. It was Fang Yuan who helped you change that. The Dragon Man method he used probably went through many changes. It will be very difficult to get rid of this within a short period of time. No worries, I am already used to it. Bai Ning Bing said indifferently. She was restricted by Fang Yuan first, then she entered Shadow Sect, and was controlled by Old Man Yin Shi. Later, she returned to Fang Yuan's side again, transforming into the new Dragon Man. Now, she was clamped down by Fairy Ziwei. Bai Ning Bing was right. She was already used to it. Almost at the same time, soul pacifying Grotto-heaven. Aunt, this is the soul core I obtained recently. It is extremely strange. Please appraise it. And Sun respectfully bowed and handed over a soul core. Lady Cold Ash took this soul core and observed it carefully, her expression becoming increasingly strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling which she had never felt before. Just the dark light circulating on the soul core's surface was beyond ordinary. Suddenly, the soul core transformed into dark lightning that struck Lady Cold Ash's face. It quickly infiltrated her body and imprisoned her soul. Lady Cold Ash's body was tense, and when she reacted, she had already fallen to her own relative's trap. And Sun Yu. Lady Cold Ash had been concerned with her nephew and Sun and nurtured him wholeheartedly. She had never expected to be betrayed. Lady Cold Ash struggled before she stood up abruptly, and Sun was given a great fright as he stepped back quickly. But at the next moment, Lady Cold Ash's energy dissipated and sat down again. She groaned as dark light filled her eyes. Soon, she could not struggle anymore and stood up silently. And Sun prostrated on the ground. Subordinate pays respect to master. Spectral Soul's voice came out from Lady Cold Ash's mouth. This body is quite good. I shall use this for now to get close to Wu Shuai. Spectral Soul did not have guts Gu, so he could only devour soul cores and digest them slowly. Over this period of time, he had already recovered some strength and immediately made a move on Lady Cold Ash. After he had succeeded, it meant the whole of soul-pacifying Grotto-heaven had fallen into his hands. Roar! A huge, mountain-like immemorial soul beast with 2 horns on its head was howling. But it was not showing its might and dominance, but madly struggling to flee. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Then, an extremely terrifying absorption force spread out from the palm. There was a whirring sound resembling a wild hurricane as the immemorial soul beast was absorbed completely by the hand within a few breaths of time. The owner of that hand let out a burp. It was the rank 8 soul path expert, owner of soul-pacifying Grotto-heaven, Lady Cold Ash. Her eyes were pitch black and threads of black smoke coiled around her body. After a while, she stopped the killer move. The black smoke around her whole body were restrained, and nothing looked out of place from the outside. But in fact, her body was already possessed by Spectral Soul, and her soul had been devoured. Spectral Soul sighed. I am full again. He got much more freedom with Lady Cold Ash's identity. Over these days, he was actively devouring immemorial soul beasts, increasing and recovering his strength rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not like consuming guts goo after all. Spectral soul needed to digest them. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beasts would corrode his soul, make him lose his rationality, and finally turn into a deformed soul monster. The first choice in strengthening the soul was of course the guts goo from Danghun Mountain. There was no need to digest them, and they could be absorbed almost instantly. The more spectral soul yearned for Danghun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Fang Yuan and kill him. Where exactly did this rascal Fang Yuan go to? Spectral soul thought of Fang Yuan and could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Ziwei had already informed Spectral Soul of the information she had gained from Bai Ningbing. This was great news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Ziwei had found clues of Ying Wu Xie. As long as they got hold of Fang Yuan's subordinates, they would have enough clues to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks and has been missing since the Fate War. His situation must be dismal. This is the best chance to capture him. Spectral Soul had been a venerable. He queried himself and got the conclusion that even when he was at his peak, it would have been a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks, let alone the current Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was strong, but he was not a venerable after all and had a limited understanding of the Heaven Path Dao marks. But I can no longer count on the arrangements I left in the sovereign immortal aperture. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks developed naturally. The hidden arrangements he left behind were essentially Dao marks and were certain to be transformed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. His methods would not be effective after they were transformed. If they were effective, why would Spectral Soul have to go through such trouble to search and capture Fang Yuan's subordinates? He would have already gone to kill Fang Yuan. After half a month, I can devour an immemorial soul beast again to recover my strength. Just as Spectral Soul was planning, he suddenly received a message. Spectral Soul immediately revealed joy. Wu Shuai is convening rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss an important event. Lady Cold Ash is also summoned. Great, Wu Shuai is acquainted with Fang Yuan. He might even be Fang Yuan's clone. I might be able to lure out Fang Yuan's main body if I enslave him. Spectral Soul immediately moved out of soul-pacifying Grotto-heaven under Lady Cold Ash's identity and rushed towards the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and saw Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai was sitting on the main seat while the other people were divided into two rows. On his immediate left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On his right was the recent addition, rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were leaders of various variant human forces. The human Grotto-heaven owners were arranged further back. For instance, Lady Cold Ash's position was almost close to Dragon Palace's door. The political state of the Two Heavens Alliance was clear from these seating arrangements. Variant humans were dominant and had most of the authority, while human Gu Immortals were firmly at a disadvantage. It was not that they did not resist, but they were helpless. After all, Wu Shuai had a Dragon Man identity, and it was natural for him to be closer to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around with killing intent surging in his heart. Sensing her gaze, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord who was standing opposite her nodded slightly, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. This Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him first. This human rank 8 Gu Immortal soul is much more suitable for my recovery. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord thought. This Lady Cold Ash can be used. My contribution regarding Granny Skeleton came from her. After this discussion, I should find her to drink tea and probe her intention. If I can rope her into Heavenly Court's side, my contribution will be even bigger. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, the previous Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope and wanted to unite other human forces to counter the current alliance situation, raising the human forces' position in the alliance. But right now, her plan was already useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. And with Heavenly Court already proceeding to the next plan, that was, to split up the whole Two Heavens Alliance, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord saw his chance to make much more contributions. Just as Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming, Wu Shuai spoke. I think you should all know why I convened everyone this time. That's right, it is about the Qi harvest fruit disaster. Qi harvest fruits have appeared in most of your Grotto-heavens. These Qi harvest fruits absorb the heaven and earth Qi in the Grotto-heaven to strengthen themselves, directly harming the Grotto-heaven's foundation. But ordinary methods cannot get rid of these Qi harvest fruits. A rash move will only harm the Grotto-heaven's foundation. Today, I gathered everyone to try to collectively think of a good solution. After Wu Shuai spoke, the Immortals began to offer their suggestions. Over this period of time, most of them had racked their minds and were completely focused on this problem. These Immortals might lack combat proficiency, but their foundations were instead stable and solid. Thus, they suggested many methods. However, although there were many methods suggested, which were truly effective, no one could guarantee or be certain. None of them cultivated Qi path as their main path. There were a few who cultivated Qi path on the side, but their attainment was low and could not be counted upon. There are many methods. Let's try them one by one. There should be a way to resolve this issue. So, what we need to do is to try these methods continuously. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai summarized and asked. Dragon Palace immediately fell into silence. No one wanted to be the guinea pig. It was extremely crucial to clear up the Qi harvest fruits. It was like a heart surgery, a slight mistake, and it would be the end of the Grotto-heaven. Even if they were fortunate and the Grotto-heaven survived, its foundation would be heavily damaged, and there would be massive losses. These Gu immortals are really pitiful. Fortunately, I have already sided with Heavenly Court. Although Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord showed a worried expression, he was calm. He had been informed by Heavenly Court that they had already found the solution to the Qi harvest fruit issue, so he was not the least bit worried. But in fact, Ding Ling only said that to stabilize Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. It is both hard and easy to resolve the Qi harvest fruit. Spectral Soul naturally knew some methods, but he did not mention them. His current thoughts were filled with how to attack Wu Shuai. He could not make a move now, with so many people present. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was somewhat wary. Dragon Palace, in essence, was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house. Spectral Soul was not afraid about this. What he was worried about were the dream path methods of Dragon Palace. Even Spectral Soul had to be vigilant regarding this. Once he was captured by dreamy light smoke, he would immediately be defeated. Wu Shuai saw the immortals becoming silent for a long while. He already knew their thoughts. He smiled. Since no one is willing to give it a try, we should find other people to try. There are many Grotto-heavens in the two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us and are harboring unfathomable thoughts. The Gu immortals' eyes brightened. They felt the Alliance leader's idea was simply too great. Thereupon, the immortals resounded in agreement. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even bootlicked Wu Shuai. Which Grotto-heaven do you think is suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, various opinions emerged, and a large number of targets were mentioned. The one which was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto-heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu was a human with powerful strength as well as high prestige that allowed him to influence many of the surrounding Grotto-heaven forces. If Wu Shuai could get rid of him and incorporate Profound Literature Grotto-heaven into the Two Heavens Alliance, there would be countless benefits. Profound Literature Grotto-heaven. Xiaobai here will do. In the small path between mountains, Teacher Zhang stopped and spoke to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai showed sadness and reluctance. I was able to survive in the capital city all thanks to Teacher's guidance and help. I will engrave this kindness in my heart and never forget it. But after this separation, I wonder when I can see Teacher again. You. Teacher Zhang sighed and patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder, encouraging him. Although you lost in this world poetry competition, your poems have already spread far and wide. Everyone knows your talent is worthy of the title of a great scholar. Moreover, Su Qihan has already returned. The capital city is the arena for you to display your talents. Go back. Teacher will look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai bid farewell to Teacher Jiang with eyes full of tears. Li Xiaobai rode a horse through the mountain path that was covered with trees while pondering about his future. He lost in the world poetry competition. Although his earlier performances were exceptional, like he had expected, he ran into Teacher Jiang in the later stage. This made Li Xiaobai fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, his morals and character would be criticized, and there would definitely be a tide of hateful remarks. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use his next chance to continue passing through the stages, but he kept on running into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was also helpless. In fact, he also did not want to succeed by stepping on his own student. But he had to grab onto every chance because he had also probed the biggest meaning behind the world poetry competition. Li Xiaobai ran into Teacher Jiang time and again. His hands were tied, and he eventually lost the competition. Although he felt pity about this, Li Xiaobai felt thankful as well. My previous performances were too exceptional and even excessive. If I were to succeed like this, there would definitely be a detailed investigation done on me. Even if I pass the investigation, because I don't have a good background and am not a renowned person, I am very likely to be schemed against. Many people are coveting this opportunity to become an immortal. How could they let it fall into a minor character's hand? The World Poetry Competition selections looked extremely fair, but in fact, where there were people, there would be conflicts of interests and many deals going on behind the scenes. Just look at the list of candidates that passed the World Poetry Competition selection. They were either influential officials or renowned people. Even the so-called dark horses have extraordinary roots and background. It doesn't matter that I am not selected in this world poetry competition. There will be a second selection in the future. Even if there is no second world poetry competition, don't tell me I cannot become an immortal by relying on myself. What smell is this? It is so fragrant. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, a delicate fragrance broke his train of thoughts. This fragrance was really pleasing and smelled like the inky fragrance of a book. Li Xiaobai was immediately curious. How could there be such a fragrance in this mountain's forest? He rode the horse and followed the fragrance to its source. After riding for a while, dense bush blocked the path ahead. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to get off the horse and continue on his feet. The fragrance became increasingly strong as Li Xiaobai moved deep into the forest. He knew he was going in the right direction and was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he brushed aside some leaves and found a pine tree. This pine tree was covered with pine cones, and these pine cones were releasing the dense book fragrance. And on the branch of the tree, there was an exquisite and unique brown tree house. Is someone living here? A mountain hermit. Li Xiaobai carefully approached and called out, I am student Li Xiaobai. I accidentally passed through here and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please don't blame me, sage in the mountain. But there was no sound from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai called out several times, but there was still no reply. Seeing that there seemed to be no one in the treehouse, he walked towards the pine tree. When he reached the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made another discovery. The treehouse was not constructed on the tree, but was integrated into the tree, like it had directly grown from the tree. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to probe, but after circling around the tree, he found that the treehouse was completely integrated, with only windows but no doors. What do I do? Li Xiaobai thought, and subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the bark let out crisp sounds as it transformed. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared around the tree trunk that moved towards the treehouse. And a door appeared on the treehouse as well. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a bit before stepping on the stairs and walking to the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse that were standing against the 3 walls. In the compartments of the bookcases were many gu worms. Book fragrance spreads, talented scholars smell. Book house inheritance shall be left to the fated. At this time, information was transmitted to Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and felt joyous. So this is an information path inheritance. Although it is only a gu master inheritance with no immortal gu, there are various rank 4 and many rank 5 gu worms. There is also detailed cultivation instruction, forming a complete system which suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been improving recently. Looks like my main body has already stabilized the situation. This inheritance was a peak-level gu master inheritance. Not only did it have many gu worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal gu house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored book house and returned back the way he came. He smoothly found his horse and hurried back to the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, 2 figures were standing, one immortal and one mortal. The immortal was Hua Song. The mortal was rank 5 gu master teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the whole process of Li Xiaobai obtaining the inheritance and was extremely grateful. Teacher, many thanks for helping my student. It turned out that Teacher Jiang's teacher was Hua Song. Hua Song smiled. He is your student. According to the relationship, he is my grand disciple. He belongs to our faction. How can I ignore him? When the world poetry competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the stages, but because he ran into you, he chose to limit himself. I had been hoping for you too, teacher and disciple, to succeed in passing the competition, but his luck seems to be quite bad. He ran into you again and again during the crucial rounds and was finally eliminated. I am at fault. Teacher Jiang lowered his head. Ha ha. Hua Song patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. You are really outstanding for being able to teach such a superb student. If this Li Xiaobai had disregarded his teacher for fame and defeated you in front of everyone, I would have punished this kid severely. But he prioritizes this teacher and student relationship. His character is excellent. Although he failed this time, there is no harm in it. It is this child's fortune to be noticed by teacher. Just that. Teacher, why didn't you? Teacher Jiang hesitated. Hua Song sighed. Although I am the host of the world poetry competition, if I were to act in favor of my personal gain, I would be criticized by other gu immortals and lose my reputation in front of old Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young. He lacks tempering. If he suddenly became an immortal, it might lead to misfortune because of this good fortune. He should still continue to accumulate experience in the mortal world. A jade stone is useless if it is not polished. Teacher is right. I was thinking too simplistically. Teacher Jiang wholeheartedly admired his teacher and said excitedly, I understand teacher's effort. Teacher, you don't want me to bear the feeling of guilt, so you gave Li Xiaobai such a great inheritance, right? It is good that you know that. Hua Song smiled. You are my student. You were selected this time and will be nurtured to become an immortal. You must concentrate wholeheartedly and not split your attention because of other matters. Concentrate on cultivation, don't ruin my reputation. Yes, teacher, I will definitely use all my strength. Teacher Jiang cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. Although profound literature Grotto-heaven maintained neutrality and was not willing to participate in any fights, they understood chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in cultivating Gu Immortals. Teacher Jiang and others were handled and given plenty of resources, with many Gu Immortals guiding them personally. Teacher Jiang studied and practiced hard every day, using his time to the fullest. Despite him using all his strength to study, his performance was still at low to mid-level. This showed the talents of this batch's Gu masters. Even the teaching Gu Immortals were secretly pleased. This batch was indeed full of the elites of profound literature Grotto-heaven, and everyone was an excellent Gu Immortal seed. Over half a month passed. Teacher Jiang and the rest welcomed the most crucial moment of their lives, Immortal Ascension. With several teachers protecting us, the success rate of Immortal Ascension is high. Once I become an Immortal, my future will undergo a complete transformation and elevation. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it, and studied with even more effort. However, just as the first among them was about to undergo tribulation, there was an explosion, and the whole of profound literature Grotto-heaven shook fiercely. Following the explosion, an evil dragon with the length of mountain ranges descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto-heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu Immortals appeared in all areas of profound literature Grotto-heaven and attacked at the same time. The flames of war burned everywhere. The place where Teacher Jiang's group was in was given considerable attention. Die! Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace and slammed down. It is Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We can't block it. Retreat. The Gu Immortals who were guarding this place were pale with fright as they retreated. Rumble. Earth quaked and mountains shook. Dust and stones flew everywhere. This learning palace that was arranged meticulously was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the rest could not even dodge and were squashed into pulp, dying miserably. The Gu Immortals who taught them felt their hearts bleeding at this scene. Their weeks of guidance were just about to show results. The greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto-heaven was destroyed all at once by this attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature Grotto-heaven has remained neutral and never created any difficulties for you. But you actually attacked my land and slaughtered innocents. You are too overbearing and sinful. Old Immortal Hua Yu was alarmed and shouted in fury. Wu Shuai laughed heartily inside Dragon Palace. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. Old Immortal Hua Yu, you don't know when to advance or retreat. You don't know what's good for you. I sent messages for you to join time and time again, but you actually made excuses to ignore them. You simply show no regard for me. Today, I will make you and the entire world realize what the outcome of defying my will is. Attack! Attack! Wu Shuai's shout triggered boundless wind and clouds, resounding throughout the Grotto-heaven. Many Gu Immortals in profound literature Grotto-heaven had a change in their expressions, feeling panicked and worried when they sensed Wu Shuai's ferocious might. Profound literature Grotto-heaven had lived in peace for too long and had never experienced such an ordeal. Even the current Grotto-heaven owner, Old Immortal Hua Yu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature Grotto-heaven was an information path Grotto-heaven and was most specialized in gathering all kinds of information and clues, they would definitely detect any invasion in advance. However, Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were completely unaware of this invasion, and Wu Shuai's surprise invasion could even be considered a masterpiece. He was able to teleport his Gu Immortals to various areas of the Grotto-heaven, launching violent attacks at the various important areas in profound literature Grotto-heaven's Gu Immortals. This ambush could be said to be extremely successful. Profound literature Grotto-heaven suffered disastrous losses. Not only did the meticulously selected future potentials like Teacher Jiang perish, even most of the Gu Immortals of profound literature Grotto-heaven were killed. Persevere. This is our home. We cannot lose it. I have already requested for reinforcements. We cannot let these despicable thugs succeed. Old Immortal Hua Yu shouted, slightly stabilizing the morale of the soldiers. He then opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out text characters. These characters were like a storm as they shrouded Dragon Palace with dense frost energy. Immortal Killer Move, Cold Words. The moment Dragon Palace was struck by this move, layers of frost solidified on its surface, which greatly slowed its speed. The frost continued to condense and spread, and in a blink of an eye, was already as tall as an adult's calf. If this went on, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted as he activated his defensive killer move. The frost on Dragon Palace's surface began to melt gradually, and Dragon Palace's power continued to rise, letting out rays of orange light. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Hua Yu, who immediately changed the words he recited and used a movement method. Immortal killer move, quick words. At the next moment, his speed surged and he perfectly dodged the orange light. Immortal killer move, vicious words. Old Immortal Hua Yu spat out tides of characters from his mouth. These purplish-black words were like poison arrows that shot and detonated on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The series of explosions forced Dragon Palace to retreat constantly. At the same time, large amounts of toxic smoke infiltrated Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was seated on the main seat. He did not panic upon seeing this and immediately activated defensive methods to resolve this danger. Old Immortal Hua Yu's reputation was not undeserving. He truly had some skills to be able to confront Dragon Palace without losing his ground. Naturally, this was because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house and was most proficient in the enslavement aspect. Moreover, Wu Shuai did not reveal the 4 dragon generals, although he had already gathered them. What he used normally was the Evil Dragon, which had already become a trump card of Dragon Palace. The Evil Dragon was rampaging. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were killing and looting. Wu Shuai was not in a hurry at all, because the situation was extremely favorable to him. Old Immortal Hua Yu became increasingly anxious as the battle continued. He knew he was already tangled up with Dragon Palace and would have to rely on external force to save profound literature Grotto-heaven from the danger. But could the reinforcements arrive in time? Old Immortal Hua Yu was awaiting the reinforcements, but he knew there was not much hope. Although he had a high reputation and profound literature Grotto-heaven's relationship with the surrounding Grotto-heaven forces was also quite close, but asking these people to reinforce him in fighting against such strong enemies? Old Immortal Hua Yu placed himself in their position and thought. If a surrounding Grotto-heaven was attacked and asked him for reinforcements, and the enemy was the 2 Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals continued to wreak havoc. Flames of battle rose everywhere as living beings were exterminated. Old Immortal Hua Yu, use your trump cards if you have any left. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto-heaven. Ha ha. Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Hua Yu was silent, his expression grim. The aftereffects of their fight harmed everything around them, causing holes to appear in the Grotto-heaven aperture walls, linking the inside to the outside world. Suddenly, Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in fury, "Old geezer, Qi Sea." The moment he finished speaking, boundless Qi currents surged in from outside and gathered into a giant hand. The hand was as large as a mountain as it slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Following which, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in the Grotto-heaven sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. Qi Sea Ancestor. Old Immortal Hua Yu looked up and said with surprise and joy. Qi Sea Ancestor's appearance surprised him, but thinking about it carefully, he felt it was natural. Qi Sea Ancestor was the biggest enemy of Wu Shuai. He would not sit by and watch Wu Shuai leading the 2 Heavens forces to do whatever he pleased. Roar. Dragon Palace moved back while the Evil Dragon took its place. Qi Sea Ancestor, however, held his hands behind his back with no intention to attack. Wu Shuai, stop now. I can let all of you retreat. If we truly fight, your 2 Heavens Alliance will cease to exist. You. Wu Shuai's furious voice came from Dragon Palace. Qi Sea Ancestor. The Evil Dragon stopped. Wu Shuai seemed to be thinking. Old Immortal Hua Yu let out a sigh of relief, looking towards Qi Sea Ancestor with an extremely grateful look. Qi Sea Ancestor did this to preserve profound literature Grotto-heaven and not let it turn into ruins. This was not easy. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were scattered everywhere. Qi Sea Ancestor could take the chance to attack them and deal heavy damage to the 2 Heavens Alliance. But Qi Sea Ancestor did not do this. Instead, he considered profound literature Grotto-heaven. Moreover, prior to this, Old Immortal Hua Yu had never come into contact with Qi Sea Ancestor. Qi Sea Ancestor took such protective action for an outsider like me. He is truly worthy of being a famed expert and the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old Immortal Hua Yu was extremely moved. However, at the next moment, the Evil Dragon attacked and Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi Sea Ancestor, it has been too long since the battle that day. Face my move again. Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable. Old Immortal Hua Yu cursed when he saw Wu Shuai sneak attacking. But Qi Sea Ancestor was smiling as if he was already prepared. Come. Boom. At the next moment, the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace crashed into a firm and solid Qi wall. The Qi wall broke down, but the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also completely exhausted. Old geezer Qi Sea, I am relieved that you are so energetic. We shall battle later. Wu Shuai saw he was unable to gain any progress and started to retreat slowly. Dragon Palace and Evil Dragon left the battlefield and moved out of the Grotto-heaven. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals did not dare to stay any longer and started retreating. They were afraid of Dragon Palace leaving them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai's group arrived fast and left just as quickly, leaving behind flames of war and ruin. Old Immortal Hua Yu did not rush to provide disaster relief and stabilize the situation. Instead, he flew towards Qi Sea, Ancestor, and bowed deeply. Ancestor, you helped us in repelling the enemies. Everyone in profound literature Grotto-heaven is grateful for your kindness. Qi Sea Ancestor smiled brightly as he held old Immortal Hua Yu's hands and pulled him up. We are both humans. It is natural for us to band together and help each other against the variant humans. Old Immortal Hua Yu said with hatred. Wu Shuai is trying to overturn humanity's rule. He is a lunatic and a despicable fellow. He is an enemy of everyone in profound literature Grotto-heaven. We won't rest until he dies. Qi Sea Ancestor nodded. In the current era, chaotic times are coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you realize this. Old Immortal Hua Yu cupped his fists and bowed again. Looking at the immortals in this world, only Ancestor's might and prestige has spread everywhere. Your moral conduct is worthy of being respected. From today onwards, profound literature Grotto-heaven will be at your command. We will listen to your arrangements. Qi Sea Ancestor smiled. Brother Hua Yu, let's join hands in fighting the variant humans. We will protect our homelands and fight for a beautiful future. Profound literature Grotto-heaven. A tea ceremony was in session. Old Immortal Hua Yu sat on the lower seat, while he let Fang Yuan have the main seat. Fang Yuan used Qi Sea Ancestor's identity to talk with the Gu immortals, obtaining first-hand information regarding the part of White Heaven above Eastern Sea. There were not just profound literature Grotto-heaven's Gu immortals who participated in the tea ceremony. After Qi Sea Ancestor repelled the enemies, Gu immortals continued to arrive to reinforce them. These Gu immortals were from the surrounding forces and were late in reinforcing profound literature Grotto-heaven, but old Immortal Hua Yu asked them to stay and join this tea ceremony regardless. Qi Sea Ancestor said frankly. He had already allied with Heavenly Court and wanted to recruit the human forces in the two heavens to fight against Wu Shuai's variant human alliance and defend the righteous path of humanity. Old Immortal Hua Yu was naturally the first to support it. The other forces also responded quite passionately. Many of the Gu immortals even expressed their willingness to join Qi Sea Ancestor's faction to fight Wu Shuai's violent and lawless alliance. Some Gu immortals hesitated, while many others had to report to their superiors to come to a decision. The tea ceremony ended. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result. The first step was important if he wanted to interfere in the two heavens Grotto-heavens. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the two heavens Gu immortals recognized Wu Shuai's might and felt insecure. Everyone realized they could not evade this calamity because even a powerful force like profound literature Grotto-heaven was almost exterminated. If not for Qi Sea Ancestor lending a hand, profound literature Grotto-heaven would have ceased to exist. Chaotic times were coming and no one could stay out of it. Only by stepping on the waves of chaos could they survive and grow stronger. Qi Sea Ancestor needed only slight effort to persuade 5 Grotto-heaven forces. Of course, it would take some more effort to integrate them. And important details like profit distribution and other rules had yet to be finalized. Even so, Qi Sea Ancestor's action had already caused a huge change in the two heavens forces, even affecting the overall situation of the conflict between humanity and the variant human races. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea ceremony ended, he spread this news in treasure, Yellow Heaven. In an instant, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing state of the world and the impending chaos. Some praised Qi Sea Ancestor's righteous move and felt he could shoulder the responsibility to lead humanity. Some were guessing Wu Shuai's next move, and some were thinking of Eastern Sea's political situation. Qi Sea Ancestor was publicly recognized as the most powerful expert in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close with Heavenly Court, how would Eastern Sea's righteous path forces face this relationship? The 5 regional walls were gone. The independent 5 regions merged into one. Changes in any one side could change the whole situation of the 5 regions. Every move of an expert with an identity and status like Qi Sea Ancestor could deeply influence the whole world. Eastern Sea, Shun Clan. Are there still no clues on Ancestor Shunshang's whereabouts? Shun Tsongsheng sighed. I don't blame you. Qi tides are appearing everywhere. Divine Emperor City is a very tightly protected area. A Shun Clan Gu immortal asked. First Supreme Elder. Qi Sea Ancestor has already allied with Heavenly Court now. They even handed over the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. What should we do? Shun Tsongsheng replied. I have already discussed this with Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and other First Supreme Elders. Qi Sea Ancestor is our Eastern Seas expert. He cannot be recruited by Heavenly Court. Every clan will take out a portion of cultivation. resources from their treasuries, and gather them into a big gift to build a good relationship with Ancestor. Shin Clan's Gu Immortal nodded, not objecting to it. Qi Sea Ancestor was the most valuable existence to rope in. Besides his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi Path. Currently, Eastern Sea super forces were thinking of developing Qi Path, and they would have double the results if they could get Qi Sea Ancestor's help in this aspect. Fang Yuan put on a great show before. Everyone in Gu Immortal World thought Qi Sea Ancestor liked to give guidance and support the younger generation. This made Eastern Sea's super forces feel there was a high possibility in this matter. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Gong's expression was dark. We are willing to pay such a huge price, but Heavenly Court still doesn't want to release Fang Dichong. One of the gathered Fang Clan Gu Immortals said, First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Heavenly Court is not sincere at all. They are just stalling for time and fooling us. Humph. Fang Gong slammed his right fist on the table. He was furious, but helpless. In the Fate War, Fang Clan's losses were the largest. Not only did they lose Divine Being Palace, even their strategist Fang Dichong was captured by the enemy, and there was no news of him until now. Fang Clan naturally thought Fang Dichong was captured by Heavenly Court. Thereupon, they secretly contacted Heavenly Court and wanted to pay a huge price to redeem Fang Dichong. But Heavenly Court had all along been stalling their request. Fang Dichong was extremely important to Fang Clan. Without him, Fang Clan would be without a strategist. After Fang Clan refined Divine Being Palace, they had the possibility of raising their status and becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But Divine Being Palace and Fang Dichong were gone, destroying Fang Clan's dream of becoming the leader. Fang Gong was in a very bad mood, especially after hearing of Qi Sea Ancestor's actions. Qi Sea Ancestor has already begun to lead Eastern Sea, but me? Fang Clan. We are just stagnating at the same spot. Sigh. Fang Gong felt helpless. The only thing that gave him some joy was that Fang Dichong had already prepared for the future and had passed on Fang Clan's wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yuan. Since Heavenly Court is not willing to release Fang Dichong, we can only prioritize on cultivating Fang Yuan. Fang Gong made the decision. They could not wait any longer. Time waits for no one. Cultivating a Gu Immortal, especially a competent wisdom path Gu Immortal, required a long time. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling looked at the intel and smiled, muttering to herself. Fang Clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to buy back Fang Dichong. If they knew Fang Dichong was already replaced and is now Fang Yuan's clone, what would they feel? Heavenly Court already knew of Fang Dichang's identity. The current Divine Emperor city was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Dingling of this. Although Fang Dichong was sealed in Divine Being Palace's painting, he had a portion of the authority and was resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus will could do nothing about it. But it will be over soon. Qin Dingling smiled. That earlier batch of Gu Immortal seeds we sent in are developing extremely well. They already possess strength to defeat Fang Dichong. As long as we capture him, we can use the close connection between him and Fang Yuan to search for the location of Fang Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fang Yuan's main body. Heavenly Court was doing the same as well. Qin Dingling knew Fang Yuan was in a poor state currently, and it was the best time to kill Fang Yuan. If they could kill Fang Yuan, not only would it restore Heavenly Court's reputation, there would even be enormous spoils of war. Be it the various inheritances on Fang Yuan, his Gu worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and so on, they were all things Heavenly Court wanted. Qin Dingling was taking control of Heavenly Court in place of Fairy Ziwei. Although she was only a luck path Gu Immortal, she tried her best and was busy every day. Her hard work was showing results. Internally, Heavenly Court was leading the 10 great ancient sects, actively cultivating talents and recovering their strength. Externally, Heavenly Court was allying with Eastern Sea. They roped in Qi Sea Ancestor first, but the price was half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. They would soon capture Fang Dichong, and their hopes of capturing Fang Yuan's main body were even higher than Spectral Soul. Everything will get better. My Heavenly Court is, and will continue to be the supreme leader of humanity. The white sand fell on the ground and immediately melted into puddles of milk that seeped into the ground. Blop blop. Air bubbles rose from the ground. The beans buried under the ground devoured the milk and grew rapidly. In 3 minutes, Fang Dichong expended the small amount of rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The barren land became extremely fertile and green bean sprouts broke out of the ground surface. Again, Fang Dichong took out a snow path immortal material. The immortal material was thrown to the air and was digested by Divine Emperor City, turning into broken lightning rays that covered the whole bean field. The broken lightning slightly touched the tender bean sprouts and agitated their growth potential, the bean sprouts began growing with a visible speed. Continue. After the lightning rays dissipated, Fang Dichang took out the third immortal material. Time continued to pass. About 3 days and 3 nights later, Fang Dichang slowly stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were standing in rows, silent and still like statues as they waited for Fang Dichang's orders. Fang Dichang sighed, thinking, "This is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. My immortal materials are basically all spent." As a clone of Fang Yuan, after Fang Dichang was schemed by Genesis Lotus Will, he had been trapped in the painting. Over this period of time after the Fate War, he had been waiting for his main body to rescue him while using all his strength to accumulate troops. But even by now, the main body had not come to save him. Fang Dichang could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting, unable to contact the main body and even unable to access treasure Yellow Heaven. But he had refined Divine Being Palace, so he still held a portion of the authority. This was the reason Genesis Lotus was unable to do anything to him in a short period of time. Fang Dichang used this authority to borrow Divine Bean Palace's strength in cultivating Divine Bean soldiers. He was constantly accumulating Divine Bean soldiers, and now, their size had already reached an enormous scale. It is time, move out, invade and seize control of all the paintings. Fang Dichang gave a command without any hesitation. The Divine Bean soldier army began to set out. They split into countless divisions as they moved towards the edge of the painting and invaded other painting worlds. Outside Emperor City was a large farmland. Wheat billowed in the autumn wind and many farmers were harvesting them. This year is an abundant year. Yes, every family has made good harvests. What is this noise? The farmers were talking happily when they suddenly heard strange sounds and were bewildered. A group of over 300 Divine Bean soldiers charged into this painting world. They discovered these farmers and behaved like sharks that smelled blood. They moved extremely quickly and killed anyone they saw. Run! There are monsters, run! Spare me! Spare! Guh! Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer's head and body were separated, falling into a pool of blood. Divine Bean soldiers killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. At another painting outside of Emperor City, it was spring and the scenery was beautiful. A large group of scholars, students, and young ladies went for an outing. In the midst of their joyful talks, several Divine Bean soldiers appeared suddenly, causing the girls to scream. They dare to offend our young ladies. What are these things? The scholars and students looked curiously as the guards surrounded the Divine Bean soldiers. The Divine Bean soldiers began to attack. The guards were already on guard, so the battle went to a standstill. These strange things have bad intentions. Where did these things come out from? Forget that. Let's talk after killing them first. The scholars and the students cooperated with the Gu Master Guards and attacked, killing these Divine Bean soldiers without wasting much energy. But soon, an army of 1,000 Divine Bean soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards, scholars, and students were unable to resist. After a bitter struggle, most of them were killed and stepped on mercilessly by the Divine Bean soldiers, while a small portion retreated from this painting world and managed to survive. Each Divine Bean soldier had extraordinary strength and was at least of desolate beast level, but in the painting world, they had to follow its rules, where the gap between immortal and mortal was minuscule. Moreover, Divine Bean soldiers were transported to other painting worlds randomly, so their scales were not equal. Fang Dichang made a heavy attack, but the Divine Bean soldier army was scattered everywhere and engaged in their respective invasions. Thus, some Divine Bean soldiers made good progress, some met strong resistance, while some were directly annihilated by the Gu Masters in the painting world. Even so, Fang Dichang soon revealed a satisfied smile. My guess was right. Divine Bean Palace's paintings are connected with Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, my Divine Bean soldiers originated from Divine Bean Palace and are of the same origin as the whole of Divine Emperor City, so they can move out. The more painting worlds these Divine Bean soldiers occupy, the more control I will have over Divine Emperor City. After gaining a certain amount of control, I can even go a step further and suppress Genesis Lotus Will, becoming the owner of Divine Emperor City. Fang Dichang's huge move this time made the Gu immortal seeds, sent by Heavenly Court into Divine Emperor City's painting world, gather and discuss a plan. What is going on with these Divine Bean soldiers? Chen Dejiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were red. I also don't know. These monsters appeared and began killing wantonly. They are extremely vicious. Those pitiful beggars and homeless people were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter, or maybe it is a test. Tang Ruqi guessed. Ing Shengji frowned. I killed many Divine Bean soldiers, but I have not made any gains until now. Wei Wushang analyzed calmly. Divine Being soldiers are a product of Divine Being Palace. According to rumors, Gu Immortals can raise these Wood Path soldiers in a large scale in Divine Being Palace. When it is time to battle, the Gu Immortal can release them to fight the enemies. Previously, when Divine Being Palace was with Western Desert, they scattered a large number of Divine Being soldiers to fight our central continent's 10 great ancient sections. So what is the reason behind these Divine Being soldiers' sudden appearance? Zhao Shuyi asked. Wei Wuxiang shook his head. I don't know. It has been some time since we arrived here, but the painting world here is too vast and profound. We don't know a lot of its secrets. What is the point of trying to figure out the reason? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. Ah, it is Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth of the matter? These Gu Immortal seeds asked one after the other. They thought highly of Xiao Qixing because he had the best progress among them. He mixed into the military faction and continued to advance in ranks, and was already a junior officer now. Xiao Qixing said, I don't care about the reason behind these Divine Being soldiers' appearance. I only know the higher-ups have sent the order to mobilize the army to exterminate these Divine Being soldiers. This time, I am leading my troops alone and need assistance. We will cooperate and kill these Divine Being soldiers. There will definitely be rewards after the battle. It is fine with me. These monsters should be killed, Chen Dejiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These Divine Being soldiers are too vicious. They are simply disregarding human lives. I will take revenge for those pitiful beggars and homeless people. Count me in too. Zhao Shuyi also expressed her stance. Soon, all of these Gu Immortals agreed and temporarily joined Xiao Qixing as his subordinates. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily. He was pleased and proud with this huge increase in strength and manpower. Move out. Let us kill these Divine Being soldiers. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. In the vast plaza, Xiao Qixing led a large group of troops and was facing a group of Divine Being soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Being soldiers was bigger than Xiao Qixing's side. How do we fight them? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the Divine Being soldiers charged. Xiao Qixing stopped his side from attacking and smiled. Everyone, please stay put for now and look at how I fight them. Saying this, Xiao Qixing flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large amount of Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu worms fell to the ground and turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers. A few clearly looked like elites, and an extremely small number of them looked much more brave and valiant. These are Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Lieutenant Gu. Gu Ting narrowed his eyes. They should be. Wei Wuxiang counted roughly. There are over 500 of them. Looks like Xiao Qixing progressed really well in the military camp to be able to accumulate so many human path Gu worms. Formation. Xiao Qixing shouted while activating arrow formation Gu. These soldiers immediately gathered. Captains led lieutenants, lieutenants led sergeants, and sergeants led soldiers. And the entire army formed a giant arrow that rushed head-on towards the incoming Divine Being soldiers. Charge! Xiao Qixing's army roared loudly. On the contrary, the Divine Being soldiers were silent like there was no life. The two sides were like colliding waves which began to mix into each other. Xiao Qixing's gaze was like lightning as he put all his attention on controlling his troops. In the chaotic battle, his troops were further divided, but they always maintained the most basic military formation. On the contrary, the Divine Being soldiers were a messy and disordered group. After the initial stalemate, the situation began to slowly fall into Xiao Qixing's grasp. Once he occupied the upper hand, this advantage snowballed and soon, it turned into absolute dominance. Finally, Xiao Qixing's side won a complete victory with all Divine Being soldiers killed off. How is it? Xiao Qixing returned with victory and showed off to the other Gu Immortal seeds. Zhao Shuyi rolled his eyes, not bothering to reply. Brother Xiao is truly amazing. Chen Dejiang raised his thumb. Ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chen Dejiang, if you had walked the same path as me back then, you would also have such accomplishments today. We should continue. We have only cleared up one painting. Wei Wuxiang said. Don't be careless. These soldiers are only yellow being divine soldiers. They are the most basic type of Divine Being soldier. Gu Ting said. They continued to march forward and fight Divine Being soldiers. After a while, they arrived at the most flourishing street of Divine Emperor City. Divine Being soldiers were wantonly killing the people in the city, and it was a scene of chaos. Sun Yao's eyes turned red with fury. The first time she entered here, she had arrived at this street and enjoyed its flourishing scenes. She had never expected such a beautiful scene to be completely destroyed by the Divine Being soldiers. Everywhere was littered with corpses and blood flowed into a river. This will need everyone's assistance. Xiao Qixing was modest for once. The paths are narrow and vision is not clear. My troops won't be able to move properly. The other Gu Immortal seeds had no objections as they charged to the front lines and attacked. Xiao Qixing stayed at the rear. observing the situation while controlling the soldiers to move forward. He was deeply aware that he came to compete for Genesis Lotus true inheritance. These Gu masters beside him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This was the best opportunity to gain information about these people. These Gu master elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were indeed extraordinary. Shaoqi, Xing had made a lot of progress. These Gu masters were also not any inferior. Ing Shengji continuously took out Dr. Gu, which took human forms, and saved people everywhere. Chunda Jiang went through the outer gate. A group of officers moved around him as he joined the front lines with a long sword and a steel chain. Sun Yao gave a bigger surprise to Shaoqi Xing. 3 female dancers moved around her. Their long sleeves fluttered in the wind and weakened the divine bean soldiers. Moreover, Sun Yao also held a human path killer move, joy in helping people. This move strengthened her allies. As for Wei Wuxiang, he appeared and disappeared as he moved in the chaotic battle like a fish in water. This guy has already mastered Thief Gu. Shaoqi Xing realized. These elites immediately shone brightly the moment they made their moves. Shaoqi Xing also felt heavy pressure as he warned himself. I really cannot underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for 5 minutes before the whole street was cleared. Without staying any longer, Shaoqi Xing's group marched towards other paintings once again. The divine bean soldiers in their path were all annihilated. Naturally, they were not the only group who were counterattacking. The warriors in the painting worlds also organized many groups and participated in the battle, killing the divine bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed among other groups. They were secretly conversing. These divine bean soldiers are really odd. There are so many types of them. The 10 great ancient sects members have also grown. We need to conceal ourselves and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. At this moment, their accumulation far surpassed the Central Continent elites, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only move secretly. After all, the 5 regions world was the main world. Once they were discovered by Heavenly Court, the situation would become a mess. The counterattacking groups became faster the more they killed. Their efficiency was increasing continuously and casualties were reducing. After they had sufficient experience, they completely saw through the types of divine bean soldiers. Yellow bean divine soldiers were only cannon fodder. Green bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows. Red bean soldiers could self-detonate. Black bean soldiers had the greatest defense. After understanding the characteristics of the different divine bean soldiers, they began to launch targeted attacks. These divine bean soldiers were far weaker than their external appearance. The counterattacking groups continued to gain victories and seized back more territories. Finally, they gathered on the city walls of Divine Emperor City. There was an ocean of divine bean soldiers outside the city walls. Shaoqi Xing could not help taking in a sharp breath when he saw this. The enemy force was overwhelming. It was not something their group could handle. They could only have a chance of defending the city by allying with other groups. Divine bean soldiers rushed forward without any formation. Shaoqi Xing's group attacked with long-range skills from top of the city walls. Divine bean soldiers were like ants as they began climbing the city walls. The ones guarding the city staked their lives to counterattack, not retreating a step. The whole battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. Large amounts of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Shaoqi Xing collapsed and sat weakly on the ground. His snowy white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Cheers spread continuously in the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of divine bean soldiers was completely exterminated by them. Victory was assured. Next would be to clear up the remaining small groups of divine bean soldiers in every painting. Wait a second. We seem to be able to walk out of Divine Emperor City. We can follow the path the divine bean soldiers took and attack their base. When they were clearing up the battlefield, many made a big discovery. The troops began to gather once again and battled their way to Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of divine bean soldiers around him. So you are the main culprit behind all these. You are going to pay for your sins. Why? Why do you need to kill these innocent people? What grudge do you have against them? Emotions surged, but Shaoqi Xing's group glanced at each other and moved towards the rear silently. So the cause of the divine bean soldier calamity was him. He is a Gu immortal of Fang clan, Fang Dichang, who had once refined divine bean palace. I did not expect him to still be alive, and he is creating chaos in the painting world. Don't tell me, did our sects send us here to get rid of him? Strange, why didn't Heavenly Court attack and kill Fang Dichang directly? Maybe this is a test for us. Or maybe we can only deal with him while following the rules of the painting world. Shaoqi Xing's group conversed quickly. Their expressions were extremely serious. They were the ones chosen and nurtured by their respective sects. Thus they had a lot of information about the Gu immortal world. They had detailed information about the participants of the Fate War. Kill. Take revenge for our friends and family. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. The Gu masters of the painting world attacked Fang Dichang. A bunch of trash. Fang Dichang stood at the center and commanded his troops calmly. The divine being soldiers beside him changed their formation and moved smoothly like water. The cooperation between the various types of soldiers was extremely smooth and fluid. Instantly, the warriors of the painting world suffered heavy casualties. Xiao Qixing's group was also shocked. The scale of these divine being soldiers is quite small. How could they have such results? With a Gu Immortal commanding them, they are completely different from before. What should we do? Battle or retreat? Fight. We have numbers on our side. Fang Dichang might be strong, but the gap between us is not the gap between immortal and mortal. We have a high chance of success. Slaughter the immortal. Someone shouted the slogan, which made Xiao Qixing's group extremely excited. The moment they joined in the battle, the Gu masters in the front lines felt like they had received strong reinforcements. In fact, not only them, even Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battle, helping out secretly. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. Under his command, the divine being soldiers' formation kept on changing while being extremely stable. Xiao Qixing's group battled hard for a long time, but to their horror, they discovered that the casualty difference between the enemy and their side had reached a terrifying level. There were only negligible losses to the divine being soldiers. What should we do? An immortal is still an immortal in the end, let alone when Fang Dichang is a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Xiao Qixing's group's morale fell sharply, and they had the thought of retreating, not daring to fight with Fang Dichang. But at this time, Fang Dichang's body shook suddenly as he coughed a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly and looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Genesis Lotus Will, you couldn't endure it, and took action after all. Fang Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. His control over the divine being soldiers was no longer as smooth as before. Xiao Qixing's group immediately felt the pressure on them reducing sharply. They were surprised and happy as they attacked once again. Fang Dichang's divine being soldiers continued to fall till they were all annihilated. Fang Dichang had no choice but to attack personally. He rampaged through the army, killing everyone in his path with no one being able to rival him. This did not last long. His condition continued to deteriorate as he began to receive injuries. After some more time, Fang Dichang was soaked in blood and started to stagger. To think that I, Fang Dichang, would actually die in such a place. Fang Dichang shouted in sadness as he self-detonated resolutely. Boom. The Gu masters surrounding him were wiped out with no intact corpses. After a short period of shock, the surviving Gu masters shouted in joy. We won. We finally killed the demon. Sob. Father, mother, I have avenged you. Xiao Qixing's group was also excited, and their faces were flushed red. We killed an immortal. We succeeded in slaughtering the immortal. Xiao Qixing's group strolled along the streets. The huge battle had just ended. The flourishing and bustling street had turned into a scene of desolation, with no pedestrians moving around. Even if there were, they were mostly injured ones. Fang Dichang is not worthy of being in Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered innocents and caused many deaths. Letting him die like this is really letting him go easy. Chen Dejiang said hatefully. Ing Shengji sighed as he added. Yes, this was once a place filled with rich vitality. You guys are truly funny. Wei Wushang laughed. This is only a painting world. It is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are not real existences. No matter how many are dead or injured, after a few years, it will be restored back to normal. Yes, compared to these things, I am more curious about the rewards the sects will give us. Gu Ting said. Xiao Qixing's eyes brightened. We killed an immortal as mortals, and even got rid of the hidden disaster in Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only our sects, even Heavenly Court should personally reward us, right? Ha ha. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and was inwardly pleased. He had the best performance and had contributed the most in putting down the divine being soldiers and eliminating Fang Dichang. In terms of rewards based on contribution, he would be at the top. In an alley which the group passed by, two beggars were sitting at a corner, looking at everything with indifference. The behaviors of these 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortal seeds naturally fell into these two beggars' view. I owe my thanks to you, Brother Shan. One beggar transmitted his voice. The other beggar laughed. Should I address you as Fang Yuan or Fang Dichang? The other beggar replied. I am only a clone, and strictly speaking, I can't even be considered a clone now. I am only a remnant will. So, you don't need to address me as Fang Yuan. As for Fang Dichang, he is already dead, having died by self-detonation. I am a nameless person now, just a lowly beggar remains. Xin Shang's eyes shone. You are too modest. Even without me, you were already prepared to use death to escape. The other beggar nodded, not denying it. In my previous plan, if I could occupy and seize the painting worlds with the divine being soldiers, it would have been the best result. But the chance for this was not high. By preempting the actions to take after defeat, I was naturally prepared for everything. Self-detonation destroyed my body and soul, but this will was secretly left behind. Pausing for a moment, Fang Yuan's will continued. I have to thank you for your help regardless. If I relied on just my methods, there is a high probability of Genesis Lotus will discovering me. But with you shielding me, it is a completely different case. Xinshang, your human path attainment continues to grow by the day. Xinshang chuckled. That is true. Since the Fate War, after I deciphered the venerable human path killer moves, my human path attainment rose quite a bit. And after I arrived in this painting world, I acted as a beggar, observing and experiencing life, which gave me a lot of insight. A beggar has a beggar's advantage. Beggars stand at the lowest level of society. They can observe the attitudes of people, experience kindness and harshness, feel hunger and fullness, warmth and cold. Xinshang then changed the topic, asking, what do you plan to do now? Leave here or continue to stay? Fang Yuan's will did not hesitate. I am unable to leave here. Even if only a will remains of me now, it has only temporarily escaped the observation of Genesis Lotus will and has not grasped a way to leave. What about you? Xinshang also shook his head. I also haven't found the method to leave. I have already secretly checked those Gu immortal seeds of the 10 great ancient sections. They are able to enter and exit here because they have obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus will. But I believe that as long as I continue to stay in hiding and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate and attain a qualitative change. By that time, I can find a method to leave this place. Fang Yuan's will look deeply at Xinshang. He could see Xinshang was happy to stay in here. However, when Fang Yuan thought of it, it was also not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had made this huge move. He created a special small world to develop human path. Over here, human path was supreme and other paths were secondary. Human path had the greatest development while other paths had little progress. At the same time, this world followed the rules of the mortal world. There was an insignificant gap between immortals and mortals, which was more beneficial for the development of human path. Moreover, the inside and outside were separated. When outsiders came here, they would be isolated from the 5 regions and could not even connect to treasure Yellow Heaven. This stopped information from spreading outside or entering and corrupting the people here. Thus, it created an isolated sacred land of human path. Xinshang primarily cultivated human path. In here, he was like a gluttonous monster that saw absolutely rare delicacies. He was like a fish in water and even felt deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuan's will was currently possessing a body. It was created from Xinshang's beggar Gu. He had 2 choices in front of him now. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him. The other was to cultivate alongside Xinshang and use Xinshang's strength to get free. All the information concerning the divine being soldier Calamity was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang died by self-detonation? Qin Dingling frowned. This result somewhat disappointed Qin Dingling. She had been hoping to capture this clone of Fang Yuan alive, and through him, deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan's clone to resolutely kill himself, but this also conforms to Fang Yuan's vicious personality. Qin Dingling did not hold much doubts. If we could capture him alive, that would have been better. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. Unfortunately, these Gu immortal seeds have not grown enough and were unable to grasp the opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing's group thought they made important contributions by slaughtering an immortal, but in her mind, Qin Dingling reviewed it poorly. However, even so, Qin Dingling decided to reward these Gu immortal seeds heavily. They were important cultivation targets after all. After dealing with the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling put her attention on Eastern Sea's conflict once again. Eastern Sea's conflict was the clash between humans and variant humans. One side was led by Qi Sea Ancestor while the other was led by Wu Shuai. They had fought several times in the immemorial 2 heavens as well as sea areas of Eastern Sea, and the battles were becoming increasingly fierce. After Qi Sea Ancestor saved profound literature Grotto-heaven, he united several Grotto-heaven forces in the 2 heavens. Although Wu Shuai was defeated, he was not willing to show any weakness. On one hand, he gathered the forces of the 2 heavens that joined him. On the other hand, he ambushed and invaded those Grotto-heaven forces that wanted to wait and see. Wu Shuai's direction was extremely clear and blunt. Before attacking the 5 regions, he must clean up the 2 heavens to stabilize their base. On one hand, this was because the distance between the 2 heavens Grotto-heavens was short and they could dispatch troops easily. If Wu Shuai ignored this, when the main army was outside in the future, the Grotto-heavens only needed to pose an attack, and it could cause Wu Shuai's army to end up losing their home ground. On the other hand, Qi harvest fruits of various sizes had appeared in Grotto-heavens of Wu Shuai's subordinates. Every time Wu Shuai attacked another Grotto-heaven, he would test the variant human Gu Immortal suggestions to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side was in dire need of such trial and error. Because of Wu Shuai's violent strategy, more and more human forces in the two heavens sought Qi Sea Ancestor's protection. Qi Sea Ancestor defended the Grotto-heavens while integrating various forces. But on the whole, they were still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's two heavens alliance was strengthening at a much faster speed than Qi Sea Ancestor's. He was actively protecting the variant humans' benefits, which caused increasingly more variant human Grotto-heavens to join him. In the two heavens, variant human Grotto-heavens were much larger in numbers than human Grotto-heavens. The final batch of variant human forces who adopted the thought of waiting and seeing took the initiative to side with Wu Shuai. On one hand, they were forced to because of the situation. On the other hand, if they did not surrender, there was no hope in resolving the hidden danger of the Qi harvest fruits in their Grotto-heavens. Wu Shuai's prestige soared, but the Qi harvest fruits issue was still troubling him. The two heavens alliance tested many methods, but they had all failed in eliminating Qi harvest fruits. Over at Qi Sea Ancestor's side, the progress in researching the mysteries of Qi harvest fruit was also quite slow. Wu Shuai's and Qi Sea Ancestor's sides fought frequently, but there were not many casualties. It was because both sides were not focused on eliminating the other side, but on clearing up the danger of the Qi harvest fruits. The one who knows the most about the mysteries of the Qi harvest fruit is probably Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Unfortunately, my strength is restrained at present and unable to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed in pity. He had already resolved the huge problem of Heaven's will, but he still had no clue as to how to refine Heaven Path down marks. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who Fang Yuan was thinking about, had currently arrived at Western Desert. It should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew low and searched everywhere. He did not succeed in borrowing Gu from Qi Sea Ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal Gu. And on this search, he found several Qi Path Immortal Gu. These Qi Path Immortal Gu were mostly wild Immortal Gu. They were naturally born after enormous Qi tides. As for the rest, they were looted from other Gu Immortals. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not go overboard. He only looted Qi Path Immortal Gu and spared the Gu Immortals. Moving and stopping along the way, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path Immortal Gu is near here. Just as Demon Immortal Qi Ju was mumbling, a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared within his investigative range. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Red Heart Traveler. Seeing this Gu Immortal, who was wearing a headband and a green robe, having a tall and powerful stance and handsome appearance, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's mind shook. That Qi Path Immortal Gu I deduced, could it be on this person? The moment this thought emerged, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked. With a loud sound, a giant white Qi hand moved to catch Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time that Demon Immortal Qi Ju discovered Red Heart Traveler, Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had Heavenly Court's first-hand information on Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Seeing the white Qi hand fly towards him, Red Heart Traveler's heart jumped, and he quickly evaded. Red Heart Traveler was a Heavenly Court Gu Immortal and the previous Demon Judgment Board leader. He was very strong. During the Fate War, he came to Western Desert and disguised as a Blood Path demonic immortal, attracting the attention of many super forces of Western Desert's righteous path, thus restraining a large number of hostile forces for Central Continent. Looking at the whole of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost any Western Desert Gu Immortal. But right now, his opponent was Demon Immortal Qi Ju, one of the strongest Gu Immortals in the present age. Red Heart Traveler was well aware that he was not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match. The gap was too large, and the loser of this battle was certain to be him. So Red Heart Traveler retreated without any hesitation. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw a lump of blood-red light emerge behind Red Heart Traveler's head, after which the latter's speed increased sharply and was able to dodge his Qi hand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju exclaimed slightly, mumbling inwardly, "Blood Path again? It seems like Blood Path is very prolific in this age." Demon Immortal Qi Ju was naturally not willing to let go of Red Heart Traveler so easily, so he gave chase. One chased, and one fled. They had soon traveled over 10,000 li. To his surprise, Demon Immortal Qi Ju discovered his main movement method was actually unable to catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Naturally, he was not left behind in the dust either. I have already modified my movement method, but I am still unable to catch up to this person. Who is this person? A rank 8 Blood Path Gu Immortal. Demon Immortal Qi Ju searched his memories and gradually found some clues. He had previously soul-searched Qing Hui Zi and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity was not exposed, but he created havoc in Western Desert, and with the sensitive identity of a rank 8 blood path expert. Information regarding him was already spread in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and every Gu immortal in the world had learned of it. After chasing for some more time, Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly shouted, "Where exactly are you running to?" His preparation was finished. He activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler immediately felt the surrounding Qi currents engulf him, severely affecting his speed. He sighed inwardly. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's moves were majestic and powerful. Milky white Qi currents surged like a tsunami with unstoppable might. When they truly fought, there was no surprise. Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantage. But his methods also were not weak. Blood-red lights spread and blood-red flowers bloomed. There was no evil feeling. On the contrary, they were warm and righteous as they defended him. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might, but in just several rounds, his whole body was soaked with sweat. He sighed internally. As expected of a monster that was recorded in history, he is too strong. Red Heart Traveler felt he was like a small boat that was using all its strength to dodge and delay for time under the tidal wave-like attacks of Demon Immortal Qi Ju. After several more rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time, there was suddenly a beast roar. An immemorial desolate beast drilled out from the desert and went for a surprise attack on Demon Immortal Qi Ju from behind. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was caught off guard, but he did not panic. He waved his hand, and a mountain-like giant Qi hand slammed into the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be struck by the giant hand, it suddenly let out bright light and transformed into an immemorial swallow that shot towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju like a black arrow. So it is a transformation path, Gu Immortal. Haha, interesting. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was slightly surprised. He praised while he fought against this immortal. The aid was from 9 Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler had come to Western Desert together to help each other out. With her reinforcement, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned better. He managed to escape from the horrible outcome of death. We can't fight for long. This old demon is truly terrifying. We are not his match. We are only able to resist him now because he is not familiar with our methods yet. Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted his voice. He had fought Demon Immortal Qi Ju and felt the terror of an expert at the peak of the present age. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was unable to get rid of him because he had resurrected not long ago and had yet to completely adapt to the changes. If they truly fought, it was only a matter of time before Heavenly Court's 2 immortals were killed by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. I have an idea, follow me. 9 Spiritual Fairy transmitted her voice, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Qi Ju chased after the 2 immortals all the way to a desert. 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly transformed into an immemorial desolate beast and held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth before plunging into the desert. Demon Immortal Qi Ju snorted coldly. Foolish action. With a clap of his hands, heaven and earth shook. Milky white Qi current slammed the desert surface like a tsunami. The surrounding 100 li of desert was forcibly pressed down to over 10 feet deep. 9 Spiritual Fairy let out a muffled groan as she suffered heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly used healing methods on her. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not dare to return to fighting and concentrated only on moving deeper into the ground. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was just about to plunge into the desert and continue chasing when he suddenly heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast flew out of the nearby desert ground. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape and looked quite furious. It had a tortoise shell for tiger paws, dragon tail, snake neck, and a human head. Its head was full of disheveled hair, and its eyes were letting out ominous light and fury. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast with many immortal Gu. Oh, you found Qingqiu. Seeing Demon Immortal Qi Ju tangled with the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler exclaimed in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Qingqiu. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fang clan, Qingqiu left Divine Bean Palace and hid itself in some areas. But in the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City had merged into one, and Genesis Lotus was in control of it. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Heavenly Court. Not only did Qin Dingling know of Fang Dichang's true identity, she also obtained information on Qingqiu. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Qingqiu for so many years. Genesis Lotus will had an extremely high understanding of it and knew of a secret method to find it. Ding Ling obtained this secret method and secretly commanded 9 spiritual fairy to search for Qing Chou and subdue it. Qing Chou was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had a natural ability to recognize everything related to spectral soul. If Heavenly Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fang Yuan, they could even deal with spectral soul. It could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 spiritual fairy had found Qing Chou's location not long ago, but her strength was insufficient and she had no confidence in succeeding. When Red Heart Traveler ran into Demon Immortal Qi Ju, she thought of a plan to lure Demon Immortal Qi Ju into fighting with Qing Chou. Amazing, like this, we can watch from the sidelines and even possibly benefit from their conflict. Red Heart Traveler smiled. Qing Chou is not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match. We need to observe the situation before making a decision. 9 spiritual fairy talked while moving deeper into the ground. The further away they were from the battlefield, the better. However, beyond the expectations of Heavenly Court's 2 immortals, Demon Immortal Qi Ju felt something amiss and breathed out boundless qi currents that filled the sky. He entered them and quickly disappeared. Without an opponent, Qing Chou also chose to leave the battlefield, escaping to the horizons. Deep underground, Heavenly Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Damn it! That Blood Sea true inheritance is going to be taken." 9 spiritual fairy was stunned for a moment before reacting. "You really found that Blood Path true inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded, sighing. Heavenly Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial key was the Qi tide that exposed the Blood Sea true inheritance. I searched for over half a month before finally arriving at the location. But I ran into Demon Immortal Qi Ju over there. 9 spiritual fairy was silent. Meanwhile, Demon Immortal Qi Ju returned back to the original spot. "It is really here." He inspected for a while, discovering the target was still here and had not moved. After trying for a while more, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance sites that spread over Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. Among them, there were 9 true inheritances. One of the true inheritances had now fallen into Demon Immortal Qi Ju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing. With this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu immortals. And this Blood Qi Immortal Gu is really suitable for me. Ha ha. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed heartily. Almost all the killer moves he activated before consumed Qi Path Immortal materials. Now that he obtained a Qi Path Immortal Gu, his strength was raised further. Although there was still some difference from his peak condition in history, he was already much stronger than when he fought Fang Yuan. Western Desert. Wind blew hard, and sand flew everywhere. A merchant caravan pulled by camels was moving with difficulty through the barren desert. Oh heavens, we finally returned to Sandwolf City. Inside the caravan, Peng De spoke with deep emotions as he showed an exhausted expression. Gu Master Mo Li was sitting on a camel to the side. He looked at Peng De and laughed. "Kid, your words are quite different from when we moved out the first time." Peng Da's face flushed a little. When Immortal had just organized the merchant caravan, Peng Da had been extremely excited and thought the adventure would be amazing and fun. But after a few caravan trips, Peng Da had already fully realized his former naivety. In this world, peddling was not only difficult and extremely dangerous, it was also extremely tiring. With even some slight carelessness, his fragile life would be lost in the vast and merciless desert. However, Peng Da's emotions resonated with other Gu masters in the merchant caravan. "Yes, we are back home again. We did not encounter any danger in this journey, but it was truly exhausting. I am going to take a good bath after returning. I am already unable to control myself. I'll go drink my fill at the tavern." Ha. Immortal smiled. He thought of his wife as well as his son, who had changed a lot recently. His son was selected and was heavily cultivated. His prodigal son had truly turned over a new leaf. These beautiful wonders of life gave Immortal brand new hope and motivation. Being a caravan merchant was difficult, but he found joy in his own way. "Wait, something is going on." The investigative Gu master who was at the forefront of the caravan suddenly shouted. Peng Da immediately tensed up while also feeling somewhat strange. According to common sense, this was near Sandwolf City, and there should be no danger here. So why was there the sudden warning? Immortal immediately activated his investigative Gu worm. His body slightly stiffened as he shouted. "The situation is strange. Rush forward with full speed." Peng Da and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Immortal take the lead, they naturally believed in the merchant caravan leader and followed quickly. When they got close to Sandwolf City, they did not even need to use Gu worms to discover the abnormalities. Puffs of gray smoke curled upwards. There was also fire and a burnt smell in the air that all came from Sandwolf City. Everyone in the merchant caravan had a bad feeling as they moved even faster. Finally, they arrived in front of Sandwolf City's gate. Impossible. What exactly is going on? Oh heavens, this is a dream, right? It must be a dream. Some of the merchant caravan members simply knelt on the ground. Some broke down and started crying. Even the most stable, leader Mo Li, was standing in a daze. Peng Da's eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The flowering Sandwolf City had now become ruins. There were corpses everywhere, rubble and wreckage littered the roads, fire burned, and smoke was everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Mo Li mumbled when he suddenly jolted, running towards the inner city. His movement jolted many people. Gu masters began rushing to their homes. Peng Da did not have a home, so he rode a camel and followed Mo Li. Mo Li was fast, and with anxiety burning his heart, he directly left Peng Da far behind. Fortunately, Peng Da had returned to Sandwolf City several times and knew the path to Mo Li's home. When Peng Da reached Mo Li's home, he saw ruins. Mo Li was kneeling on the ground, silently looking at his wife's corpse that he had dug out. Peng Da, however, sensed deep sadness from Mo Li's silence. How could this be? What exactly happened here? While Peng Da was sad, even more so, he was bewildered. As far as he was concerned, Sandwolf City was a large city with many Gu masters stationed here, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a city devoid of life. What kind of strength could have the power to destroy the whole of Sandwolf City? Was it a Qi tide disaster? But it did not look like that at all from the traces. This world is truly too dangerous. People are living in danger. Even Gu masters are the same. There is simply no safe place. Peng Da felt his insignificance growing increasingly. He looked at Mo Li, who was kneeling like a statue, and opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget you still have a son." These words shook Missouri Li. His eyes lit up with some hope once again. "Peng Da, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city area. He is a Gu immortal seed and is heavily nurtured. He must be okay. He has to be guarded properly. Let's go find him." Mo Li carried his wife's corpse and rushed towards the inner city area with Peng Da. The whole inner city area had turned into a huge crater. The inner city area was gone. Several caravan members were standing at the edge of the crater, watching it blankly. Mo Li walked towards them and looked at the huge crater in front of him. His face turned extremely pale and his lips trembled, unable to say anything. Peng Da took in a sharp breath of air. He could see this huge crater was a beast's footprint. Such a large footprint meant this beast was unimaginably huge. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A mountain-sized beast attacked Sandwolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and started weeping again. Mo Li fell into deathly silence, and Peng Da did not know how to console him. Mo Li once had a beautiful home, and now it was all gone. Only he himself was remaining. As far as Mo Li was concerned, as far as the surviving caravan members were concerned, fate was simply too cruel. Boom. Just at this time, there was a sonic boom in the sky above everyone. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Could it be that the giant beast did not leave? Peng Da quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. Gu immortals. The other Gu masters shouted. Disaster befell this place as well. The Gu immortals in the sky talked, their voices echoing and spreading below. They did not conceal it. This damned beast, it has caused my Mo clan to suffer such disastrous losses. Wait until I capture it. I will pull out its tendons and flay its skin to ease my anger. Another Gu immortal said in fury. Let's go. We will catch up to it soon. The two Gu immortals quickly flew away. The Gu masters on the ground were silent for a while when someone suddenly started to cry out loud. Father, mother, you died so miserably. I, your son, cannot avenge you, but the immortals will uphold justice for you. Peng Da was silent. His mood was extremely heavy. At this moment, he suddenly had a realization. Even if one becomes a Gu master, even if they are a rank 5 Gu master, what use is it? Only by becoming a Gu immortal could they have some sort of control over their own fate in this world. I want to follow them to take a look. Mo Li suddenly said with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding Gu masters quickly persuaded. Mo Li's attitude was firm. I am incompetent. I cannot avenge my wife and child, but I will stake all my strength to see the death of the culprit with my own 2 eyes. If I can't even grasp this chance, even if I live on, I will feel regret for the rest of my life. These words resonated with the remaining Gu masters. They agreed and expressed that they wanted to move alongside Mo Li to see justice being upheld. Uncle, I also want to follow you. Peng Da said. You should stay behind, kid. Mo Li's expression softened somewhat as he looked at Peng Da. Peng Da smiled bitterly. Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are my closest person in this world. Since I followed you, I will definitely not separate with you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle. Emily looked deeply at Peng De for a good while before nodding and saying with a hoarse voice, "Then follow me, rascal." The group of Gu masters followed the direction the Gu immortals flew towards and left the ruins of Sandwolf City. On the way, the footprints of the giant beast was exceptionally obvious, which kept them on the correct path. They rushed like this for a day and a night when they suddenly heard thunder in the horizon. This is not thunder, it is the fight between the Gu immortals and the giant beast. Listen closely, you can vaguely hear a beast's howl. The Gu masters were excited as they sped up, wanting to get closer. But at this time, a dark Qi current sprayed out like a rainbow crossing the sky. A thread of the Qi current fell near the Gu masters. A trace of the dark Qi brushed past a Gu master's shoulder. That Gu master suddenly cried out in terror. His skin and muscles started rotting, and he soon melted into a white skeleton. Everyone was horrified at this shocking change and quickly escaped in all directions. Fortunately, the dark Qi dispersed with the wind and did not linger. It is too dangerous to go closer. This is only the after effect of the fight between the Gu immortals and the giant beast. We have no strength to resist it. If we move in any closer, we will lose our lives. Most of the Gu masters stopped and turned back. I still want to try it. You can leave. Mo Li was the only remaining Gu master. Peng De still wanted to follow him, but this time, Mo Li's attitude was firm. He drove him away. Alone, Mo Li moved some distance with difficulty. When he climbed up a sand dune and looked, he could not help taking in a sharp breath at what he saw. Far away in the horizon, dark fog covered everywhere. The fog was clearly the dark Qi current from earlier. In the dark fog, Mo Li could vaguely see a figure of a mountain-sized beast, as well as the occasional lightning flashes. Mo Li breathed in deeply and was about to continue moving forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. "Uncle, do you want to die? Don't go any forward. You will lose your life." Peng De shouted. "Brat, why haven't you left yet?" Mo Li was furious. Peng De said with sincerity, "Uncle, you are my benefactor. How can I forget your kindness and watch you send yourself to death's door? I know you want to die. Your condition is not right. I have been following you all the way, but you were unable to discover me. Uncle, live on. Don't kill yourself." But Mo Li was not persuaded. "Brat, get lost." "I won't." "Screw off. This has nothing to do with you. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you. Don't come here to die." "Uncle, I will save you." "I don't need you to save me. Even if I die, I will stake my life to take revenge. Even if it is an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied." Boom. Just as the two were bickering, a hurricane flew over from the battle on the horizon. The hurricane was like a pillar that connected heaven and earth. It moved quickly towards the two. Damn it. Peng De and Mo Li simply did not have the time to dodge and were swept away by the hurricane. The two insignificant figures disappeared into the violent hurricane in an instant. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled as the fierce fight of the Mo clan Gu immortals with the mysterious giant beast continued. "Die, beast. I will tear out your bones and tendons as resources to compensate for the losses my Mo clan suffered." The two Mo clan Gu immortals were furious. The giant beast brought disaster to Mo clan, causing heavy losses. The areas these two were responsible for suffered even more severe damage. "You want to kill me?" During the battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke human words. Mo clan's two immortals were shocked, and their hearts jumped wildly. At the same moment, the giant beast opened its mouth and shot out its long purple-red tongue. The long tongue moved with astonishing speed and pierced through a Mo clan Gu immortal's body. Almost instantaneously, this Mo clan Gu immortal was corroded by the strong poison and turned into nothingness. Only the immortal aperture turned into an indistinct light speck and fell to the ground. "You are a legendary immemorial beast." The remaining Mo clan Gu immortal was horrified and retreated in panic. But it was already late. The mysterious giant beast was Qing Chou. It laughed coldly as ghost Qi started surging around it. The dense layers of ghost Qi turned into ghostly figures which blocked the Mo clan Gu immortal. Qing Chou closed in slowly. "Didn't you want to kill me and pull out my bones and tendons?" Mo clan's Gu immortal shouted in fear. "Spare me. I belong to Mo clan. Spare me, and Mo clan won't pursue you any further." "Pursue me?" Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed past Qing Chou's face. "You two idiots do not even know you are being used by others. Go and die." "Ah!" The Mo clan Gu immortal let out a painful shriek as ghostly figures pounced on and killed them. After killing these two Gu immortals, Qing Chou looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was an immemorial sand monster. This was the assistance brought by the Mo clan Gu immortals. They were able to restrain Qing Chou by using it. But the Mo clan Gu immortals had not expected Qing Cho to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast with wisdom that surpassed ordinary humans. Qing Cho took advantage of this point, pretending to be an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, which made the Mo clan immortals complacent and relaxed their guard. Then with Qing Chao's fierce counterattack, the immortals died. With the death of the Mo clan immortals, this immemorial sand monster was no longer controlled. Its movement began to slow down, and it stood on the ground while looking at Qing Cho. Qing Cho stared at the immemorial sand monster. Get lost. The immemorial sand monster shook with fear and immediately turned around, plunging into the desert and escaping. Qing Cho scared away the monster, but the surrounding ghost chi intensified further. It looked at a certain area in the sky and sneered. "Two despicable worms, are you still not coming out?" The moment its words came out, Heavenly Court's two immortals, Nine Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, slowly showed themselves. They were floating in the sky side by side and were looking down at Qing Cho. Previously, when Red Heart Traveler was searching for the Blood Sea true inheritance, he was obstructed by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. After realizing Demon Immortal Qi Ju's goal, Red Heart Traveler resolutely gave up on the Blood Sea true inheritance and continued to chase Qing Cho with Nine Spiritual Fairy. After all, Qing Cho's matter concerned Heavenly Court's plan, and even if he got the Blood Sea true inheritance, it would only raise Red Heart Traveler's strength. The more important thing was clear with one glance. Nine Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Heavenly Court's secret method, so they continued to trace and soon discovered Qing Cho. But the two did not dare to make a move rashly. This was Western Desert, enemies were all around them, and it was not the territory of these two immortals. If they rashly started a fight, with the other being a legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the fight entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native Gu immortals would interfere and the situation would become too unstable. After some discussion, Nine Spiritual Fairy transformed into an immemorial desolate beast and destroyed the surrounding resource points, attracting some Mo clan Gu immortals. The two Mo clan immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they were not even able to make Qing Cho expend its energy. Instead, Qing Cho discovered traces of the two Heavenly Court immortals. With their plan failing and Qing Cho exposing their position, the two Heavenly Court immortals showed themselves and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The two immortals were both rank 8 and were extraordinary indeed. Their moves were violent, and their attacks were like unceasing waves. Qing Cho immediately fell into a disadvantage. But Qing Cho was an immemorial desolate beast. Its body was extremely tough and thick. There was no injury even after getting hit by several rank 8 killer moves. After dozens of exchanges, it became familiar with the techniques of the Heavenly Court immortals and began to slowly turn around the situation. However, this did not last long. A chi tide began to appear. It was because the immortal apertures of the dead Mo clan immortals had opened the entrance and started to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize themselves. There was a difference in the heaven and earth chi in these two immortal apertures and the outside world, and along with the accumulated impact from the fights between the Gu immortals and Qing Cho, a giant chi tide was formed. Qing Cho suffered heavy restriction in the chi tide. Its strength fell sharply. On the contrary, the two Heavenly Court immortals had offered their immortal apertures and only had phantom apertures, thus they were not affected too much in the chi tide. Qing Cho roared and struggled, but it was all in vain. It then realized that the two Heavenly Court immortals still had another layer of planning. They did not just use the two Western Desert immortals, they even calculated their immortal apertures in their plan. Just as Qing Cho was fighting bitterly, Pengde shook his head and opened his eyes. Where am I? After a moment of daze, he discovered he was being carried by Mo Li and they were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Pengde sighed. You are awake. Mo Li smiled. Uncle, you can put me down. But Mo Li shook his head. Your injuries are severe. Although I healed you, you should not move within a short period of time. Pengde smiled bitterly. I have troubled Uncle again. Where is this? Mo Li replied. Sigh. We were swept away for over 10,000 li by the hurricane. We are now going back. Mo Li had lived many years in the desert. He naturally had a method to distinguish the directions. Pengde was immediately worried after hearing Mo Li's words. Uncle, you still want to return? You want to go back and die? Mo Li was silent for a while. His voice was low and deep, containing resolution. I also know returning is risky, but if I don't even see the appearance of the killer of my wife and son, I will never be able to rest easy. Uncle, Pengde did not know what to say. He understood the sadness and hatred Mo Li was feeling right now, and it was because of this. He was unable to persuade him further. Mo Li continued. Brat, I am thankful for your concern. After we travel a bit further, I will drop you off with enough water and food. It won't be an issue for you to cross the desert and get to the nearest city. Uncle, I won't leave. I can't leave you alone. Don't make a scene. I am not making a scene. You are the one who is irrational. Just as the two were quarreling, the sand below Immortal began to move and formed a huge whirlpool that sucked both of them inside. Immortal quickly used his goo worms, but it was of no use. He was pale with shock. What is going on? My goo worms actually have no effect. Pengda also tried with no result. His face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be sucked in. This quicksand was too strange. Their methods were useless on it. The two were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand. Their bodies were slowly buried under the sand, and their faces were ashen. Am I going to die? Pengda mumbled. Immortal heaved a deep sigh. I implicated you, Pengda. I don't blame you, uncle. It was all my choice. Pengda felt his heart beating wildly, and his throat parched. He did not know what to express. The feeling before impending death was really the worst. But soon, Pengda's attention was caught by another thing. He found that Uncle Immortal, who usually had great mental fortitude, was actually crying. Immortal sobbed. I am going to die, but my revenge has yet to be done. I did not even see the killer's true appearance. I am too weak, too weak. I don't even have the qualifications to approach the enemy. The gap between immortals and mortals is too big. I am only immortal. I am like an ant. Pengda opened his mouth to console Immortal, but he did not know what to say. At the next moment, the hot sand poured into his mouth as Pengda quickly closed it. His whole body was buried and his sight was filled with darkness. Am I going to die? I am dying like this. I am truly pitiful to think that my journey in this new world is going to end like this. I really don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Suddenly, in his dark vision, there were specks of starlight. Huh? I didn't die? Pengda sat up and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. The quicksand whirlpool continued to rotate in the entrance of the well, but the strange thing was that the sand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand whirlpool and only allowed Pengda and Immortal to enter it. Uncle. Pengda immediately saw Immortal and shouted twice before he got a reaction. Kid, you are awake? This is an immortal opportunity. We have struck gold. Immortal turned around, saying with excitement and shock, this is very likely an inheritance left by a Gu immortal. Uncle, you are certain? Pengda's eyes opened in incredulity. This was too dreamlike. The ups and downs of life came too suddenly. He was not a greenhorn who had just transmigrated. The current Pengda had traveled with Immortal's caravan many times and knew about the Gu world. Gu immortals and Gu immortal inheritances were always a topic of discussion among Gu masters in their idle time. He did not expect the unreachable thing to appear in front of him now. Damn it. Why is there no reaction? Immortal attempted many things and was getting restless, but the starlight showed no reaction. Uncle, this might not be a Gu immortal inheritance, right? I feel like you are thinking too much. At this time, Pengda finally stood up and walked towards Immortal. Immortal did not retort. He also began to doubt his previous judgment. But right at this time, the starlight suddenly made a movement. Like tidal waves, they passed by Immortal and entered Pengda's body. The two were shocked. This happened so fast that when they reacted, the starlight had already entered Pengda's body. Without the starlight, the well fell into darkness. Immortal activated his Gu worm, creating a lump of fire in his hand that brightened the well once again. Pengda was standing on the spot and dazed like a statue with his eyes wide open. Immortal quickly neared him. Pengda, are you alright? Only then did Pengda react. Uncle, you were correct. This is truly a Gu immortal inheritance, and it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Immortal was shaken. They had a lot of understanding regarding venerable existences as well. Due to the current time and situation, the Gu immortal world's knowledge was no longer secret among mortals. Immortal's gaze turned slightly complicated. This means to say, Pengda, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not respond to me. Pengda felt ashamed. Uncle, I didn't intentionally conceal it from you. It was just that, alright. Immortal waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Pengda, the person I know, isn't that so? Pengda was extremely moved and nodded his head quickly. Yes. Thank you for understanding, uncle. Immortal shook his hand. Alright. You really struck it big this time. Since you inherited the Demon Venerable's inheritance, then use the method to leave here quickly. Ordinary methods are useless here. Pengda felt ashamed. The situation is like this, uncle. Although I have many Gu worms, I cannot use them. This is the first time I am seeing these Gu worms and need a lot of practice. Moreover, according to the inheritance, I must use one of the killer moves to leave here. Then practice it quickly. Ask anything you don't understand. Uncle will guide you. Yes, thank you, uncle. Is there still a need for thanks between us? Immortal smiled. Practice quickly. We don't have much water and food. As the inheritor, it did not matter if Peng De ate or drank in the well, but Immortal could not share the same benefit. Over the next few days, Peng De practiced without resting. He was only immortal, so the Gu worms he practiced with were all mortal Gu. This was the first time he was coming in contact with these Gu worms. Although there were detailed explanations in the inheritance, he still needed to practice and master these Gu worms. Immortal helped Peng De to study and learn. Once they had some progress, Peng De would hand the Gu worms to Immortal for demonstration and guidance. Immortal was an experienced Gu master. Although he did not have the qualifications to inherit the thieving heaven true inheritance, he had much more efficient ways to probe these Gu worms. Finally, Peng De was barely able to master the usage of several Gu worms and found a way to use a killer move. Go on, Peng De, try to succeed in one attempt. Immortal encouraged Peng De, watch this, uncle. Peng De used the killer move for the first time, but it did not succeed. The killer move activation failed, and he suffered backlash. He coughed blood and fell on the ground. Peng De, are you okay? Immortal quickly inspected Peng De's body. Peng De squeezed words out through his mouth. I have disappointed you, uncle. But rest assured, I will definitely Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He then looked at his chest with an incredulous expression. His chest was pierced through by Immortal's hand. His heart was destroyed because of this sneak attack. Uncle. Even more blood started flowing out of Peng De's mouth. Immortal raised his head slowly. His eyes were filled with tears and his expression was extremely twisted. Unfamiliarity and fear filled Peng De's mind. Immortal's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge. I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you. Uncle had no other options. Peng De, you are too young. You practiced for so long, but you could not even master a killer move. Uncle cannot wait any longer. Uncle cannot depend on you. Immortal then took out his hand. Peng De powerlessly fell onto the ground, his eyes helplessly looking at the entrance of the well. He was dead. But Immortal did not stop. He activated his Gu worms and captured Peng De's soul. All right, the thieving heaven true inheritance is mine now. Immortal laughed. Peng De's blood was splattered on his face. His blood-stained face had a dazzling smile. Central Continent, on a certain nameless and ordinary peak. For Gu immortals arrived at the base of the mountain while concealing themselves. He Lu Lan is on this mountain. Ing Wuxia looked at the peak and spoke. At his sides were Fairy Ziwei, Old Man Zheng Yuan, and Bai Ningbing. After Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan forced Bai Ningbing to surrender, they obtained Ing Wuxia's whereabouts. Ing Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul, and his mission had always been to rescue his main body. But due to his strength and Fang Yuan's arrangements, Ing Wuxia could not enter Heavenly Court. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed and Fang Yuan escaped, while Ing Wuxia wandered around Central Continent, resenting Fang Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Ziwei provided enough evidence, Ing Wuxia learned his main body was no longer in Heavenly Court and had gotten free by himself. Ing Wuxia was exalted. He directly abandoned Fang Yuan and joined Fairy Ziwei's group. Through Ing Wuxia, Fairy Ziwei's group learned that he had just recently separated from He Lu Lan. Thus, the four immortals quietly arrived at this place. Ing Wuxia said softly, He Lu Lan is a formidable person, although her cultivation is low and her battle strength is not high because future self has lost its effect. She has great endurance and knows how to wait patiently. She is ambitious and cannot be looked down upon. Ing Wuxia did not doubt his side strength, but what he was most worried was if He Lu Lan would side with them and betray Fang Yuan or not. In this aspect, Fairy Ziwei was confident. She said with a smile, I have full confidence in making He Lu Lan surrender. She has a complex relationship with Fang Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lu Lan wants to kill her own father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. Fang Yuan has captured He Cheng, and because his strength is higher than He Lu Lan's, she has always been controlled by him. We can use this to make her surrender. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Back then, Fairy Ziwei tried all sorts of methods to deduce Fang Yuan's position, but could not do anything because Fang Yuan was slippery like an eel and his most skilled wisdom path aspect was in blocking deductions. Fairy Ziwei could not do anything against Fang Yuan, but she investigated everything about Fang Yuan's subordinates. But at that time, even if she wanted to use these indirect ways to find Fang Yuan's location, they all ended up in failure. But now, Fairy Ziwei was going against He Lu Lan. Those past failures had now become her source of confidence. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements. This time, Ing Wuxia, you stay behind. By Ningbing, you will approach He Lu Lan. You can say you obtained news from Ing Wuxia and came to visit. When you near her, sneak attack and seal her in ice. After you get her under control, I will persuade her. How about I go with her? Ing Wuxia did not feel assured. Bai Ningbing glanced at him and flew away. Ing Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei, however, shook her head. We will watch it from here. Bai Ningbing flew across the sky like a flash of white light. She looked down at the peak and shouted, "Hey Lulan, are you here?" After a while, Hey Lulan came out from a mountain cave and frowned slightly as she looked towards Bai Ningbing. "Why are you here?" Bai Ningbing laughed and pointed at Hey Lulan. "I have joined Spectral Soul now and have come to capture you." Hey Lulan, if you are smart, then just let yourself be captured. Hey Lulan's eyes opened wide. "Are you for real?" At the base of the mountain, Ing Wuxia almost stomped his foot in anger. I knew that Bai Ningbing would spoil the matter. Her nature is eccentric and she prioritizes fun. She did this on purpose. She definitely felt this way would be more interesting. Sure enough, Bai Ningbing's laughter was heard. "Of course. I am for real." Saying so, she turned into white light and charged at Hey Lulan. Hey Lulan had already been preparing, and with a shout, she raised her hands and sent out a large amount of flames to counter the white light. Bai Ningbing was caught off guard and was forced back to the sky. But she looked even more excited. "Fire path method? You actually changed to this path? Haha, interesting. I already wanted to fight you. But how long can you block me for?" Immortal Killer Move by Xiang. Bai Ningbing directly activated her trump card method. Her body was no longer a flesh and blood body, and was covered in overflowing frost chi that even shrouded the mountain peak. Hey Lulan entered the mountain cave, and Bai Ningbing gave chase without being afraid of any traps. The two fought inside the cave, causing explosions that cracked and shattered the mountain rocks. After several exchanges, Hey Lulan fell into a disadvantage, and her situation did not look good. Hey Lulan's aptitude, temperament, and natural talents were at top level, but her fortune was not good, and she ran into Fang Yuan too early. Fang Yuan dominated her, and used He Chung to control her, which greatly influenced her cultivation. Hey Lulan's strength, Qi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear strength, Immortal Gu, and self-strength, Immortal Gu, became Fang Yuan's possessions. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fang Yuan and consumed. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed when she underwent tribulation. During the period of the Fate War, Hey Lulan almost always relied on the killer move Future Self. Once the Future Self was broken, Hey Lulan returned to her previous self. Fang Yuan did not summon her back. Hey Lulan also held ambitions and did not want to be controlled by Fang Yuan, so she actively searched for a way to be free. She possessed her aunt's true inheritances, and after enough pondering, she resolutely changed to cultivating Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had good progress, she was discovered by Fairy Ziwei and was now chased by Bai Ningbing. Hey Lulan felt bitter inside. She wanted to retreat, but was chased closely by Bai Ningbing. When she slowly lost the strength to attack and was about to be captured by Bai Ningbing, a white light flew over from the horizon. This white light appeared slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang form actually could not dodge it and was struck. In an instant, Bai Xiang froze in the air, no longer moving. Hey Lulan has reinforcements. Ing Wuxia was shocked. Not reinforcements. This should be Longevity Heaven's members. Fairy Ziwei said with a smile. Ing Wuxia realized. Fairy Ziwei had already taken Bai Ningbing's nature into her calculations. Her main goal had been to use Bai Ningbing to trigger Longevity Heaven's ambush. The reason she did not send Ing Wuxia was in fact because she wanted to protect him. Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone after all. He was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who possessed Bai Xiang, was the perfect candidate to probe the ambush. This is a time path killer move, is it, Fang Yuan? Hey Lulan had a complex expression as she looked towards the horizon through the gaps in the cave. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the horizons, and in almost an instant, arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar sent out a strong light that shone on the unmoving Bai Ningbing. Although the killer move by Xiang was amazing, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House that was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If Bai Ningbing was struck head-on, her death was certain. Fairy Ziwei quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora to cover Bai Ningbing, while blocking Calamity Luck Altar's powerful light. I was wondering who it was, so it turns out to be the leader of the defeated Heavenly Court. Bing Sichuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Ziwei shook her head slightly, and flew to the sky with Old Man Zheng Yuan. We have already joined Lord Spectral Soul. We are no longer in Heavenly Court's faction. Bing Sichuan sneered. Like I care about which side you are on. Hey Lulan is my Longevity Heaven's descendant. She is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even dream of harming her. Fairy Ziwei retorted. The 5 regions have merged. All the regional walls have disappeared. What do you mean by Northern Plains? We will need to fight to decide where Hey Lulan goes. Bing Sichuan did not speak any nonsense. He directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to collide into Fairy Ziwei. A huge battle erupted. He Lulan and Bai Ning Bing were put under control, unable to budge. He Lulan's face was ashen. She was fully aware that be it Heavenly Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to use her to search for clues about Fang Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level. She had become an object for the two sides to fight over. No one asked her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long. Both sides were holding back. It was Fairy Ziwei who took the initiative to stop. No need to fight anymore. There is no harm in giving He Lulan to you. Bing Sichuan had Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar, while Fairy Ziwei was without Star Constellation chessboard and was in a weakened state. The reason she attacked was because she wanted to trigger a Qi Tide and use it to claim victory. But Bing Sichuan clearly knew of Fairy Ziwei's plan and made Calamity Luck Altar use all its might. Fairy Ziwei saw the battle turning increasingly fierce and knew her side would have to use their full strength if they wanted to hold on until the Qi Tide arrived, so she directly chose to stop. We have a common objective. It doesn't matter where He Lulan ends up in. Fang Yuan is at his weakest state currently. If we miss this rare chance and let him recover, it will be too late. We can even work together. What do you think, Bing Sichuan? Fairy Ziwei made a proposal. Then, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. Who could have thought that there would be a day when we cooperate? Bing Sichuan was silent for a while before sighing. Both sides had their own venerable as their backer and they both wanted to kill Fang Yuan. They had the qualifications to cooperate as well as a common goal, so working together was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 2018 Impending Fatal Calamity Central Continent. Deep beneath a certain earth trench, Calamity Luck Altar was floating in the air. There were tall cliffs on both sides, while below it was unfathomable darkness. It was emitting soft light and did not conceal its aura, scaring away any beast that tried to approach it. At the middle of the cliff was a giant cave that was dug by Fairy Ziwei and the rest. Purple light flickered in the cave and a wisdom path formation was already set up. Fairy Ziwei sat at the center, and Old Man Zheng Yuan sat at the assistant's position. On one hand, he was using human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Ziwei. On the other hand, he was using a portion of the Immortal formation to guard against Bing Sichuan. After all, it was the first time these two sides were collaborating. They had to err on the side of caution. There were several formation cores at the edges of the formation as well. Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia were sitting in these formation cores as the crucial clues. Purple light swayed, rising and falling at times like tides. After a long while, Fairy Ziwei opened her eyes slowly and stopped this wisdom path Immortal formation. The overflowing purple light dissipated slowly. How is it? Bing Sichuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Ziwei sighed and shook her head. It is still not enough. But this method is absolutely effective. These three have set alliance agreements with Fang Yuan. Their connections are extremely tight. As long as we capture even more Gu Immortals, we can deduce Fang Yuan's exact location. The large formation was dismantled, and the Gu worms flew back to Fairy Ziwei's Immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia and the others stood up. Bai Ning Bing smiled. This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan had dispatched not only us, but also a large number of Transformation Path Gu Immortals. He Lulan added, from what I know, these Transformation Path Gu Immortals were incorporated after Fang Yuan annexed an immemorial Grotto-heaven. After the Fate War, Fang Yuan disappeared without leaving behind any traces. These people should still be scattered around Central Continent. Ing Wuxia shook his head, but these Transformation Path Gu Immortals don't have a close connection with Fang Yuan. It is better if we look for Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miaoyin. These two are crucial characters that are only second to us. Fairy Ziwei had stored all the Gu worms by now. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods. It was rather time-consuming every time she dismantled the formation. She looked towards Calamity Luck Altar which had been guarding from the side. It is better if we split our forces to search for White Rabbit and Miaoyin. If we encounter Fang Yuan's Transformation Path Gu Immortal subordinates along the way, we can make the decision to make a move at our own discretion. Shortly after, Bing Sichuan's response came from Calamity Luck Altar. Of course. For our following plans, we will need more communication between us. Fairy Ziwei nodded. Indeed. Although the scale of this cooperation was small and duration was short, it had huge significance and both sides had begun to trust each other. Calamity Luck Altar picked up He Lulan, while Bai Ning Bing and Ing Wuxia stayed with Fairy Ziwei. Both sides separated and departed on their own. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto-heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon. You won't surrender even if the alternative is death. Xiao Hejian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest were looking down from high above, looking at the dying Gu Immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation and was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto-heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she was completely outnumbered. She was only hanging on her last breath now. She spat and said with hatred, "You bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto-heaven has no conflicts with the outside world and has never provoked you nor had any ambitious plans. I will never surrender to you. Then die." Lady Cold Ash was already impatient. She pointed her finger. A gray light shot out and struck Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash put her hand inside her sleeve. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul was carried by the gray light and brought to her. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal soul. Devouring her soul will be much more effective and also much easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was spectral soul, but he was able to conceal it from the whole of Wu Shuai's alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her. "Lady Cold Ash, you battled in the front lines and slaughtered countless enemies, collecting a vast number of mortal souls and many Gu Immortal souls. Those are your battle spoils, but Lord Alliance leaders specially asked for this rank 8 soul. You cannot take it." Spectral Soul was slightly stunned before smiling and handing this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. "Since our alliance leader wants it, why would I dare to take it?" Inside her heart, however, she was snorting coldly. "I shall hand this to you for the time being. In the future, I will settle both our old and new grudges together." Xiao Hejian nodded with approval and took Fairy Crescent Moon's soul while consoling Lady Cold Ash. "Let's go. Let the others clean up here. Follow me to see the alliance leader and report the battle. I can finally get close to Wu Shuai. This is a good chance." Spectral Soul's mood lifted upon hearing that. However, when the two arrived in Dragon Palace's hall, they only saw Wu Shuai's while sitting on the main seat. Wu Shuai's will heard the report and praised, "Lady Cold Ash, you made the most contributions in this invasion of Crescent Moon Grotto-heaven. Well done. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader." Lady Cold Ash was extremely disappointed, but showed a smile on her face. "All right, you can leave. When we hand out the rewards based on contribution later, you will not be disappointed." Wu Shuai's will waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul, however, felt discontent inwardly. "It is really a pity that we were not able to see Alliance Leader." Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain towards Lady Cold Ash's conduct in trying to flatter the Alliance Leader when they were not even in front of him. "How can Lord Alliance Leader be available whenever you want? He has been in close cultivation to resolve the danger of the Qi harvest fruits. We only need to follow his orders." "Yes." Xiao Hejian's expression softened as he patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. "Work well and follow me. You will be able to play a key role in the Alliance one day. Then I will depend on Lord's guidance." Spectral Soul put up a performance while internally scheming on when to capture Xiao Hejian. "It is good that you understand." Xiao Hejian smiled and walked forward. He had joined the Alliance because of Qi Ju's true inheritance. As a lone force, he was suppressed by Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, and others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He was slowly stabilizing his footing in the Alliance and had won over some Gu Immortals under him. Lady Cold Ash's performance had been extremely outstanding in the latest battle, and she had displayed extraordinary battle strength. So despite her being a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to rope her into his side. On the other side, Granny Skeleton has arrived. The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton entered the hall and saw Qi Sea Ancestor on the main seat. She quickly cupped her hands and bowed, getting straight to the point. "Skeleton Grotto-heaven is willing to come under Qi Sea Ancestor." Qi Sea Ancestor nodded. "Ha ha, Granny Skeleton, you are wise. You will not regret joining my side." Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, "I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the Qi harvest fruits problem? I have already made good progress in this, you can rest assured." Fang Yuan changed the topic. Skeleton Grotto-heaven is the nearest to Crescent Moon Grotto-heaven. Crescent Moon Grotto-heaven has now already fallen to Wu Shuai's side. I am willing to send troops and station some Gu Immortals in Skeleton Grotto-heaven. I hope you can cooperate." Granny Skeleton sighed. Although Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the danger of Qi harvest fruits, due to the outside world's condition, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join him. "With the current situation, there is really nothing else I can do. Currently, there are almost no unaffiliated Grotto-heavens left in the immemorial two heavens. They have either joined Wu Shuai or have been recruited by Qi Sea Ancestor. Sigh, I wonder what the future will be like." Granny Skeleton did not obtain the answer she wanted and left worriedly. The pressure on Fang Yuan was also increasing. "A wisdom path grade expert was deducing about me just now. The strength is also quite high. It seems like Fairy Ziwei." Fairy Ziwei was deducing the whereabouts of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was the same as a contest of the two's wisdom path methods across space. "According to my luck, this situation is not looking good. The fatal calamity is impending. Danger is lurking everywhere. and there is only a trace of hope. Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot might only be at rank 7, but he could glance at a portion of his luck and deduce the entirety from it. Fang Yuan had already made positive progress regarding the Qi harvest fruits, but he was still at his wits' end on how to refine Heaven Path down marks. He was aware that this trace of hope fell on the Heaven Path down marks. Only by refining the Heaven Path down marks and recovering his strength could he get free from the incoming calamity. If he could not refine them or did not refine them in time, it would be dangerous. But where is this breakthrough point that I seek? Chapter 2019 Rank 8 Hatred Gu Western Desert. The intense Rank 8 level battle was still continuing. Qingqiu roared. Its tongue shot out with lightning speed. Bam bam bam. The blood-red figures that surrounded Qingqiu were easily pierced and destroyed by its tongue. Every time the blood-red figures exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn a shade paler. His brows were furrowed and his teeth were clenched shut, but his fighting spirit did not diminish as he used all his strength to maintain the battlefield killer move. Red Heart Traveler won't be able to hold on for long like this. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting Qingqiu, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had tied down Qingqiu with a lot of difficulty. Red Heart Traveler had used a battlefield killer move and was able to temporarily entrap this legendary immemorial desolate beast. However, Qingqiu had intelligence comparable to a human's. After it discovered it was unable to break free from this battlefield killer move, it concentrated its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in order to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler was unable to hold on, the battlefield would dissipate and Qingqiu could walk out free. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant, and it would be almost impossible to capture it again in a short period of time. Fine. I can only use that move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth and made a huge decision. Immortal Killer Move. 9 Spiritual Transformations. Her body suddenly shook as she transformed back to her human form. She was a transformation path great expert and should be much stronger after transformation to another form. But right now, even though she returned to her human form, her aura was surging and she was even stronger than her previous self. 9 spiritual lights shot out one after another from her immortal aperture and formed an enormous 9-colored barrier of light. The barrier had 9 layers with distinct colors. Qingqiu had been concentrating on Red Heart Traveler, so it felt a great shock from 9 Spiritual Fairy's sudden outburst and quickly split some of its attacks towards her. But at this stage, the killer move 9 Spiritual Transformations was already completed and had no flaws. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a clear roar. The 9-colored barrier shook and the 9 layers of light mixed together, becoming extremely dazzling. The mixed light sphere then transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body, and was shining with various colors. It charged towards Qingqiu. Qingqiu roared and gave up on Red Heart Traveler for the moment, and without dodging, it charged towards this rhinoceros. With a loud explosion, the surroundings shook intensely. After the 2 enormous monsters collided, it was actually Qingqiu who had to take a small step back, while the huge rhino only stopped in its spot. Qingqiu was shocked and furious. It had not expected this rhino to be so strong. As far as it was concerned, this multicolored rhino was translucent, and it could even see 9 Spiritual Fairy who was in the center. There was no feeling of it being a solid transformation. But the collision made Qingqiu realize this multicolored rhino was stronger than the previous solid transformations. Qingqiu fell into a disadvantage in the collision. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 Spiritual Transformations is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was happy and worried at this sight. The price of using 9 Spiritual Transformations was very high. After a Gu Immortal cultivates the killer move 9 Spiritual Transformations, they can only use it 9 times in their life. 9 Spiritual Fairy had chosen to expend one usage of such a valuable killer move on Qingqiu. It showed her determined will. Qingqiu roared. Its bestial nature was agitated. It charged at 9 Spiritual Fairy again. But the multicolored light sphere, that 9 Spiritual Fairy, was changed suddenly, from a large rhino to a southern fire sparrow. The fire sparrow spread its wings and flew to the sky. Qingqiu charged at empty space. Without even looking up, it activated its defensive methods. Sure enough, at the next moment, Qingqiu heard the sharp cry of the fire sparrow. Then the sparrow collided onto its back. Whoosh! Blazing flames engulfed it. Qingqiu's hurriedly activated defensive methods only lasted for a few breaths of time before they broke. Qingqiu counterattacked fiercely. Beast roars and bird cries mixed together. The 2 sides were at a deadlock. Red Heart Traveler finally had a brief respite and quickly used the time to adjust his condition. While regulating his breath and observing the battle, he started to feel worried. Qingqiu is too sturdy. Although it is being suppressed and the battle tempo is firmly held by 9 Spiritual Fairy, it has sufficient stamina. On the contrary, Nine spiritual fairy might hold the upper hand and have control over the battle, but she cannot last for long. If there is no external help and this goes on, she will definitely run out of stamina and die. Red Heart Traveler decided to take a risk. He accumulated his strength while waiting patiently. After waiting for 2 hours, he finally saw a chance. The chance was momentary. Red Heart Traveler immediately made his move. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The fragrant blood flew to the air and started rotating. Like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood-red light, rushing to Qing Chou. Although Qing Chou was in a fierce battle with 9 spiritual fairy, it had never let go of its vigilance against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used its killer move to block this tiny blood sphere, it was of no use. The blood sphere seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and struck Qing Chou's chest, turning into a red sun insignia. Qing Chou's expression changed immediately. It could feel that its every movement was being tied down by the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It quickly showed its might. It slowed down movement, interfered with killer moves, and lowered fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it! Qing Chou roared and started attacking wildly. 9 spiritual fairy used all her strength to hold Qing Chou back, but was being beaten back little by little. With a loud explosion, Qing Chou finally broke through Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, Red Heart Traveler had a smile of victory on his face. Qing Chou's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of the countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its chest. Success. Cough, cough, cough. Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale like paper. 9 spiritual fairy quickly suppressed the increasingly slower Qing Chou while transmitting her voice. Red Heart, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head slowly and used a killer move with difficulty, healing his wounds while enduring the intense pain. 9 spiritual fairy spent much effort before finally suppressing Qing Chou. Looking at Qing Chou, who was bound by the blood threads like a mummy, 9 spiritual fairy praised. What method is this? It could actually capture Qing Chou. Red Heart Traveler was barely able to reply. This is a temporary move I created. I have not named it yet. 9 spiritual fairy looked towards Red Heart, slightly widening her eyes. I am truly amazed. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. Don't overestimate me. I detected that Qing Chou's vital Gu was rank 8 Hatred Gu, so I made this move. If it were other legendary immemorial beasts, this move would be a joke. I could have the chance to use this move because you did not hesitate to activate 9 spiritual transformations. 9 spiritual fairy also shook her head. Capturing Qing Chou concerns the plan of capturing Fang Yuan. This is an important matter for Heavenly Court and for the people of the world. How could I refuse to pay such a small price? But is this Hatred Gu the one recorded in U003 CU003? See the Legends of Run 003 Yes. Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 spiritual fairy sighed. This explains why Qing Chou can distinguish its enemies. Unfortunately, it did not have a killer move to make full use of it. Now that we have captured it, we can take out the Hatred Gu and use Heavenly Court's killer move to find the location of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and other demons. Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. Let's go. We cannot stay here for long. They had engaged in a fierce battle for a long while. Although the battlefield killer move saved a lot of time and also concealed most of the traces of battle, there were bound to be Gu immortals who would come to check this place. Not to mention other forces. Mo clan's assembled troops might already be rushing on their way. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler had battled for a long while. Their conditions were not perfect. They detained Qing Chou and moved towards Central Continent. Sure enough, just a short while after they left, several Gu immortals of Mo clan arrived with surging momentum in an immortal Gu house. There was a fierce battle here. Although there are few traces, it can be seen that it was a rank 8 level fight. No wonder my clan's Gu immortals perished so quickly. Give chase. We have an immortal Gu house with us. They won't be able to run far. Mo clan's group followed the traces and chased the 2 Heavenly Court immortals. Several days went by again. A sandstorm blew and a Gu master was struggling to move in the desert. He reached the center of the battlefield and saw the deep craters that were mostly buried by the sandstorm. He raised his head and roared. This person was Mo Li, who killed Peng Da and seized thieving heaven's true inheritance. He went through all kinds of troubles to get here as soon as possible, thinking of seeing the true appearance of the culprit that killed his wife and son, but he was too late. I am going to find you and cut you to pieces. No matter who you are or what monster you are, I will kill you. Mo Li knelt on the desert and roared towards the sky. Peng Da's soul was floating beside him. Peng Da gave a cold laugh. You, a mere mortal, wants to take revenge against an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Mo Li's eyes were red as he stared at Peng Da's soul. His expression was malevolent. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I can definitely become a Gu immortal and succeed in taking revenge. Peng De laughed again. There is another possibility as well. This immortal beast was already killed by the Gu immortals. You have no target to take revenge against already. Immortal was stunned and was silent like a statue. After a long while, he suddenly moved his hand and grabbed the throat of Peng Da's soul. He seemed to be in a state of insanity. No, it won't die. I won't allow it to die. It must die by my hands. Immortal continued to shout. I will become a Gu immortal. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I can definitely take revenge. I can definitely take revenge. Tell me how to use the next Gu worm. While grabbing Peng Da's soul, Immortal activated his Gu worms. Wisps of white smoke and sizzling sounds came from the area where Immortal's hand touched Peng Da's soul immediately let out a sharp screech from the unbearable pain. I will speak. I will speak. This is called Electric Circuit Gu. Electric Circuit Gu? What is this thing? Peng Da's soul hesitated for a bit. How can I explain this? You are not an otherworldly demon. You won't be able to understand what an electric circuit is. Simply speaking, it is the path that electric currents move along. Immortal sneered. What is so hard to understand about it? It is not like I have not read U003C U003C The Legends of Ren 003E. U003C U003C The Legends of Ren 003E has recorded that Lightning Gu chose to cooperate with Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance to find a way out. They eventually managed to leave immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning behind Electric Circuit. 1. Peng Da's soul was stunned. Immortal kept on praising. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually has such creative thoughts. He must have obtained the inspiration from U003C The Legends of Ren 003E, thus creating Electric Circuit Gu. Peng Da's soul. 1. It can be read as Lightning Path/Road, which is how these Gu world people interpret the Gu. Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. You betrayed the Two Heavens Alliance and actually colluded with Qi Sea Ancestor. This is an unforgivable sin, and you will be executed for it. Xiao Jian looked down from above. Behind him were a large number of Gu immortals from the Two Heavens Alliance. They were all standing silently and expressionlessly, showing the numerical superiority. On the contrary, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was facing the enemies alone. His strength paled in comparison. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord gave a bitter smile. Since you found out, I don't have anything to say. But do you think I am willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to experiment on the Qi harvest fruit in my Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven. None of the Alliance's previous attempts have succeeded, and all the Grotto-heavens they have tested on have detonated. I sided with the Two Heavens Alliance for self-protection. But now, you want to sacrifice my home? Since that is the case, it is better to surrender to the enemy. I might even have some new hope. Xiao Jian frowned, snorting coldly. You have no confidence in our Two Heavens Alliance and Lord Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Perhaps this time will succeed. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord chuckled. If Alliance leader Wu Shuai had a fair disposition, I would have nothing to say. But he is clearly protecting variant humans while sacrificing humans. The Grotto-heavens the Alliance has experimented on are all human Grotto-heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man after all. I have seen through this Alliance's farce. Human Gu immortals present here, watch carefully. This will be your outcome in the future. After me, it will be your turn. Hearing this, the human Gu immortals clearly had a slight change in expressions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had no doubt spoken of what they were worried about. Wu Shuai and Qi Sea Ancestor were the same person. They naturally had a tacit agreement. They looked to be confronting each other on the surface, but were secretly dividing the Two Heavens forces. By now, there were no neutral Grotto-heavens in the Two Heavens. The Grotto-heavens in the Two Heavens were either destroyed or had joined Wu Shuai or Qi Sea Ancestor. After the two sides divided the Two Heavens, they ceased fighting and began to find a way to solve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Compared to Qi Sea Ancestor, who was researching in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Qi path attainment was clearly much weaker. So, Wu Shuai's Two Heavens Alliance had no choice but to experiment and be very rough with their actions to pursue efficiency. The experiments to eliminate the Qi harvest fruits had failed many times and destroyed many Grotto-heavens as a result. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not willing to bet his home. So for self-protection and survival, he secretly contacted Qi Sea Ancestor. He was truly an unfortunate guy. Qi Sea Ancestor and Wu Shuai were in essence the same person. Qi Sea Ancestor was Fang Yuan's main body, and he informed Wu Shuai directly. Wu Shuai thus sent the command to Xiao Jian to gather some Gu immortals to punish the traitor. Looking at Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Jian sneered silently and said with impatience, "Who is going to get this criminal? Lady Cold Ash stepped forward like she wanted to be the vanguard. Let me. Xiao Hijin nodded. Good. Lady Cold Ash directly charged towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Xiao Hijin was inwardly happy and thought, Cold Ash is perceptive and has a lot of capability. My efforts to win her over were not a waste. Lady Cold Ash fought with Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Both were at rank 8 and went at each other, neither yielding a step. The other Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from atop the clouds. In a fight between Gu Immortals, for a group attack to work, they would have paid attention to cooperation. Different paths would cause conflicts between Dao marks. If there was no skillful cooperation, it might instead waste their efforts. Naturally, this did not hinder the observing Gu Immortals from accumulating their energy and attacking when there was a chance. But the Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals did not find any opportunity to sneak attack. Lady Cold Ash gradually gained the upper hand and control of the battle. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw the situation was bad and immediately escaped below ground. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul's disguise after all. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord be her match? The deadlock earlier was only a deception. It was nothing more than Spectral Soul's act. Xiao Hijin saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fleeing and laughed heartily. Chase. The Immortals gave chase. They did not care about the large Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven and only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this soul rank 8, other resistances would not be an issue. They even took the initiative to maintain the safety of Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven. After all, this Grotto-heaven needed to be tested on, and they would have a share in the distribution of the resources inside it. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept on moving deep underground. Lady Cold Ash did not give chase and stayed beside Xiao Hijin. Soon, the first group of Gu Immortals who had entered deep underground returned with soot covering them. When he obtained their report, Xiao Hijin was slightly stunned. There is such a thing. There is a lightning forest deep underground. The returning Gu Immortals naturally brought evidence. Through methods similar to Shadow Image Gu, the Two Heavens Alliance's Immortals saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled every moment. The flashes of lightning formed a tall silver tree. The tall tree only lasted for a moment, but it had large thunder leaves, many silver lightning branches and so on. They were materialized and tempted all the Immortals. Heaven, these are all priceless lightning path rank 8 immortal materials. This is only the superficial wealth of the lightning forest. According to the records in The Legends of Renzu, the source of lightning forest is Lightning Gu. The size of this lightning forest is enough to prove there is a rank 8 Lightning Gu here. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord wants to resist by relying on Lightning Gu. Wishful thinking. How could a mere rank 8 Immortal Gu oppose our Two Heavens Alliance? The Immortals discussed, but no one was willing to enter the forest. After all, the Lightning Forest was a dangerous area and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord possessed an enormous terrain advantage here. If they rashly invaded, it was very likely to be an unrewarding venture. Xiao Hijin frowned. Who will go capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Cold Ash stood up once again without hesitation. Xiao Hijin showed a pleased smile. Cold Ash, if you win, your contribution will be at the top for this battle. Thank you. Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Wait. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The Lightning Forest is a dangerous region. Let me accompany Cold Ash. If there is any unexpected mishap, I can be of some assistance. Let's do it that way then. Xiao Hijin agreed to Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thereupon, the two Immortals charged towards the depths of the underground. Other Gu Immortals along with Xiao Hijin were floating in the air, watching the battle as well as waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged to the bottom and arrived in front of the lightning forest. She directly opened her immortal aperture and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged towards the lightning forest like a violent tide. Rumble. Lightning struck continuously and explosions resounded unendingly. There were severe losses to the soul beasts. They used their lives to forcibly open a path. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smoothly entered the depths of the lightning forest. I didn't think Lady Cold Ash would actually deal with the lightning forest like this. She is really resolved to suck up to Xiao Hijin regardless of the cost. There have been many rumors recently about the Alliance leader wanting to make Xiao Hijin a Vice Alliance leader. The Alliance only has one Vice Alliance leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, currently. It is not strange for Lord Wu Shui to make this arrangement to keep the balance between his subordinates. Lady Cold Ash might be a human Gu Immortal, but she doesn't want to have the same outcome as Forest Lightning Grotto Lords. So she wholeheartedly wants to climb ranks in the Alliance. She is doing her best to protect her Grotto-heaven. Gu Immortals observed the battle while conversing secretly. After a while of effort, Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord fought their way to the center of the lightning forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord once again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 Lightning Gu and quickly stopped the refinement when he saw the two immortals. He shouted in anger, "Stop! If you take one more stop, I will destroy this Lightning Gu." The immortals were surprised. So this Lightning Gu is still a wild Immortal Gu and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord has not actually refined it. What is going on? Haha, I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, please explain. If I am not wrong, this Lightning Forest should have been just an ordinary Lightning Path resource point at the start. But at a certain point, it gave birth to a wild Lightning Gu. Because of this Lightning Gu, the Lightning Path resource point gradually transformed into a small Lightning Forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild Lightning Gu. Instead, he added resources to grow this Lightning Forest. The larger the scale of the Lightning Forest, the Lightning Gu, which is the source, will also keep on advancing further. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept on investing resources and finally advanced this wild Lightning Gu to rank 8. The two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals saw through the ambitions of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a Lightning Path Gu Immortal and was not proficient in Refinement Path. But this Lightning Forest was created naturally. It was simply nature refining Gu itself. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord cleverly borrowed the power of nature and added momentum to the original foundation. His goal was to advance Lightning Gu to rank 9 level. And during this process, if he refined this wild Immortal Gu, the process of nature refining Gu would be interrupted and could not be recovered. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had left this wild Lightning Gu in its state and did not refine it. It was extremely difficult to seize others' Gu worms. But wild Immortal Gu were different. A rank 8 wild Immortal Gu, the crucial thing was that it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest opened their eyes wide, revealing greed and wariness. This is of vital importance. We cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted his voice to Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord spoke conditions. As long as you spare me and my Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, I will offer this Lightning Gu to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. The matter concerned a future rank 9 Lightning Gu. Xiao Hejian did not dare to decide by himself. Soon, Xiao Hejian received the reply. He personally flew underground and faced Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Alliance leader has said that he can let you go, but Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven must belong to the Alliance. Of course, the Alliance will not carry out any risky attempts on the Qi harvest fruit in the Grotto-heaven. No, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's attitude was extremely firm. This Grotto-heaven is my home. I will not give it up. It won't change owners. This is my territory. What qualifications does the Alliance have to seize it? I will look after the Lightning Gu for the moment. Retreat, and don't try to invade again from now on. I can set an agreement with the Alliance to never seek Lightning Gu. If the Alliance wants rank 9 Lightning Gu, you can provide the resources to raise it in the Lightning Forest here. Xiao Hejian did not respond, and only reported Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's request to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai mumbled for a while, unable to come to a decision. He then sent this information to the main body through secret methods and let the main body decide. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Rank 9 Immortal Gu have supreme might. It is indeed worth yielding a step. But this Lightning Gu is only rank 8 currently. To raise it to rank 9, who knows how many resources and how big of a price we have to pay. And there could be many unexpected mishaps during this process. Another crucial point is that Lightning Gu's information cannot be concealed. This news will definitely lead to chaos. Be they Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, or other forces, they will all interfere. Wu Shuai's and Qi Sea Ancestors' forces must have an all-out battle in the end. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was deep and immediately deduced the future changes. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord concealed the secret of Lightning Gu because he wanted to keep it for himself. But now that he could not keep it, he could only use this chip to negotiate. Since he could secretly contact the enemy, he would not just negotiate with Wu Shuai's alliance. He was sure to contact Qi Sea Ancestor. Fang Yuan's Qi Sea Ancestor disguise protected humanity and had allied with Heavenly Court. He could never let a variant human force like Wu Shuai's alliance obtain rank 9 Lightning Gu. Thus, Qi Sea Ancestor would have to send troops. At that time, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord would surely curry favor with both sides and strive to win some respite. This Forest Lightning Grotto Lord truly had high astuteness and was deeply aware of the way of survival of the weak. But like this, it was bound to increase the friction between Qi Sea Ancestor and Wu Shuai. This was exactly what Fang Yuan had been trying to avoid. And at that time, Heavenly Court would definitely add fuel to the fire. Even Longevity Heaven, demon Immortal Qi, and the five regions' forces would stir up the situation from the dark. Although Fang Yuan was the leader of both sides, he was unable to restrict every subordinate. In the fight between these subordinates, if anyone died, Wu Shui and Qi Sea Ancestor would need to take some action to preserve their side's benefit and prestige. The situation would escalate and continue being irremediable until it finally leads to an all-out battle. But if Fang Yuan suppressed the situation, this would not fit the attitudes of Wu Shui and Qi Sea Ancestor. It would definitely be filled with giant loopholes in the eyes of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Heavenly Court would start to have doubts, and the whole situation would turn even more dangerous. Thus, this situation was not as simple as just a lightning Gu. This would implicate many things. It would involve variant humans, and even the overall situation of the two heavens and five regions. Fang Yuan was unable to come to a decision immediately for such a huge matter. After all, he had to think of many factors. The important thing was that his current strength had fallen. He was at his weakest state, and now was the time when he needed to rest and recuperate. I remember Lightning Gu is recorded in The Legends of Renzu. The power it showed was quite strong. Fang Yuan browsed through The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 30. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were sent flying away by Fate Gu and were forced to leave Renzu, arriving at immemorial blue heaven. Rumble. Thunder rumbled unceasingly here. Lightning flashed, imprinting the sky and forming a forest of lightning. I am angry. I am angry. The source of this lightning forest was a lightning Gu. It was roaring continuously. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were extremely afraid. The lightning was too strong. So long as a lightning bolt struck them, they would be heavily injured or even die. They did not move at all, afraid of Lightning Gu discovering them and bombarding them to death. They waited patiently for Lightning Gu's anger to dissipate. They would move once it calmed down. But Lightning Gu was extremely angry, and its anger did not show any signs of decreasing. The lightning forest kept on growing in size. What should we do? Myriad gold wondrous essence was worried. How can we return to Father? Brother, do you have any good suggestions? Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance shook his head, his brows furrowed. It is all Fate Gu's fault. It forcefully separated us from Father. I am definitely going to take revenge in the future. Arg, my heart hurts every time I think of Fate Gu. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance held his chest. He found his heart aching more and more. How could this be? He quickly opened up his chest and looked at the depths of his heart. Oh, why is there a Gu in my heart? Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance was astonished. It is no wonder my heart is in constant pain. This Gu was biting on my heart. Myriad gold wondrous essence also saw this Gu worm. Isn't this love Gu? I heard Father mentioning it before. No, I am hatred Gu. The Gu worm spoke. Although I look similar to love Gu on the surface, myriad gold wondrous essence urged. Hatred Gu, why are you gnawing on my brother's heart? Please stop quickly. But hatred Gu said, I won't. I am building my home here. I am changing your brother's heart into a heart of hatred. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance was furious. Who allowed you to build your home in my heart? Get out quickly, I don't welcome you. If you don't get out, I will crush you to death. Hatred Gu laughed loudly. I was attracted by Lightning Gu's anger, but unexpectedly discovered that your heart is more suitable for my home. I won't leave. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance was furious. He actually put his hand inside his heart and grabbed Hatred Gu. Hatred Gu was like a curved blade without a handle. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance's hand was pierced and bled as he grabbed it. He clenched his teeth and exerted strength, crushing Hatred Gu to death. But at the next moment, Hatred Gu resurrected from the blood and became even bigger. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance crushed it to death again. Hatred Gu revived once again, its size becoming slightly bigger again. It is useless. Hatred Gu said. Hatred cannot be killed. Vengeance only breeds more hatred and grudges. The more you treat me like this, the more your hatred will increase. Myriad gold wondrous essence was somewhat stunned and helpless against Hatred Gu. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance covered his chest, his face pale from the pain. Hatred Gu was drilling in and out of his heart, creating holes after holes, transforming his heart into a heart of hatred. The current blazing glory, lightning, brilliance hated Fate Gu even more. If I was not sent flying here by Fate Gu, how could I have encountered Hatred Gu? How could my heart be pierced by Hatred Gu? I will definitely destroy Fate Gu. I will definitely take revenge. The more blazing glory, lightning, brilliance thought, the more he hated. He was no longer afraid of angering Lightning Gu. He stood up suddenly. Sister, let's go. I don't want to stay here. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance held myriad gold wondrous essence's hand. But myriad gold wondrous essence hesitated. Brother, there is lightning all around us. We don't know when it will strike. It is too dangerous. Blazing glory lightning brilliance said, Sister, don't be afraid. The hatred in my heart has shown me a path. That is the path of revenge. There is no lightning on this path. As long as I follow it, I can find fake Gu and take revenge against it. Quick, follow me. Blazing glory lightning brilliance dragged myriad gold wondrous essence. The strange thing was that despite lightning bolts crackling around them, not a single one struck blazing glory lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence. The two ran and ran when they suddenly collided into something. What is ahead? Myriad gold wondrous essence touched the air in front of her and found it was like a transparent wall. This is the heavenly wind Qi wall, the border of the immemorial 9 heavens. Hatred Gu explained. Brother, there is a wall ahead. We cannot leave. Myriad gold wondrous essence said helplessly. But blazing glory lightning brilliance had a different perspective. Where's the wall? I only see the path ahead. As long as we follow along this trail, we can definitely leave and find fake Gu. Time and again, blazing glory lightning brilliance got up and rushed forward before colliding into the heavenly wind Qi wall. His head bled as he fell to the ground. Then, he climbed up and charged forward again. Myriad gold wondrous essence wanted to stop him, but blazing glory lightning brilliance did not listen. Hatred Gu laughed. It is useless. I have already built my home in his heart. Although his eyes are open, he can only see the path that I point towards. He cannot see any other thing. Ha ha. Right at this time, Lightning Gu sensed blazing glory lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence. The terrifying lightning forest began to quickly spread towards them. There was no road to advance or retreat. Myriad gold wondrous essence was extremely anxious but did not have any ideas. It would have been great if we still had wealth Gu. Blazing glory lightning brilliance did not listen to her. He continued to collide into the heavenly wind Qi wall. Blood filled the ground. Lightning Gu finally reached closer. Myriad gold wondrous essence cried, Am I going to die here? But Lightning Gu restrained its power and approached slowly. It let out a rumbling sound. Don't worry. Oh humans, I won't harm you or injure you. On the contrary, I want your help. Myriad gold wondrous essence stopped crying and asked curiously, Lightning Gu, you are so strong. How can we possibly help you? Lightning Gu, I have been trapped here all along. Immemorial blue heaven is large, but I am already sick of it. I want to go out, but I am unable to find a path that leads to the outside. Thus I am angry. Anger often leads to hatred, so Hatred Gu was attracted here. But from your brother, I can see the path to exit. Therefore, humans, let us cooperate. I will help you break the heavenly wind Qi wall, and you will bring me out of here, all right? Lightning Gu proposed. Myriad gold wondrous essence and blazing glory lightning brilliance were very happy at this suggestion. I agree to it. Your help will be great. Blazing glory lightning brilliance replied. Thereupon, Lightning Gu landed on blazing glory lightning brilliance's hand and started to emit a terrifying radiance. Hatred Gu laughed loudly. Let me lend you a hand. Lightning Gu obtained Hatred Gu's strength and became extremely powerful. Rumble rumble. Lightning Gu erupted with fierce strength, not only destroying the heavenly wind Qi wall, but even shattering the whole of immemorial blue heaven. Quickly leave. Blazing glory lightning brilliance was greatly shocked and knew that they had created a huge disaster. He quickly grabbed his sister and left with Lightning Gu and Hatred Gu. According to the legends of Renzu, Hatred Gu and Lightning Gu can cooperate and amplify each other's power to form a terrifying killer move that directly destroyed immemorial blue heaven. Fang Yuan read it carefully again as he wondered, did this mean that these two Gu worms could counter Heaven Path? Where were Heaven Path, Dao marks most gathered in? Undoubtedly, the immemorial 9 heavens. Besides them, there was Fang Yuan's body. This seems to be an avenue to resolve my current predicament. Fang Yuan pondered. But only Lightning Gu is here. It won't work without Hatred Gu. Where's this Gu worm? Is there currently such an immortal Gu in existence? If not, how do I refine it? If it exists, the situation is even more troublesome as I will need to scheme and plan to seize it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal Gu, it is still a mystery on how to form them into that killer move. The legends of Renzu is too vague about it. Just at this time, Qin Dingling personally sent a letter through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan opened and read it. The letter Gu directly talked about Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven's matter. Qin Dingling was very eager about Lightning Gu, and even wanted Qi Sea Ancestor to stop researching the Qi harvest fruits for the time being, and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Heavenly Court in fighting for Lightning Gu. Why is Heavenly Court so anxious? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained the information too quickly. Looks like they have arranged some spies on Wu Shuai's side. Qin Dingling was not Fairy Ziwei after all. She was slightly hurried in doing things, which allowed Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. Since that is the case, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Heavenly Court's urgent letter made him come to a decision. Forest Lightning, Grotto-heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's command. His gaze turned cold as he shouted. Alliance leader sent the command to kill Forest Lightning Grotto Lord without worrying about Lightning Gu. It is nothing to lose a mere rank 8 Immortal Gu. We must execute all the Gu Immortals of Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven and then attempt to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't worry about the Grotto-heaven's resources. Use all your strength to complete the task in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing these words, not only Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, even Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord were astonished. This was a future rank 9 Immortal Gu. Wu Shuai gave up on it so resolutely. For an instant, none of the three immortals made a move due to the shock. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was Heavenly Court's mole. He naturally thought of helping to preserve Forest Lightning Grotto Lord to harm Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was basically Spectral Soul. He also thought of preserving this point of conflict that would incite a fierce battle between Wu Shuai and Qi Sea Ancestor. As long as there was chaos, he could gain many chances to act. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly shouted, Xiao Hejian, such audacity. You actually gave a false command. Wu Shuai is expanding his strength. How can he give up on the future rank 9 Immortal Gu? As someone who joined recently, you truly have ill intentions. Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold from Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's incrimination. He did not retort, instead glaring at Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. This is our alliance leader's command. Are you going to believe a traitor or me? Attack. Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for the two and charged in by himself. Bam bam bam. Killer moves were let out, destroying a large portion of the lightning forest. Charge. The Alliance Immortals who were above ground also received Xiao Hejian's order and came over, besieging this lightning forest. Since the situation became like this, Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord could not care about their own schemes. They sighed and joined the group in attacking. Wu Shuai, you are really cruel. You are so narrow-minded. You will definitely die miserably. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew he was going to die and let out a vicious curse while exerting strength to destroy Lightning Gu. In your dreams. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance and actually seized Lightning Gu from his hands. What method is this? The immortals were astonished. Although Spectral Soul's attainment levels had fallen to a miserable level, he still had plenty of methods. The accumulation of a venerable could not be estimated by ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Great job. Xiao Hejian was exulted. He had held no hope in taking Lightning Gu, but who could have thought it would truly be seized? This was Lady Cold Ash's merit and his as well. By now, his Vice Alliance leader position was already half confirmed. The remaining half would be by completing the task given by Wu Shuai. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked madly. To preserve Lightning Gu, Lady Cold Ash had forcibly endured his attacks and got injured. Retreat and guard Lightning Gu. Xiao Hejian quickly came to help. He blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord for Lady Cold Ash. To prevent interference, other immortals began to plunder resources while watching Xiao Hejian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash before. His condition was not optimal, and almost all of his methods were exposed. Based on the superficial strength shown, Xiao Hejian was stronger than Lady Cold Ash as well. This battle held no suspense, and soon, Xiao Hejian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to being defeated and was still thinking of escaping. But the surrounding Gu immortals had been observing the battle and encircled Forest Lightning Grotto Lord with no way for him to flee. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was beheaded and Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven was destroyed. The Alliance's experiment on the Qi harvest fruit failed this time as well. Moreover, because Wu Shuai asked for the battle to be finished as quickly as possible, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven were destroyed. The participating Gu immortals could only collect very few resources. The greatest gain was that wild rank 8 Lightning Gu. But it was clear this was going to be handed to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan thought for a good while before finally deciding to deal with the problem directly, getting rid of Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven so that the conflict could not grow. Wu Shuai's fast decision not only astonished the Alliance members, it even destroyed Heavenly Court's plan. Ning had obtained first-hand information from Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and immediately contacted Qi Sea Ancestor. Fang Yuan received the letter. In the letter, Ning was still insisting on seizing Lightning Gu even though it had already fallen into Wu Shuai's hands. Even if they could not seize Lightning Gu, they had to destroy it. Looks like Heavenly Court is determined to get Lightning Gu. Heavenly Court should have Lightning Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. They can refine it themselves if this Gu is destroyed. Fang Yuan was even more curious. Why was Heavenly Court so anxious to get Lightning Gu? Why did such the powerful Heavenly Court have such pressing needs for this Immortal Gu? Lightning Gu was not fake Gu after all. Fang Yuan did not understand Heavenly Court's scheme, but Qin Dingling's attitude made Fang Yuan's previous plan fall through. Fang Yuan made Wu Shui destroy Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven without any regards for the safety of Lightning Gu to strangle the possible conflict to death and prevent a war between the two sides. But Heavenly Court held an attitude akin to asking for battle. Fang Yuan also could not refuse it easily. After all, Qi Sea Ancestor was allied with Heavenly Court. How should he deal with this? 2023 Inviting Qi Sea Profound Literature, Grotto-heaven. Capital City, Su Clan. There was a book house erected inside a certain guest room's courtyard. This book house was a Mortal Gu house. It had the form of a tree house, covered with green leaves and branches. Right now, Li Xiaobai was sitting cross-legged inside the book house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. She was Su Qihan. Su Qihan's expression was somewhat serious. Xiaobai, have you really thought it through? A vital Gu cannot be changed easily. Li Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Qihan, don't be too worried. I have thought it through properly. I am most interested in composing poems. So to me, poetry Gu is the most suitable vital Gu. It was just that I was not qualified to change my vital Gu before. But since this book house has extraordinary might and has the function of assisting me in changing vital Gu, how can I let go of such a chance? Su Qihan sighed. Since you have decided, I won't urge you anymore. I will guard you from outside. Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony, directly closing his eyes. After he obtained this book house inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Qihan. Although he lost in the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Qihan invited him to stay temporarily in Su Clan. No one opposed to it. Instead, this became a beautiful story. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su Clan, he shared this book house inheritance with Su Qihan. The two spent almost every day in the book house, continuously cultivating, researching, and communicating intimately with each other. Although the two had undergone intimate activities because of a coincidence, they did not have close feelings for each other. Su Qihan's previous actions came from her own high moral character. But over these days of contact, Su Qihan increasingly appreciated Li Xiaobai's talents and started to feel an attraction to him. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter but did not conceal it from Su Qihan and shared it with her. From this, Su Qihan saw that Li Xiaobai's character was pure and kind, willing to give her anything. He was definitely not a heartless scholar. Although the two had not been officially engaged, Su Qihan had already treated Li Xiaobai as her sole lifelong partner. Su Qihan walked out of the book house with worry. This book house has high value and contains many branches of information path like verses, ditties, odes, and songs. However, these branches are limited to Gu master cultivation, and there are no ways to advance to Gu immortal. I have already hinted Xiaobai many times that as long as he marries into and lives in my Su clan, he can obtain Su clan's calligraphy immortal cultivation technique. Unfortunately, he has no interest in calligraphy and is wholeheartedly focused on poems. Oh, since he likes it, I have no way to persuade him otherwise. If he accomplishes nothing in the future and stays as a Gu master, I will work hard to become a Gu immortal and an official of the imperial court. I will protect and take care of him for the rest of my life. I will watch him compose and recite poems. As long as he is happy, I am also happy. Profound Literature Grotto-heaven had an imperial court. The high-ranking officials of the imperial court were all Gu immortals. Su Qihan was Su clan's most beloved daughter and the apple of their eye. Her aptitude and talents were astonishing as well, so it was natural for her to come in contact with Su clan's immortal cultivation technique. Young miss, you should take a rest. You will be tired if you keep on standing. With us here, great scholar Li's safety is guaranteed. The guards and the maids urged Su Qihan. Su Qihan shook her head. Stand guard outside the courtyard. I will personally guard him here. The book house started shaking. Gentle light spread from the inside to the outside through the windows. A few minutes later, the book house turned silent. The leaves and the branches were no longer shaking. Inside the book house, Li Xiaobai opened his eyes slowly. The process of changing vital Gu went smoothly. Li Xiaobai looked inside his aperture and saw a Gu worm that looked like a heart. It had a red jade-like texture and was covered by a layer of light gold radiance. It was his new vital Gu, rank 5 Gu worm, poetry. Poetry Gu was classified in information path and belonged to a side branch of information path cultivation. The most common form of information path cultivation were oaths and vows, like Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, Promise Gu, Black and White Paper Gu. Second was transmitting information like Goose Gu, Paper Crane Gu, Butterfly Letter Gu, Flying Sword Letter Gu, Messenger Dove Gu, and so on. Thirdly was watching, listening, reading, and writing. For example, water text Gu belonged to the writing category. Beast language Gu was related to reading and speaking. Verses, ditties, odes, songs, and so on were simply not mainstream. Li Xiaobai had made such a decision. It was no wonder Su Qihan was worried about his future prospects. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intention. This Grotto-heaven's environment is special as it is under the effect of the killer move, assisting literary talents. As long as I create great poems, I can obtain rewards and advance quickly. The 5 regions chaotic war is drawing close. Such a way that can quickly increase one's strength with no side effect is priceless. Although Su Qihan can get in contact with Gu immortal cultivation methods, she does not know the outside world situation. I have changed my vital Gu to poetry Gu. Next, I will practice poetic Gu and emotion poetry Gu. Use gather poem Gu to gather poems externally and advance poem wall Gu. Additionally, I should also practice poem boundary Gu. This is an extremely outstanding Gu worm which effect is similar to a battlefield killer move. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door was opened slowly and Su Qihan entered with a concerned look. Xiaobai. Su Qihan spoke softly. Li Xiaobai gave a light smile and nodded towards her. Everything went smoothly. Su Qihan smiled. Her beautiful watery eyes revealed delicate concern. That's good. Boom. Suddenly, the sky shook and an explosion resounded throughout the Grotto-heaven. What's going on? Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan were alarmed and rushed out of the room. They looked at the sky, but it was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a very short period of time, and after it passed by, there was no other abnormality. The mortals, Gu masters, and even Gu immortals living in the capital city sensed this suddenly appearing and disappearing abnormality. Most of the people were baffled, but a few Gu immortal officials who knew the inside details were joyous. Success. In a certain area of profound literature Grotto-heaven, old immortal Hua Yu bowed deeply towards Qi Sea Ancestor in excitement. Congratulations to Ancestor for successfully handling the Qi harvest fruit calamity. Ancestor has saved the whole of profound literature Grotto-heaven. This favor is the same as giving us new life. From now on, if you have any orders for me, I will undoubtedly use all my strength without question. Qi Sea Ancestor laughed heartily, lifting old immortal Hua Yu up. No need to be so courteous. The immortals standing at the side were extremely happy. Ancestor has divine might. Wu Shuai's side tested repeatedly and destroyed so many Grotto-heavens. Ancestor tried for the first time and succeeded. Wu Shuai can never match you. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve our Qi harvest fruit problem. Yes, our Grotto-heaven's Qi harvest fruits have already become extremely large and are getting closer to self-detonation. Gu immortals praised loudly while also urging Fang Yuan to continue his work. Fang Yuan waved his hand. This test was a success, but I sensed some flaws in it. I need to be in close cultivation for 3 days. To solve this issue. At that time, I will clear up the danger for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better? The immortals were exulted. We shall listen to Ancestor's arrangements. Fang Yuan smiled, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Heavenly Court. Soon, Ning received this news and immediately showed joy. Good, good. My choice to cooperate with Qi Sea Ancestor was indeed correct. Qi Sea Ancestor did not let down their expectations, not only creating a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem, but even succeeding after using it once. According to the information, profound literature Grotto-heaven's Qi harvest fruit was not only safely removed, the fruit also burst and formed a harmless Qi tide that swept past the whole Grotto-heaven and raised the Grotto-heaven's foundation by a good amount. Ning was in a great mood. Over this period of time, Heavenly Court had already walked out of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. With Ning and the other Heavenly Court immortals' schemes and efforts, good news came one after another. Firstly, the variant human forces were restrained. Secondly, Qing Chou was captured, and now, the Qi harvest fruit's danger was eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court first, or try to fight for Lightning Gu? Ning could not come to a decision by herself and gathered the Heavenly Court immortals for a meeting. Qi Sea Ancestor is worthy of being a Qi path great expert. With this method, his force will be stable and in an impregnable position. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with various methods. Their Qi path attainment is too shallow. As long as Qi Sea Ancestor defers for some time, there might not even be a need to start a fight, and Wu Shuai's alliance will break apart by itself. Ning shook her head at this optimistic plan. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite if it is forced to a corner, let alone this dragon man. Once he obtains this news, he might immediately lead his troops to fight Qi Sea Ancestor. That's right. Qi Sea Ancestor can safely remove the Qi harvest fruits, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer their fight is delayed, the the more unfavorable it is to Wu Shuai. It is very likely for Wu Shuai to send his troops. In that case, we have to move ahead of time and ask Qi Sea Ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi Sea Ancestor will not be able to deal with too many matters. He will definitely have to bear the full force attack from Wu Shuai. The situation is already like a conflict between fire and water. The fight won't be stopped easily once it starts, and it might really be a life and death battle. Qin Dingling looked at 9 Spiritual Fairy. How is the refinement of Hatred Gu going? 9 Spiritual Fairy shook her head. There has been a breakthrough just recently. Hatred Gu's condition is extremely strange. It has already merged into Qin Chou. We found a method to refine Hatred Gu just recently. It will take quite long to refine Hatred Gu. But the good news is that if we succeed, we can manipulate Qin Chou as well. Qin Dingling nodded. Since Hatred Gu has yet to be obtained completely, there is no need to hurry in seizing Lightning Gu. We will conceal this news as much as possible and invite Qi Sea Ancestor to come to Heavenly Court secretly and deal with the Qi harvest fruit. After finishing this matter, we will then fight with Wu Shuai. The Immortals did not have any objections. But how should we reward Qi Sea Ancestor? A Gu Immortal asked. This is not difficult. Qi Sea Ancestor is very interested in the Qi path Immortal Gu in my Heavenly Court's treasury. In the previous letters, he had repeatedly asked to borrow these Qi path Immortal Gu, but I did not agree and kept on making excuses. Qin Dingling smiled. Another Gu Immortal added. We also need to be on guard against another person, demon. Immortal Qi Ju. Qin Dingling nodded. I have also considered it. This demon is also a Qi path grade expert. If he collaborates with Wu Shuai, it will balance the situation of both sides again. He is a huge threat. It is difficult to track demon Immortal Qi Ju, who knows where he has gone now. He has just revived and is not familiar with the various paths of the present age. He is currently purchasing Qi path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven and exchanging for inheritances of every path. He is taking even Gu Master inheritances. Wu Shuai has chips to transact with him. Qin Dingling stressed once again. So the current plan is to immediately invite Qi Sea Ancestor to Heavenly Court while hiding the information and striving for every second we can get. Within Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The situation has become like this. What do you all think about it? Wu Shuai was the only person seated. He had already gathered the Alliance's Immortals and explained to them the actions that Qi Sea Ancestor took inside profound literature Grotto-heaven. Heavenly Court tried all ways to conceal the information, but at the same time, Wu Shuai informed all of the Gu Immortals within the Two Heavens Alliance. After hearing this nightmarish news, the response was huge as all of the Immortals' expressions changed. Is this for real? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked immediately before reacting to what he had said. His face turned pale. I am not questioning Lord Alliance Leader, but this is truly too sudden and surprising. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Hijin's expression was solemn. Qi Sea Ancestor is a Qi path grade expert. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju was able to use a Qi harvest fruit to revive, then there is also a high chance that Qi Sea Ancestor can get rid of the threatening Qi harvest fruits. If the enemy has a method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits, they will have a complete upper hand in this situation. Indeed, indeed. What do we do now? My tribe's Grotto-heaven's Qi harvest fruit has already grown to a huge size. If we do not get rid of it, it will explode soon. But our experiments have not succeeded once. We already ruined many Grotto-heavens. It is impossible for us to come to a peaceful truce with Qi Sea Ancestor. We should be wary of them using this chance to attack us. The Immortals discussed as their tone contained fear and panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Cold Ash, stood among them, cheering secretly. He wanted the war to start as soon as possible. If there was chaos, he would gain a great opportunity to take action. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord showed the same attitude as the rest, but he was happy on the inside. He had already joined Heavenly Court. This situation was very advantageous to him. Panicking to this degree, what a disgrace. Gu Tribe's leader suddenly shouted. Everyone looked towards him. Even though Gu Tribe's leader joined the Two Heavens Alliance, he had always been silent. But everyone knew that he was the closest person to Wu Shuai. In terms of Wu Shuai's trust, he surpassed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hijin, who were both Vice Alliance leaders. Gu Tribe's leader suddenly spoke. Xiao Hijin shook internally as he realized something. Before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already taken the initiative. With Lord Alliance leader here, we have nothing to fear. At this crucial juncture of life and death, I am willing to follow Lord Alliance leader and listen to your commands. Xiao Hijin cursed internally, but he quickly followed. I will listen to Lord Alliance leader's decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly, snorting. The current situation is critical. If we sit and wait here, we will definitely perish. There is no exception. We have to fight with all our strength now for a hope of survival. They are able to eliminate the Qi harvest fruit because of Qi Sea Ancestor's method. As long as we do our best and kill Qi Sea Ancestor, we will gain complete victory. Even if we cannot kill him, as long as we gravely injure him, the situation will also be alleviated. After Wu Shuai said that, Gu tribe's leader immediately shouted, "Alliance leader is wise." Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These two Vice Alliance leaders immediately shouted, "Alliance leader is wise. This plan is superb. What ideas do you all have? If anyone has a better suggestion, you can tell us now." Wu Shuai purposely asked the other Gu immortals. But what ideas could these people have? In fact, Wu Shuai said he was going to attack the enemies because he had no other choice now. This was their only hope. Other than this, could they surrender to Qi Sea Ancestor? It was not that they did not know this, but nobody had the guts to say it. Forest Lightning Grotto-heaven was the best example. Everyone saw that pitiful end. Who would still dare to follow in its footsteps? Since everyone agrees, we will discuss about the way we will send our troops. We will use our time efficiently and catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai said as he decided with lightning speed. Gu tribe's leader added, "Lord Alliance leader is right. Every second we waste now will mean the enemy gets an additional second of advantage." Immediately, the Immortals started to discuss their offensive strategy. This discussion lasted nearly an hour before they came up with a refined plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace, ordering the Immortals to make preparations. They would move out in 7 days. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto-heaven. He mobilized his forces and gathered more troops while quickly informing Heavenly Court of this new development. After Qin Dingling received the information, she summoned the Heavenly Court Immortals for a meeting. The situation has changed. It seems that Wu Shuai has some spies around Qi Sea Ancestor. Like I said before, we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai is going to take the initiative to attack, let's use this chance to take him down. That will be hard. They have Dragon Palace and Dizong Sheng to defend them. Unless we can awaken some immortals from the graveyard, we will not have sufficient strength to deal with the enemies. Time is too pressing. We have 7 days and the situation will occur far away in Eastern Sea. We can only inform Qi Sea Ancestor now and ask him to make preparations while pretending to be ignorant. When Wu Shuai attacks, he will definitely suffer a setback. Did you forget that Wu Shuai has spies around Qi Sea Ancestor? If Qi Sea Ancestor learns this information from us, it will also likely alert Wu Shuai. Prince Fengxian suddenly spoke at this time. Why must we inform Qi Sea Ancestor? The discussion suddenly stopped. Qi Sea Ancestor is our ally. If we do not tell him about this, it will not benefit our alliance. Prince Fengxian shook his head slowly as he smiled. As long as we keep quiet, why would Qi Sea Ancestor find out that we know this? Our spy in the Two Heavens Alliance has always been kept as a secret. If we tell him now, the spy might get exposed. We ally with Qi Sea Ancestor because we need his strength to resolve Heavenly Court's problem of the Qi harvest fruit. We also want to use him as our pawn to gather an external force that can resist the variant human forces from getting stronger. Prince Fengxian continued to speak. And thirdly, if possible, we want to recruit Qi Sea Ancestor into becoming a Heavenly Court member. Qin Dingling looked at Prince Fengxian. Then in your opinion, what should we do? Prince Fengxian breathed in deeply. In my humble opinion, we should pretend that we do not know this and act according to our original plan. Now that Qi Sea Ancestor has already secretly moved out, he will arrive in Heavenly Court in 3 days. By then, we can get him to solve our problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Heavenly Court is huge and has immense foundation. The Qi harvest fruit here is the largest in the world. Qi Sea Ancestor suggested us to create a Qi path immortal formation. It will take at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. We can purposely delay the formation creation time. If Wu Shuai's invasion succeeds, Qi Sea Ancestor's force will suffer a huge loss. Qi Sea Ancestor will become anxious and want to return to help them, but as the person controlling the formation, how can he leave? Qi Sea Ancestor's force will be without a leader. They will not be able to defeat Wu Shuai. In fact, even if they get wiped out, so what? Our strength will not fall, while Qi Sea Ancestor will become a loner. By coming to Heavenly Court secretly and failing to protect his force, causing its destruction, his reputation will fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world will also look down on him. Who would respect someone who goes missing in battle while helping forces of other regions? At that point, Qi Sea Ancestor will understand that his status in Eastern Sea will never recover. By then, we will have no worries anymore. We can send people to take revenge for him. During the process, we can move him with logic and emotion. By tempting him with future gains, I am sure there is a high chance we can get him to join Heavenly Court. The Immortals were silent. They looked at each other before looking towards Prince Fengxian. At this moment, all of the Immortals' gazes became different from before. After hearing Prince Fengxian's strategy, their impression towards him changed completely. Prince Fengxian's arms were behind his back. He stopped speaking as he smiled. This scheme was vicious. None of the Gu immortals here thought of it except him. The reason was because of his own life experiences. Prince Fengxian came from Spirit Affinity House. He was used as a spy initially to develop in Northern Plains. After many years, he became rank 8 and also married into Gong tribe. He was the strongest spy in Northern Plains that came from Central Continent. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals have been too used to being overlords. Their mindsets were also too fixed in place. But all of the immortals here were rank 8 elites. They soon understood that Prince Fengxian's plan was the most advantageous to Heavenly Court. Even if Wu Shui claims victory, so what? Only the Grotto-heavens in the two heavens would suffer. Even if Eastern Sea gets involved in the fight, its foundation would not be affected. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, that would only be one region. Humanity would still be the ruler of the world. All right. Qin Dingling looked at everyone's expressions as she said, making a decision. We will act according to Prince Fengxian's proposal. Heavenly Court was constantly filled with bright light. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Qi Sea Ancestor, had already arrived in Heavenly Court. He floated in the air as he observed the Qi harvest fruit in front of him. The Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court was large beyond common sense. It was like a towering mountain range, vast and colossal. Such a huge Qi harvest fruit cannot even fit in an ordinary rank 8 Grotto-heaven. It will destroy the aperture walls from its sheer size. Only Heavenly Court has such a deep foundation, and because of the use of Tsang Xianzi's space path fruits, the space inside is large enough to accommodate this Qi harvest fruit. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The last time he came to Heavenly Court, he had participated in the Fate War with his original appearance and caused Heavenly Court to lose badly. This time, he was acting as Heavenly Court's friend. He was here to resolve their problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Changes in situations and circumstances were often hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling stood beside Fang Yuan, asking. Fang Yuan nodded. This is the first time I've seen such a huge Qi harvest fruit. It shows that your foundation is truly unfathomable. This is truly the #1 force in the world. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued. After my inspection earlier, even though my method is effective, this Qi harvest fruit is too big. We need to set up the Immortal formation first. The larger the Qi path Immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised. Ancestor, to think that you have already come up with the Immortal formations design. Fang Yuan shook his head. No, the Qi path Immortal formation that we will set up is only going to amplify my Qi path killer moves. The actual way to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit is still through the Qi path killer moves that I will use. Qin Dingling nodded upon hearing this. The explanation was logical. She smiled as she took out a Qi path rank 8 Immortal Gu. Heavenly Court does not lack Qi path Immortal Gu. To resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit, Heavenly Court is willing to use up our Qi path resources. Ancestor, look at this Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to this Immortal Gu. Don't tell me this is human Qi Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's pupils expanded as his expression changed. Human Qi Immortal Gu resembled a bee. It was thumb-sized and constantly moved its wings. Floating above Qin Dingling's palm, it emitted a cloud-like Qi. Qin Dingling handed human Qi Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan extended his hand and held the Gu. He looked at it fixedly and praised. Good Gu, good Gu. This Gu is related to human path. It has immense potential for development. Qin Dingling smiled as she took out a second Immortal Gu, handing it to Fang Yuan. This was Earth Qi Immortal Gu. It resembled a butterfly, brown in color. It also gave off a cloud-like Qi. Fang Yuan's left hand held human Qi Immortal Gu while his right hand held Earth Qi Immortal Gu. He looked at them with great interest. Wonderful, wonderful. And this is Heaven Qi Immortal Gu. Qin Dingling said as she passed Fang Yuan a third rank 8 Immortal Gu. Heaven Qi Immortal Gu resembled a dragonfly. It was green in color and had 8 pairs of thin bluish wings. When it moved its wings, its entire body would emit a translucent Qi current. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. This Heaven Qi Immortal Gu is tightly connected with Heaven Path. Truthfully speaking, the method that I created to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit only succeeded after I comprehended a trace of Heaven Path's profundity. If I had this Gu, I would have succeeded much earlier. Gu immortals cultivate all sorts of paths. Human Path and Heaven Path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have already reached the peak of Qi Path. Thus you are able to mimic other paths easily and comprehend the true meaning of various paths. Qin Dingling praised before changing. Her words, these 3 Qi Immortal Gu are the core of triple Qi retraction killer move. They are priceless treasures of Heavenly Court. Only Heavenly Court members can have them. Qin Dingling saw Fang Yuan's expression and felt internally happy. She hinted to him that these Gu worms would be available if he joined Heavenly Court. After hearing this, Fang Yuan showed a hesitant expression, but he was smiling to himself internally. All of the expressions he showed were just an act. If he really cultivated Qi path solely, these 3 Qi Immortal Gu would be incredibly alluring. Fang Yuan had tried many times already. These 3 Qi path Immortal Gu were the cores of triple Qi retraction. They could not be replaced. If he used other Qi path Immortal Gu in place of them, even if he manages to create a triple Qi retraction killer move, its value in battle would fall drastically. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had the complete primordial origin Qi path true inheritance now, he did not benefit much from it. Furthermore, Qi Sea Ancestor was just one of Fang Yuan's identities. He also had no lack of rank 8 Immortal Gu. Attitude, mutation, wisdom sword, years flow like water, soul beast token, regret, spring, summer, big Qi, region, addition, steel life, water refinement, advanced refinement, dream token. He simply had too many of them. In Fang Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 Immortal Gu could truly excite him. But rank 9 Immortal Gu were too rare. He originally had one, which was Wisdom Gu. But this Immortal Gu was tampered by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable long ago. He had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Ning lent all 3 Qi Immortal Gu and let Qi Sea Ancestor familiarize himself with them. She also arranged several Gu Immortals to modify the Qi Path Immortal Gu formation with Qi Sea Ancestor. Having everyone's help, the Qi Path Immortal formation was finalized in a few days. Fang Yuan and the Heavenly Court Immortals started to set up the formation. This Qi Path formation's main owner was naturally Fang Yuan. But in the other formation cores, there would be Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals stationed. They could help him out while also supervising his actions. Qi Sea Ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he underwent an alliance agreement, he was still not a Heavenly Court member. How could Heavenly Court not guard against him? The truth was, the assisting Gu Immortals were not the only ones guarding against him. The core Immortal Gu of this Qi Path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi, were temporarily lent to Fang Yuan by Ning. If any situation occurs, Heavenly Court could immediately take them back and make Fang Yuan lose control of the entire Qi Path formation. This Qi Path formation was modified along with several Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Even if they had low Qi Path attainment, they still had general knowledge. It was hard to deceive them. Also, Fang Yuan did not conceal anything inside this Qi Path formation. The formation was definitely not an issue. Earth Qi Gu Go. Fang Yuan first tossed Earth Qi Immortal Gu as he instilled Immortal Essence. Earth Qi Immortal Gu quickly flew out. It went into the ground below the Qi Harvest Fruit. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, the ground below the Qi Harvest Fruit started to shake. Earth Qi started to rise up continuously. Fang Yuan started to collect the Earth Qi. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals around him also took action. Some helped with the gathering while others set up small formations around the small holes that the Earth Qi emerged from. While Fang Yuan was setting up his formation, deep underground at another area of Heavenly Court, there was a huge underground square. Qing Chao's mountain-like body was deep within this underground square, unmoving like a statue. Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly, several cracks appeared on the ground. But Red Heart Traveler, who was defending this place, was not flustered. He immediately acted to stabilize the situation. The cracks on the ground could be seen disappearing at an observable rate. What's the commotion? Qing Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely, its voice was actually 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy was actually inside Qing Chao's body, trying to forcefully refine Hatred Gu. From this commotion, Qi Sea Ancestor must have started to create his formation. He used Earth Qi Immortal Gu as the first foundation of the formation. It involved the Earth Vein. Meanwhile, we are at one of the main Earth Veins, thus we could feel the influence. Red Heart Traveler spoke. Earlier, you were at a crucial moment, so I did not inform you of this. But don't worry, this cannot interrupt our plan. 9 spiritual fairies stopped worrying as she said. Then let's hurry up. If we can refine Hatred Gu at the same time as the elimination of the Qi Harvest Fruit, Heavenly Court will have a double celebration. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had already recovered from the trauma of the Fate War. They became braver after the humiliation. They worked harder and had greater morale now. Days later, the Qi Path formation was created. Fang Yuan was the main user and activated his method to eliminate the Qi Harvest Fruit. The Qi Harvest Fruit was continuously shaved off from Fang Yuan's killer move. But this Qi Harvest Fruit in Heavenly Court was just too big. Some time was needed to completely destroy it. Days passed. The Qi Harvest Fruit was removed by over 10%. Ning hurried to Fang Yuan as she showed a solemn expression. Ancestor, the situation in Eastern Sea has changed. This is not good. Fang Yuan looked shocked. What happened? Wu Shuai suddenly led his alliance to launch an invasion. They have split into 3 groups. They are attacking the Grotto-heaven forces that have submitted to our side. Because we were caught off guard, our losses are quite severe. Qin Dingling said. News that I came here should have been kept a secret. How did this happen? How did Wu Shuai find out so quickly? Fang Yuan's expression changed. There was anxiety in his tone. Ancestor, you want to return to help Eastern Sea? Qin Dingling purposely asked. That is so. Fang Yuan frowned. But this method needs my full attention. If I stop halfway, there might be problematic consequences. Qin Dingling cupped her fists at Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please consider the big picture. It is unexpected that Wu Shuai attacked so soon. But if you return now, that will be what Wu Shuai wants to see. Only after eliminating the Qi harvest fruit can we have a safe territory to count on. By then, you can lead our heavenly court's immortals to return to Eastern Sea and retaliate. You can say that you went to seek reinforcement from heavenly court, but Wu Shuai attacked and trapped you temporarily. By gathering our strength, we will kill Wu Shuai and get rid of the 2 heavens alliance. That is the true way to seek victory. Fang Yuan did not speak. He only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. Long after, he spoke in a grim tone. Wu Shuai attacked with his full force. He must have been prepared for this. Does Heavenly Court know of their plans in advance? Definitely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, showing a firm expression. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He showed a struggling expression as he sighed helplessly. Forget it. I will stay here and control the formation until we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But during this time, I need Heavenly Court to send people to assist Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling sighed as well. We will do our best. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he said, once I get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, I will need to return and help them. But these days of unceasingly controlling the formation will cause my battle strength to fall. I need Heavenly Court to give me the 3 Qi Immortal Gu to kill the enemies and claim victory. Qin Dingling's expression changed. Even though Fang Yuan spoke politely, his request for reward was really absurd. It far exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She rejected as she shook her head. The 3 Qi Immortal Gu are the treasures of Heavenly Court. Only our members can. Before she finished, Fang Yuan interrupted. Eastern Sea's immortals are all my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. We will remember Ancestor's sacrifice, but even as Heavenly Court's leader, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu. At most, we can give you 1 as compensation. How can 1 Gu compensate for the people in the Grotto-heavens? Fang Yuan showed slight anger. Boom. While the 2 were negotiating, a loud sound could be heard in the sky. A rank 8 Immortal Gu house directly charged in with a fierce aura. Heavenly Court's immortals were all shocked. The Immortal Gu house that invaded Heavenly Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could not waste time with Fang Yuan anymore. She immediately flew out of the formation to face the enemies. Dragon Palace's door opened as Wu Shuai sat on his throne, speaking from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted as several Gu immortals gathered behind her. Wu Shuai smiled coldly as he kicked a head that was near his feet. This head fell from the stairs of the dragon throne, rolling into Central Great Hall. The person had died with his eyes wide open. It was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Old scoundrel Qi Sea can get rid of Qi harvest fruits. Your Heavenly Court wants to conceal this information and secretly eliminate your internal threat? Hee, wishful thinking. I am here to destroy your Heavenly Court and also kill that old scoundrel Qi Sea. Let's see who in this world can stop my rise to supremacy. Wu Shuai said that as he stood upright. He waved his hand and shouted, Kill. At the next moment, immortals rushed out of Dragon Palace, attacking with ferocious expressions.